Chapter 1140. I really didn't expect you to be a rare space ability user. No wonder we found you left the city, but you still appeared in the city. Voltor's muscles tightened, and he looked at Sei Ito, who was getting closer and closer to him. At this time, the distance between Sei Ito and Valtori was less than 2 meters. Seeing this, Voltor's eyes flashed, and he immediately waved his energy-materialized knight's greatsword towards Ito. Sei smiled slightly, and with an instant movement, he dodged Voltor's slash and appeared behind him. Lowering his waist in a horse stance, Sei threw out a super monster strength punch with a posture of Shingi bursting fist. Brave! Feeling the danger behind him, Valtori immediately shouted and stirred up all the energy in his body to form a shield to cover his whole body. At the moment when Sei Ito's fist touched his energy shield, he nimbly took a step forward. With this step, Valtori cleverly dodged the huge impact of the extraordinary strength punch. Under the protection of the energy barrier and the armor formed by the materialization of energy, he took 2 steps forward without any injuries under the impact of the extraordinary strength punch. After his fist missed, Sei Ito straightened his palm, and a thick thunder dragon immediately flew out from his palm. Valtori turned his foot and nimbly avoided the thunder dragon's attack, then suddenly shouted in a low voice, and like a meteor, he rushed in front of Sei Ito and heavily rammed his shoulder into Sei Ito's open chest. Seeing this, Sei Ito quickly used his telekinesis to form a defensive shield in front of him, and at the same time, his feet lightly jumped off the ground. Bang! In an instant, a muffled sound was heard. Itosei's body was like a cannonball, flying out into the distance. Halfway through, Sei Ito's figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the flying path. The next second, he appeared above Voltor's head and suddenly divided into 5 identical Sei Itos and attacked Valtori from different directions. High-quality update. Looking at the 5 identical Sei Itos in front of him, Valtori couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. He flexibly waved his sword and blocked all the attacks of Sei Ito. It had to be said that the magic resistance of the knight profession after reaching high level was very disgusting. Under the double protection of Voltor's white light shield and energy armor, most of the energy attacks released by Sei Ito didn't have any effect on Voltor's body. Only the physical melee attacks had some effect. However, this was not the most disgusting thing. The most disgusting thing was that although knights knew a lot of energy strike skills, they could also use skills that were similar to attribute attacks under the Hammer of Sanctions. Sei Ito's doppelganger was instantly turned into smoke and dissipated. Fortunately, Sei Ito, who suffered a small loss, immediately strengthened his vigilance. That was why he didn't get hit by the Hammer of Sanctions in his heart again. However, at this moment, under the continuous attack of the 4 Sei Itos, Valtori, who was still defending very tightly, suddenly felt the air under his feet, and his body immediately fell down, as if weightless. A feeling as if he was trapped in a hard prison immediately emerged. At this time, Voltor's whole body sank into the asphalt road under his feet, leaving only his head outside. This was the effect of Sei Ito's teleportation ability. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 4 Ito, Sei, quickly came to the front of Valtori and launched a strong attack on Voltor's exposed head with powerful attacks, such as super defensive kick. Under the strong impact of Zhu Jin's super defensive kick, even with the dual protection of the energy barrier and the energy materialized armor, and his body that was already tough as steel, Voltor's face still became red and swollen, and he felt dizzy. High-quality update is coming at this time. One of the 4 Sei Itos who launched a series of attacks on Valtori suddenly withdrew from the attack sequence and stood on the side. He first put his hands together in front of him, then quickly pressed them on the ground. In an instant, a large number of blue electric lights flew out from the palms of the Sei Ito, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the ground around Voltor's head and transformed the ground into a metallic substance. Under this deliberate transformation, Soon the exposed part of the surface of the ground was 30 square meters of alloy ground in front of the Ito's eyes. Since the ground alone was 30 square meters, the part below the ground could be imagined. Under such a thick layer, even Voltor's inhumanly strengthened body couldn't break free and could only sullenly be confined to the ground. Puff, puff, puff. Accompanied by 3 light explosions, the shadow clones that had completed the capture of Valtori exploded into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. I should be able to use you to exchange for some benefits from the Queen of England. Ito, who retracted his arms and straightened up, looked at Valtori, who was still a little dizzy, and said with a smile, Valtori was an S-class master, the exclusive guardian knight of the Queen, and from the name, he might be a relative of the Queen. The value of his survival was much greater than the value of his death. And from another perspective, it was also to avoid intensifying the conflict with the United Kingdom. After all, he didn't lack anything now. If the relationship with the United Kingdom, which had various complicated forces in the country, became rigid because of the relationship with Valtori, the loss outweighed the gain. Just when Ito narrowed his eyes and thought blindly, Valtori, whose body was strengthened to an inhuman level, and whose recovery speed was also inhuman, finally woke up. After trying hard several times, he still couldn't break out of the ground, and he couldn't help but frown. Just when Ito was about to say something, Valtori, who frowned, suddenly shouted, "Glory!" As soon as the voice fell, the white energy barrier around Valtori instantly turned into a bright white flame and burned fiercely. Ito didn't feel the temperature emitted, but the alloy around Voltor's body melted and evaporated at a speed visible to the naked eye, allowing Valtori to quickly escape from the imprisonment. Ito raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and he used his mind to expand his territory. In an instant, an inexplicable wave spread rapidly with Ito as the center, and then a huge 8 trigrams pattern appeared under his feet and slowly changed. "Water," Ito said softly. As soon as he said that, the 8 trigrams pattern under his feet immediately turned into an image dominated by Kansas. At the same time, a large amount of water vapor began to emerge in the territory, turning into a slender stream of water like a ribbon. It flowed and swam quickly in the territory like a living fish. Ito raised his arm and pointed at Valtori. The water flowing in the entire territory immediately seemed to have heard some order and swarmed toward Valtori, who was about to completely escape from the imprisonment. Chi-chi, accompanied by a soft sound and a white mist rising. A large portion of the water vapor that came into contact with the flames on Voltor's body evaporated immediately. But unfortunately, this was Ito's territory. As long as he had enough energy in his body, he could have as much water as he wanted. Therefore, after most of the water vapor evaporated, before the steam dissipated, more and more water vapor appeared in the territory and wrapped around Voltor's body like ropes. "Wood," Ito said softly again. The wood here didn't refer to the wood in the material sense, but the vitality and activity of energy. Therefore, as soon as his voice fell, the water that was evaporating due to the burning of the flames immediately changed its aura and became more mysterious. It resisted the burning of the flames on Voltor's body and forcefully wrapped around Voltor's body. Spirit, Valtori, who felt that he would really die if he didn't make a move, yelled. In an instant, a bright white halo wrapped in thorny vines suddenly lit up under Voltor's feet and rotated quickly. "May the Queen be with me," Valtori yelled at the top of his lungs. And as soon as he said that, the knight on Voltor's body soared once again. At the same time, the white flames on his body became stronger, forcing the water vapor away once again. "Fire," Ito twitched his brows and said softly. The so-called fire referred to the process of the explosion of energy. Therefore, the liquid that received the instruction suddenly became violent, and then suddenly burst into flames very strangely, swarming towards Valtori to crash into him. Boom, 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 boom. At the next moment, violent explosions erupted around Voltor's body one after another. The 8 trigrams compound the 4 phases. The 4 phases combine into 2 modes. Yin and Yang repel each other. Absorb. Seito knitted his brows and yelled softly again. And as he chanted, the 8 trigrams in his territory changed rapidly. It changed from the original 8 trigrams of Yin and Yang to a pure Yin and Yang diagram that rotated at high speed. A powerful suction force appeared in the territory, especially around Valtori. In an instant, the smoke, energy, and flames that wrapped around Valtori were quickly sucked away by the suction force, revealing his figure once again. But at this time, Voltor's appearance was somewhat ugly. Not only did the white flames on his body become dim and flickering, but even the energy armor on his body was broken. One could see the linen clothes he wore under the armor. His hair was messy, and in addition to the footprints on his face, he no longer looked like the most outstanding British gentleman. Instead, he looked more like a fallen noble, a defeated soldier. Chapter 1141. P.S. Thank you to Phoenix Perching in Snow for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX 157747860 and Nickfany for your tips. Where do you think you're going? Zhun Yi shouted, and his body suddenly turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of the ninja, who was covered in black night clothes, revealing only a pair of eyes. He waved his hand and used the dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging technique. Boom! A thin, pale white needle instantly flew out of Zhun Ye's fist with a low sound and hit the ninja on the opposite side. The ninja's body shook, and a faint energy shadow immediately appeared in front of him to meet the needle forging technique. The ninja jumped back and threw a ball the size of a meatball to the ground, which suddenly exploded and disappeared in the purple-black smoke. Natale, help me find that guy, Zhun Yi whispered to himself as he narrowed his eyes and carefully sensed the surroundings with his key. Okay. Lucky Lulu's voice sounded in Zhun Ye's ear. Found him. He's 120 meters southwest of you. He's moving quickly, Bucky Lulu said again. Thanks. Zhun Yi hurriedly expressed his gratitude upon hearing this. Then he used the shrinking distance technique to quickly chase after them. Puff, with a soft sound, blood spurted out from a long and narrow wound on the chest of a woman in a black combat suit and splashed to the ground. As the attacker, Ye's footsteps were light as he elegantly wiped off the blood spurting out from the woman's chest and circled to her side. His beast-like golden pupils slightly flashed as he once again brandished his sword towards the woman beside him. The female combatant endured the pain in her chest and waved her hand to summon a water curtain to protect herself. Unfortunately, all of this had already been activated by the Dragon Eye, and he could foresee the next second. He could even see what would happen in the next 3 or 4 seconds. Therefore, knowing how the female combatant would react, Yi turned again, bypassing the water curtain to the back of the female combatant, and slashed horizontally at her neck. Puff! The female combatant couldn't dodge in time, and her face was filled with shock and unwillingness. Her head tumbled out of her body and flew more than 2 meters away. It fell to the ground with a bang and rolled forward for a short distance before coming to a complete stop. Yi, who had completed the fatal blow, smirked slightly. With a wild and ferocious smile, he turned and rushed toward another combatant from the Environment Province. Soon, the combatant from the Environment Province was killed by Yi, who had the ability to foresee and had powerful close combat strength. Sister Natale, can you please tell me where the next batch of enemies are? Yi asked in a low voice as he skillfully shook off the blood on his blade. About 1 kilometer to your right, there is an enemy dressed as a ninja on a certain street, Nader replied in a flat tone. Okay, Yi replied in a low voice. He also used the ground shrinking technique to rush towards the location of the target. Brothers, this road is blocked. On a street filled with shops, Oriana appeared in front of 3 combatants who were dressed in environmental protection attire. She was wearing a pair of tight jeans with a knot at the hem, exposing her waist and abdomen. She was holding a bunch of shorthand notes in her hand. She licked her red lips and chuckled. It's the target. A young man with short hair among the three combatants took out his mobile phone, looked down, and said solemnly, "Do it." The other two who heard the man with short hair growled and tacitly attacked Oleana together. The slightly older man among the three, who looked to be in his 30s, swung his arm, and a thin metal rod instantly appeared in his palm. As the middle-aged man rushed forward, he struck at Oleana with lightning. At the same time, the honest-looking man among the three spread his hands, and the air around them trembled in an instant, turning into an invisible wall to block Oleana's body, cutting off her possible escape route. The last man with short hair opened his mouth and roared silently. A shock wave visible to the naked eye instantly flew out of his mouth and rushed toward Oleana. "Pah!" Oleana opened her mouth and bit off a piece of paper on the note in front of her mouth. Accompanied by the appearance of a group of Latin characters, several air cannons compressed by high speed, rotating air immediately appeared around Oleana, heading toward the middle-aged man and the shock wave visible to the naked eye. Boom! The air cannons first collided with the oncoming shock wave, and a cloud of energy smoke instantly burst out, blocking everyone's sight. "Pah!" Oleana, who had cast the air cannons, didn't stop moving. She opened her mouth again and bit off a blank note. In an instant, the ground under the feet of the man with short hair and the man with the air wall suddenly became soft. At the same time, like living tentacles rose from the ground and wrapped around their bodies. Knowing that it was inevitable that he wouldn't be able to recover if he persisted, the honest-looking man decisively gave up maintaining the air wall, reached out to grab the man with short hair beside him, and jumped up. Then he used his ability to create an invisible foothold in the air and quickly took the man with short hair away from the magic attack range. "Pah!" Seeing that her attack had failed, Oleana still bit off a new piece of paper with her mouth. In an instant, a messy line composed of energy fiercely spread out with Oleana's feet as the origin, encircling the middle-aged man who had seized the opportunity to rush toward Oleana. "Be careful. If you move your feet randomly, you'll be dismembered," Oleana reminded with a smile. The middle-aged man frowned and looked at the ground, then moved his left hand behind his waist, took out a metal ball the size of a tennis ball from his waist, and threw it to the ground. Bang! With a soft sound, the metal ball fiercely exploded, and then a wave of energy with a strange frequency burst out, hitting the energy lines on the ground. The next moment, as if the energy lines were stimulated, a large number of invisible fragments appeared on the ground, colliding with the shock wave that burst out from the metal ball and cutting toward the middle-aged man. Probably not expecting this at all, the middle-aged man's back was immediately cut open by the invisible fragments. "What was that just now?" Oleana raised her eyebrows and asked. No comment. The middle-aged man frowned. Enduring the pain, he coldly replied, "You're really naughty. This big sister is angry." Oleana smiled charmingly, then shook her head and tore off a blank note. With the appearance of a long paragraph of Latin text, an invisible wave instantly spread out with Oleana as the center. It formed a large boundary, enveloping the middle-aged man and the other two young men who were a little further away. Then, a thick ice pillar suddenly appeared in the space of the boundary, falling toward the three people. Seeing this, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and rushed toward Oleana again. But before he could run 2 steps, a sharp attack suddenly appeared under his feet. His legs, which were caught off guard, were scratched open, and blood splattered out huge gashes. The simple and honest young man and the short-haired young man who were a little further away were not affected by the magic attack in the boundary because of their relatively powerful attack ability. The middle-aged man, who suffered a loss, still didn't stop. He once again took out an egg-sized black pellet from his waist, stuffed it into the wide belt tightly tied around his waist, activating a special energy barrier, and rushed toward Oleana while resisting all kinds of attacks that kept coming out. It's really interesting. Is this the special technology of the environment that he mentioned? Oleana said in her heart. She thought. Oleana also gently raised her arm and pointed her index finger at the middle-aged man. In an instant, a metallic light suddenly appeared at the tip of Oleana's finger. An energy beam as thick as a finger shot out from the tip of her finger. Although the middle-aged man was cautious, his movements were sluggish due to the injury on his leg. He hurriedly dodged the attack, and the energy beam pierced through the special shield around his body. It shot into the middle-aged man's shoulder and flew out from his back. This was the attack function of the second-generation black combat suit worn by Oleana. The middle-aged man, who was hit by the energy attack, was immediately wrapped by the frost energy that suddenly appeared under his feet, forming a huge, irregular ice stone that stood on the ground like a seal statue. "Mr. Gujima! Gujima!" The two young men who were a little further away hurriedly shouted. Crack! As soon as their voice fell, the huge ice stone that sealed the middle-aged man named Gujima suddenly shattered, along with the frozen Gujima inside the ice stone shattered into countless pieces and fell to the ground. Bastard, damn it! The two young men cursed with angry faces. Then the young man with the ability of air shot out like a cannonball towards Oleana, who had been standing in the same place all this time. At the same time, the short-haired young man took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and spat out a visible sound wave attack to attack Oleana. It was just that the honest-looking young man had only flown a short distance when a dozen twisted and dancing shadow tentacles suddenly flew out from the shadow of his flight, wrapped around his body, and pulled him to the ground. Although the honest-looking young man had been stimulating his ability to form a spiral jet under his feet to strengthen his power to break free from the tentacles. The dozen tentacles were like the toughest thing in the world, and he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. Then, under the various magic attacks that were activated because he forced himself to fly forward, the air shield outside his body was broken, and finally he had to be pulled to the ground by the tentacles and tightly bound. Because the tentacles seemed to be strangling people to death, the honest-looking young man's face turned purple, and he let out a long scream. Bang! Sure enough, after a moment, the honest-looking young man's body was strangled into a meatball under the confinement of the tentacles. The sound wave attack is very strong. Relying on the protection ability of the second black cloak, Oriana, who didn't spit out the note in her mouth to break the enchantment, took a step back and said with a smile. At this time, only she and the short-haired young man who used the sound wave ability were left in the barrier. Oleana spat out the note in her mouth and released the barrier that was no longer useful. Then, she suddenly appeared in front of the short-haired young man and lifted her foot to kick him with the powerful explosive force of the legs generated by the second-generation black clothes, just like Shono Yeye's shrinking technique. "You're courting death." The short-haired young man shouted angrily and raised his arm to block Oleana's kick. But in the next moment, the young man with short hair, who didn't expect the power of the attack to be so great, immediately broke his arm into two with a kacha sound, and then his body was sent flying to the side by the force of the explosion. Boom! The short-haired young man's body hit the building on the side heavily, leaving a human-shaped dent on the wall of the building. At this time, Oleana once again opened her mouth and bit down a note. A blue light immediately shrouded the short-haired young man who was still hanging on the wall. "It's really lucky to draw this magic." Oleana looked at the short-haired young man who fell from the wall with a pale face and said with interest. This was the spell that had drained the water element from the body of the injured Vice Admiral Tsukimike's Motoharu to prevent him from recovering. Seeing this, Oleana walked toward the short-haired young man who was struggling to stand up on the ground. Then, she ran in vain, quickly ran in front of the short-haired young man, and kicked the short-haired young man's body again. Crack! A clear cracking sound once again sounded from the body of the young man, who turned into a cannonball and hit the wall of the building on the side. Ouch! The seriously injured young man spat out a large mouthful of blood. "I can't waste any more time on you. I still have other work to do." Oleana walked to the short-haired young man and said in a charming voice. Then, she stretched out her hands and grabbed the short-haired young man's neck. With a slight force, she ended the life of the short-haired young man. Natale, where's the next work location? Oleana withdrew her hands and asked in a low voice. Lion King, roaring bullet. On another street, dressed in a black sailor suit and holding the treasured sword Lion King, Jianshan Huangquan shouted. Roar! The spirit beast Lion King next to Huangquan roared, and a huge energy cannonball the size of 4 basketballs quickly appeared in front of its mouth. It spat at the single combat personnel of the environmental province opposite it. The middle-aged man, with a cold expression, waved his arm, and a huge flame barrier instantly appeared in front of the roaring bullet and collided with the roaring bullet. Boom! In a violent explosion, the flame and the roaring bullet burst apart, forming a pale white energy smoke that blocked the line of sight of Jianshan Huangquan and the man. It seems that my enemy is a big fish. Cautiously guarding the surroundings, Jianshan Huangquan secretly thought. Just as she thought that, 3 lifelike flaming dragons suddenly flew out of the smoke, charging towards Huangquan's body from the left, right, and top. Chapter 1142. Stop! On another street, Liliana suddenly jumped down from the sky. She was wearing a black long-sleeve jacket that looked like a small suit, a black short skirt of the same color, a brown shawl around her waist, a pair of thick white knee socks wrapped around her legs, a pair of brown high-bound leather boots, and a shoulder patch with blue and black stripes. Her silver hair was tied into a high ponytail behind her head. She suddenly jumped down from the sky and landed on the ground. She was holding her beloved sword, Silver Master Craftsman. She looked at a man and a woman wearing the black combat uniform of the Ministry of Environment sternly and shouted, "The high-quality update is here. It's the target." After seeing Liliana's appearance, the woman with short hair was surprised. You actually delivered yourself to our doorstep. Interesting. The man looked at Liliana up and down and chuckled. You have already entered my king's territory. If you don't want to suffer, immediately surrender. Otherwise, I will punish you for the crime of invasion. Liliana looked at the 2 people from the Ministry of Environment sternly and said, this is too funny. What king knight are you playing house? The woman immediately laughed when she heard that. Her tone was full of mockery as she said, Punishment? You're about to become our prisoner. I like to see how you're going to punish us. Xingjiang, don't be careless. The man reminded with a smile. Okay, Captain. The woman named Xingjiang smiled and nodded in response. Captain? Then you must be one of the people in charge of this operation. Liliana looked at the man and said, You don't need to know this. The man waved his arm and said, Xingjiang, do it. The man continued. Okay, Xingjiang agreed. Then he pointed his right hand at Liliana and shouted. In an instant, Liliana felt an inexplicable force shrouding her body. Knowing that this might be the effect of the woman's attack, Liliana did not dare to hesitate. She immediately channeled the cursed power in her body and formed a resistance to the confinement force around her. At the same time, she shook her saber and used the moon jump magic to jump up from the ground. She landed in front of the man and woman and waved the saber-like silver Grandmaster Blacksmith saber to attack them. High-quality update. How is this possible? Xingjiang looked at Liliana, who jumped in front of her and attacked her with disbelief. At this time, the man's body flashed with golden light. He quickly reached out his arm to block Liliana's military sword. With a dang sound of metal clashing, he blocked Liliana's attack. Is it a body-strengthening ability? Liliana thought to herself as she retracted her blade and attacked Xingjiang again. Don't underestimate people. Xingjiang shouted angrily when he saw the attack coming at him again. He raised his fist to block Liliana's blade. Bang! The next moment, a muffled sound came from between the blade and Xingjiang's fist. Little girl, why don't you come with us? Taking advantage of Xingjiang blocking the attack, the man moved to Liliana's side and grabbed her arm. Liliana's arm nimbly turned. She skillfully avoided the man's grab. At the same time, she quickly took a step forward and escaped from the 2 people's attack. She turned around and slashed at the 2 people again. The 2 people who had blocked Liliana's attack didn't dodge. They directly used their bodies to block her attack. Dang! Amidst the soft noise, Liliana borrowed the counterforce of the duo's counterattack and leaped back gracefully. Mother who gives life and takes it away. Give me the road sign of the dark land. Liliana, who jumped back to the ground, opened her mouth and chanted. In response to the incantation, the ground under the man and woman's feet immediately became soft, letting their feet sink into the ground. Xingjiang's expression changed when he saw this. He immediately raised his foot and stepped into the void. Then, as if he really stepped on something, he broke free from the soft ground. Then, he reached out to grab the man's hand and took him away from the soft ground. The high-quality update is here. Just as the two people from the environmental department used a strange method to get out of the mud, Liliana opened her mouth again and chanted a new incantation. The essence of fantasy, the steel that plays a beautiful melody. Please give me invisible wings. Although the incantation was chanted, it was different from the previous incantation. This time, no strange phenomenon appeared. Instead, it made the two people who had just gotten out of the mud and were on high alert to reveal a surprised expression. Sacred beast born from the underground, please respond to my call and show yourself in front of me. Then, Liliana ignored the two people's surprise and chanted again. This time, something finally responded to Liliana's incantation. On the ground in front of Liliana, several stone snakes that were completely transformed from mud emerged and quickly crawled toward the man and Xingjiang. At the same time, Liliana followed the movements of the stone snakes and ran toward the two of them. However, as she ran, a melodious sound rang from the Grandmaster's sword that she wielded casually. The man and Xingjiang didn't hesitate, and both of them used their own methods to meet the stone snakes. Pung, 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 pung. The man and Xingjiang's hands and feet danced one after another, hitting the stone snakes that attacked them to the side or completely smashing them into a pile of stones and falling to the ground. Just as they were about to attack Liliana, they suddenly found that Liliana's figure had disappeared in front of their eyes. Ding, dang, dang. At this time, a pleasant sound rang behind Xingjiang. Xingjiang, who instinctively felt the danger, didn't even think about it, and put her confinement ability behind her to protect herself. However, in the next moment, a huge force suddenly landed on the defensive wall formed by the confinement force outside her body, sending her body flying heavily. Captain! Xingjiang looked at the man and shouted in shock. She never thought that the first person to attack her would be her captain. Not good, it's an illusion. Hearing Xingjiang's voice, the man's face changed and said, "It's an illusion that was used on us through those sounds." That's right, this was the ability of the magic sword, Silver Master Craftsman, Magic Tune. Through the release of the true power of the incantation, the Silver Master Craftsman would play a beautiful sound in the process of waving the sword, forming a magic tune that would make the listener's heart flutter, weaken the listener's curse power, steal the listener's body, and create an illusion to affect the listener's vision. There are many kinds of magic tunes. Unless you completely blocked your hearing or destroyed your eardrums, there was no way to stop the magic tune from taking effect. Plop! Xingjiang, who was sent flying for a distance, fell heavily on the ground, and in the process of falling, the confinement ability formed outside her body completely collapsed. Xingjiang, be careful. Just when Xingjiang felt a little dizzy from the impact, the man's voice suddenly sounded. Sleep. Just when his voice fell, Liliana, who suddenly appeared beside Xingjiang, had already placed the Silver Master Craftsman sword on Xingjiang's body and said softly, as if responding to Liliana's words, Xingjiang, who originally wanted to focus on defense, closed his eyes and immediately fell asleep. Liliana took the Silver Master Craftsman's sword away from the unconscious Xingjiang's head and looked up at the man whose face had become very ugly. Then she stomped her feet and used a jumping magic to jump back in front of the man, and used her sword skills to fight with the man who had the body-strengthening ability. Of course, during this process, beautiful sounds continuously sounded from the Silver Master Craftsman's sword in Liliana's hand, forming a magic tune that affected the man's actions. After fighting like this for a few minutes, The man who was affected by the magic tuned, causing his mind to be in a mess, his attacks to become disorderly, and even his ability to use his ability was not smooth. He was covered in injuries and lying on the ground, unable to move. Miss Natale, please mobilize a few guard robots. I have 2 prisoners here to deal with. Liliana, who stepped back from the man, said softly. Okay. Bucky Lulu's voice sounded. Less than a minute after her voice left her mouth, 4 round guard robots quickly floated to Liliana's side. In groups of 2, they imprisoned Xingjiang, who had fainted from the curse, and the man, who was also paralyzed from the curse, before moving them in the direction of a shrine. Liliana, who watched the guard robots leave, did not stay in place for long. She continued to use her jumping magic to jump to the top of the buildings on both sides and search around for enemies on the same street. The Red Lotus Sacred Heaven Baji style, driven by Karen, was like a bright red stream of light, surrounding 3 men dressed as combatants from the Environment Province and launching an attack. The 3 men from the Environment Province were not to be outdone. They used their respective abilities to greet the Red Lotus Sacred Heaven Baji style. However, the speed of the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme styles was simply too fast. Before their attacks could land, the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme styles had already dodged their attacks and released beams of light at them. In just 2 or 3 rounds, the 3 combatants from the Environment Province were defeated by the Red Lotus Sacred Heaven Baji style. And the people who encountered the Red Lotus Sacred Heaven Baji style driven by Valletta and the Flying Phoenix Sacred Heaven Baji style driven by Zhou Xianlin had the same treatment as them. Hey, is there anyone free? My guy here is super hard to deal with. Who can help me? On a street, Kinori Sai, who was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, an orange sleeveless jacket, and denim shorts, supported a nitrogen armor around her to resist the attack of a ninja who was dressed in black with only a pair of eyes exposed. At the same time, she hurriedly used the 2nd-generation combat suit's communication system to send out a call for help. I'll do it, Ye's voice sounded. Chapter 1144. P.S. Thank you to Moonless God for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to novel fans Xiao, NX, and Nickfany for your tips. Let me do it. I'm closer to her, and I'm a little faster. After Ye's voice sounded, Karen, who had finished off the enemy in front of her, said on the communication channel. Then let's do it together, Yi replied with a smile. Okay. Karen nodded and reached out to push the control lever of the thruster to the top. Spurring the engine to the maximum output, she turned into a bright red light that could remain in the air and quickly flew toward Kinuhata Sai's coordinates that she got from Buggy Lulu. You black-clothed bastard. You're really annoying. Kinuhata Sai, who had used the defensive power of the nitrogen armor to block the enemy's attack and tried to counterattack but missed. The black-clothed ninja who had nimbly dodged Kinuhata Sai's attack did not reply. He formed a seal with both hands and said with a low voice, Unification Do. Following that, the black-clothed ninja once again appeared in front of Kinuhata Sai and punched towards her neck. Kinuhata Sai quickly raised her hand to block the attack. Bam! The 2 collided and Kinuhata Sai's body was sent flying. It hurts, you bastard. Kinuhata Sai, who fell heavily on the ground and rolled 2 more times, stood up and grumbled with a displeased expression. It hurts. But right after that, she felt an immense pain as if her bones were broken from her forearm that was directly hit and transmitted to her heart. Kinuhata Sai subconsciously cried out in pain. At this moment, the ninja once again rushed in front of Kinuhata Sai and threw a punch at her. Bam! Kinuhata Sai, who had hurriedly used her ability to form an armor and endured the pain as she crossed her arms in front of her body, was sent flying once again. Bastard! Once again, Kinuhata Sai fell to the ground and shouted with a face full of hatred. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from her body. You bastard, just stay there. Kinuhata Sai stretched her arm forward and said angrily. In the next moment, the black-clothed ninja, who originally wanted to move and dodge, suddenly stopped. He was restrained by an invisible force. Ah, compress! In the cry of silken favorite. The invisible air around the ninja in black suddenly became tight, squeezing his body inwards. He didn't want to be killed by this inexplicable attack, so he raised his hands in front of him and slowly formed 3-hand seals. In an instant, the figure of a ninja in black flashed. He disappeared from his original position. "Oomph, do you think you can escape?" Kinuhata Sai carefully sensed her surroundings. He said with a look of disdain. Just as Kinuhata Sai finished her words, a black shadow suddenly appeared from her shadow under the illumination of the surrounding street lights, forming a pitch-black curtain that enveloped Kinuhata Sai. "Humph." Kinuhata Sai lightly snorted. The nitrogen gas around him instantly expanded and blocked the unfolding shadow as if it was solid. Next, Kinuhata Sai tapped her foot and quickly retreated. However, the moment Kinuhata Sai's feet touched the ground, another shadow appeared beside her feet and formed a circle of imprisonment around Kinuhata Sai's feet and pulled her horizontally. Under the sudden pull, Kinuhata Sai immediately lost her balance and fell to the ground. At the same time, 4 to 5 pitch-black shadows wrapped around her body. Damn it! Looking at the pitch-black shadows, Kinuhata Sai quickly expanded the protective range of her nitrogen armor and blocked the shadows. She then stood up and used her nitrogen armor to create a protective passage while dodging the attacks of the shadows. Since you're using shadows as your medium of attack, I'll shrink my shadows to the lowest. Let's see how you're going to attack me then, said Kinuhata Sai hatefully. Then, she lifted her foot and stepped on the void in front of her. It was as if she was stepping on an invisible staircase, supporting her body. Then, she continued to step on it and continued to climb up into the sky. While Kinuhata Sai used the principle of a nitrogen armor to create a solid layer of nitrogen underneath her feet to climb towards the sky, her shadow that was cast on the ground by the illumination of the streetlights also shrunk rapidly until it was only the size of 2 to 3 fists. This feeling of power is great. Unfortunately, it's only temporary. Once the buff ends, it'll be gone. Feeling that she was high enough, Kinuhata Sai turned around and started to search for traces of the enemy as she muttered to herself. Forget it. As long as I continue to train, sooner or later I'll be able to smoothly advance to a LV5 Esper through normal means and obtain this power again. Now is the time to find this annoying bug. Kinuhata Sai shook her head and said. She then closed her eyes and concentrated on controlling the wandering nitrogen in the surrounding atmosphere. She made the nitrogen form her limbs and senses, searching around for the ninja in black who was completely hidden. At this moment, a streak of red light shot over from afar and stopped right beside Kinuhata Sai, revealing the Red Lotus Saintly Heavenly 8 Extreme style behind the figure. Where's the enemy? Karen asked through the communication system of her second-generation combat suit. I don't know. I'm looking for him. Kinuhata Sai replied in a depressed tone. He's hidden. Karen immediately understood the situation and pressed a button in the cockpit. The next second, the electronic eye on the Red Lotus Saint Heavenba Extreme Style's head lit up and a strange electronic wave spread out. This was the biological detection radar produced in the Leluxia world. However, due to various needs, the biological detection radar wasn't just a radar that detects biological waves. At the same time, it also had the function of an energy detection radar. In terms of its ability to search for the enemy, it was very powerful. Found him. Looking at the bright spots on the screen that represented the life forms, Karen's eyes lit up. Beside each life form's bright spot was the energy level information. Karen's eyes lit up and said in a low voice. Then, the Red Lotus Saint Heavenba Extreme Style's body turned slightly, raised its left hand, and aimed at a dark alley between the buildings and shot out a crimson energy beam. As soon as the beam shot out, a ninja in black with only a pair of eyes exposed quickly moved away. He probably didn't expect that his disguise would be seen through by a scientific player. Found him. As soon as he moved, Kinohata Sai, who had been controlling the nitrogen, opened her eyes and shouted, "Stop!" Kinohata Sai used one hand to block. A large amount of nitrogen gas drifting in the air swarmed towards the black shadow. Feeling the change in his surroundings, the ninja in black quickly took out a pitch-black bullet and threw it to the ground. Bang! A sound similar to the explosion of a bomb was heard. A flame quickly rose. The heat and energy of the explosion immediately disrupted the detection results of the Red Lotus St. Heavenba Extreme Styles radar. It seems ninjas in modern times are also very familiar with technological weapons. They know which strategy to use in which situation. At the same time, relying on the protection of the clothes made of special materials, the ninja, who was protected from the fire and explosion, quickly formed hand seals and disappeared along with the rising flame. He ran away. Karen, who carefully searched with the radar again, said regretfully, "What a troublesome little bug." Kinohata Sai said with a displeased expression, "Let's go. Let's see if there are any other fishes in the net." Karen controlled the Red Lotus St. Heavenba Extreme Styles body to turn around and said. Then, she once again turned into a crimson light and disappeared from Kinohata Sai's side. In an open space near the edge of Akakurino City, a huge pitch-black ball covered with countless lightning bolts stood on the ground. And inside the huge pitch-black ball, an artificial angel covered in lightning bolts expressionlessly controlled the surrounding lightning bolts to form a variety of attacks. It counterattacked the cold attacks that appeared from time to time and used the detection area formed by electronic signals to search for the enemy. This pitch-black ball was Gio's domain. Gio had used this opportunity to stop the artificial angel, allowing Tsuchimikado Eugene and Valtorai to break into the depths of Akino City. However, while he was trapping the artificial angel, he was also held back by the artificial angel. He had no choice but to fight the tricky artificial angel in a stalemate here. Bang! Boom! Gio's attack was once again broken by the artificial angel's lightning. I didn't expect a mere shinobi to be able to fight with me until now, Tsuchimikado Eugene said with a gloomy expression as he looked at Eriko, who was panting. Oomph! Eriko snorted as a reply. Red devil, blue devil, black devil, yellow devil. For devils, descend. Tsuchimikado Eugene crossed his hands into Kazuaki's sleeves and took out 2 paper talismans before throwing them at Eriko. As soon as his voice fell, the 4 pieces of paper abruptly exploded. The instant Eriko was forced to retreat from malevolent ghosts with sinister faces, a curved black horn on each of their heads, red, blue, black, and yellow skin, with only a rag wrapped around their waist, completely exposing their explosive muscles to the air, appeared in front of Eriko. Then, Yellow Ghost leaped in front of Eriko and swung his fist at her. Bang! Eriko hurriedly raised her katana to block the attack, but she was immediately sent flying by the astonishing power of Yellow Demon's fist amid a muffled thump. Whoosh! Next, Red Wraith opened his mouth wide, and 3 red-yellow fireballs shot towards Eriko like meteors. At the same time, Black Devil turned into a shadow and disappeared from the ground, while Blue Devil turned into a cloud of mist and shot at Eriko. This was a high-level ghost enslavement technique of Tsuchimikado, 4 devils. Among them, Yellow Devil was extremely strong and had a tough body. Black Devil was good at hiding his tracks and moved in the shadows. Blue Devil was unpredictable, and his body was entangled with illusions, making him difficult to kill. Red Devil had a fiery nature and was good at using fire techniques. Looking at the 3 red-hot fireballs that were rapidly approaching her, Eriko let out a low shout. A witch wearing a red and white witch uniform with a pine crane embroidered on the outside and holding a gold and silver fan in her hand instantly flew out from her body and transformed into an illusory entity. She gently waved the gold and silver fan in her hand, and a violent whirlwind instantly appeared in front of this, which collided with the fireballs. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and pale white energy smoke spread out. At this moment, the smoke billowed, and a large cloud of white mist suddenly wrapped around the witch, imprisoning her. Yellow Devil's large hand then slapped down, dispersing the white mist imprisoning the witch, but also blasting her into a cloud of smoke. Plop! Eriko landed lightly on the ground after removing the force from her body. But in the next moment, Black Devil's body appeared, and a pair of ghostly hands suddenly grabbed Eriko's feet. At the same time, Blue Devil, who had been reduced to a cloud of white mist by Yellow Devil's slap, once again charged at Eriko. "You're courting death." Eriko raised her eyebrows and shouted angrily. In an instant, a transparent ball quickly spread out with Eriko as the center, enveloping the black ghost who was shackling her feet, the blue ghost who had turned into a cloud, and the yellow ghost who was rushing over. A huge pentagonal circle immediately appeared under Eriko's feet, blooming with a holy white light. Under the illumination of the bright white light, the three devils let out a miserable cry. Eriko ignored them and directly slashed at Black Devil's body with the long blade covered in white flames, cutting it in half, and under the white flames attached to its body, it howled miserably and turned into nothingness. At the same time, a witch holding a brass bell and a wooden sail appeared in Eriko's domain, and waved the bell and wooden sail in their hands, smashing Yellow Devil and Blue Devil, turning them into nothingness and sealing them into the coin and bell. Heavenly Star Descent. Just when Eriko dealt with Yellow Devil, Black Devil, and Blue Devil, Tsuchimikado Eugene had already prepared the yin-yang technique. With a low shout, dozens of tiny light spots like stars immediately appeared in the sky above Tsuchimikado Eugene and Eriko's head, and then turned into a bright white light beam that was as thick as a finger and shot at Eriko. As the descendants of Abe Saimai, Tsuchimikado clan, in addition to Shikigami and ghost enslavement techniques, they also played with astronomy and calendar. Seeing the attack coming, the witch holding the bell and the time coin sail did not need Eriko's instructions, and spontaneously shook the sacrificial instruments in her hands, and then a huge defensive boundary instantly appeared around Eriko and the two witches, protecting them in the middle. Bang, 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 bang. Under the strong impact of the falling stars, the boundary shook violently as if it was about to break at any time. Chapter 1145. Seeing the barrier shaking violently under Tsuchimikado Yojine's attack, Eriko knew she couldn't just stand there. She took a deep breath and raised her blade to her side. Exerting force with her feet, her body suddenly turned into a white light and rushed towards Tsuchimikado Eugene. Flowing light. Seeing this, Tsuchimikado Eugene quickly pointed his finger in front of him. A mass of air instantly twisted. Following that, he took a step to the side. Eriko, who had just passed through the twisted air, appeared behind him, causing the attack that was supposed to land on Tsuchimikado Eugene to miss. Tsuchimikado Eugene, who had used the Tsuchimikado clan's secret technique to dodge Eriko's swift attack, casually turned around and waved his hand. A reddish-yellow fireball quickly shot towards Eriko's back. Eriko, who was still in a stiff state after using flowing light, clenched her teeth. An empty-handed half-body which figure protruded from her back. Her hands formed a yin-yang seal and unfolded a defensive barrier behind her. Boom! The fireball violently exploded when it collided with the barrier. After passing through the stiff state, Eriko turned around and slashed at Tsuchimikado Yojine's body. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out in an instant. The impact of the collision immediately dispersed the smoke formed by the explosion of the fireball. An upright tiger about 9 meters tall, wearing strange leather armor, appeared in front of Eriko's eyes. It was this tiger that used the curved blade in its hand to block Eriko's slash. Shikigami, Eriko said with a frown. That's right, Tsuchimikado Eugene affirmed with a light smile. Whoosh! At this time, Red Wraith, who hadn't been eliminated by Hui Li, opened his mouth and spat out 3 live fireballs. They shot towards Eriko like meteors. Oomph! Eriko coldly snorted. She pushed forward with her arms and borrowed the force of Tiger Shikigami's push and the force of her feet to leap back. She then summoned all the witch attendants. In an instant, 7 to 8 witches separated from Eriko's body. They were holding gold and silver fans, brass bells, wooden sails, empty-handed weapons, long swords, longbows, talismans, and mulberry branches. They were wearing red and white witches' costumes, and their faces were blurry. They jumped to the ground and launched attacks on Tsuchimikado Eugene, the tiger Shikigami he summoned, and red demon with blessings, devil-subduing techniques, cleansing spells, and devil-repelling techniques. That's another good way to split the stream. But I think the consumption of mental power and energy is not small. I just don't know how long you, a newcomer, can last. Seeing Eriko's shaman servant, Tsuchimikado Eugene waved his hand and released rat, cow, rabbit, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, pig, and other Shikigami. Then he said with a calm expression, 12 zodiac Shikigami. Eriko, who was approaching Tsuchimikado Eugene again, said with a slightly changed expression, unfortunately, there is no dragon soul. Tsuchimikado Eugene said regretfully. That was true, but the 11 Shikigami summoned with different fighting styles greatly hindered Eriko's attack on Tsuchimikado Eugene. She had no choice but to cooperate with the witch attendants she summoned to fight against the Shikigami. She also had to guard against the magical attacks of Tsuchimikado Eugene, who was protected in the center by the Shikigami. What a strange ability. Valtori, who looked like a defeated and downtrodden noble, was trying his best to control the energy in his body to resist the yin-yang grind while looking at Sei Ito with a gloomy gaze. Sei Ito shrugged and ignored Valtor's praise. It was a sarcastic remark. Justice. At this time, Valtor's expression turned solemn as he shouted very solemnly. In an instant, a strange energy fluctuation spread rapidly with Valtori as the center, forcing Sei Ito's domain away from his body and shrouding Sei Ito in the opposite direction. What is this? Sei Ito, who felt that his domain was being compressed, said with a frown. Under the power of justice, all enemies of the same level as me, or even slightly higher than me, cannot use their domain, and the power of both sides is forcibly sealed, changing the battle into a duel. Valtori, who moved his body, looked at Sei Ito and said lightly, what an overbearing ability. Feeling the strangeness of his body, Sei Ito sighed softly. I think this is probably the ultimate move of your night class. After all, in this state, except for the warriors of China, how many professions can have a close duel with you guys who specialize in magic? That's right. Valtori, who was wearing an energy-solidified armor and holding an energy-solidified knight's greatsword, said, but since it's called justice, what's with those things on your body? Don't the so-called justice of knights include yourselves? Sei Ito looked at Valtori with a sarcastic expression and said, this is a necessary armor for a knight in battle. It's not considered unfair, and now it's just a set of ordinary armor. Valtori said with a matter-of-fact look. In other words, they're no different from ordinary armor now? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes. Valtori nodded and confirmed. In that case, I'm relieved. Sei Ito, who got confirmation, chuckled. Valtori frowned and didn't know why Sei Ito was laughing. Come on. Sei Ito, who was in a shingy fist posture, waved at Valtori and said. Seeing Sei Ito's posture, Valtor's heart immediately sank. He felt that this justice might not bring him victory like before. Thinking of this, Valtori shook his head fiercely and threw those useless thoughts out of his mind. He concentrated on controlling his body, then suddenly stepped forward and launched an attack at Sei Ito. Seeing Valtor's attack coming, Sei Ito immediately stepped forward and inserted into Valtor's side. He sidestepped Valtor's greatsword and pushed Valtor's wrist with his left palm. Then he pulled Valtori back and bent his knee and raised his leg, together with his right palm. Sei Ito's palm landed on Valtor's chest. Bang! The collision between the knee and the armor immediately made a muffled sound. Oomph! At the same time, Valtori, who felt a strange vibration from his back, frowned and let out a muffled groan. Then, Valtori moved his shoulder and vigorously pushed Sei Ito's chest. Sei Ito immediately exhaled, pressed his chest tightly, and used the thrust of his palm that was still on Valtor's back to turn his body sideways. He brushed past Valtor's shoulder and avoided his impact. Afterward, Ito Sei immediately adjusted his body's center of gravity and quickly caught up with Valtori, who had just stood still after being pushed forward by him by 2 steps. At the same time, Ito Sei jumped up and kicked Valtor's helmeted face fiercely with a swing of his leg. Bang! The huge force instantly kicked Valtori out. Bang! After finishing the attack, Sei Ito landed lightly on the ground, then rushed toward Valtori again with a small step. In midair, Valtori forcibly turned his body, waved the long sword in his hand with both arms, and slashed at Sei Ito, who rushed in front of him. Sei Ito's body paused, and quickly turned 270 degrees with his left corner as the axis to avoid Valtor's attack. He reached out and grabbed Valtor's ankle, and with a gentle shake of his arm, he slammed Valtori to the ground like a sack. Bang! The violent impact made Valtori couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Spirit! Valtori, who was groaning, shouted, "I'm not afraid of pain. I'm not afraid of disaster. My will is as hard as steel." After the words fell, Valtor's momentum immediately changed and became tougher. This is the so-called Knight's Justice. You're lying to a fool. Seeing Valtor's change, Sei Ito muttered with a gloomy face. But thinking about it, it made sense. Since the so-called Justice was a knight-type skill, after so many years of inheritance, it was only natural that some knights would develop other skills that could be used under the Justice status. Otherwise, if they were to foolishly insist on the so-called Justice, they would have long been beaten up by others. Valtori, whose mental state had changed, climbed up from the ground like a monkey, roared, and launched a crazy attack at Sei Ito. Although Sei Ito was unhappy, his movements were not affected at all. Like a breeze, he strolled through Valtor's attacks and gradually integrated into Valtor's attack range, approaching Valtori. At this time, after dodging for a while, Sei Ito finally arrived in front of Valtori and punched Valtor's head. Bang! Valtori, whose head was hit, instantly swayed, but even so, Valtori did not forget his actions. He waved the knight's greatsword in his hand and attacked Sei Ito. Sei Ito jumped and lightly landed on the blade of Valtor's greatsword. Then he stretched out his foot and stepped on Valtor's wrist. A numb feeling instantly spread from Valtor's wrist, forcing him to subconsciously let go of his sword. 1,000-pound drop. Then, Sei Ito, who was standing on the sword with one foot, used all his strength to press down on the one foot standing on the sword. In an instant, Valtori, who felt that he could no longer hold the greatsword in his hand, was pushed to the ground by the heavy sword without even having the chance to react. Bang! In the next moment, Sei Ito kicked Valtor's helmet again and sent his strength into Valtor's mind like hitting a bull through a mountain. Then, Sei Ito, who felt that one kick was not enough, lifted his foot and fiercely stomped down again. Chapter 1146. Knight is worthy of being a meat shield class, really difficult to deal with. Sei Ito, who felt the special suppression power of justice fade away, looked at the fainted Valtori under his feet and curled his lips. Then he bent down and used the grappling hand technique to quickly dissipate the energy armor outside his body, revealing the linen clothes inside. He then removed all the joints of Valtor's body, completing his confinement work. After all, knights were a close combat profession. There was not much difference whether the energy in their bodies was sealed or not. As long as they wanted to, they could create trouble for others with their well-tempered bodies. It was far less effective than this method of directly cutting off their mobility. After removing all the joints of the fainted Valtori, Sei Ito put him into the Rubik's Cube world. Then Sei Ito, who straightened his body again, activated instant transmission and immediately disappeared from the place, reappearing at the place where Eriko and 2 Yumiman Eugene were fighting. At this time, Eriko's face was a little pale, and her forehead was covered with fine and crystal-clear sweat. She was panting while holding her sword, and her image was many times better than before. At least, it seemed that two Yumimin Eugene didn't consume too much energy. As for the witch servants and Shikigami that originally filled the battlefield, they had all disappeared, but from a semicircular dent on the ground that seemed to have been neatly cut by something, Eriko was likely to have used the antimatter grenade that Seito gave her in the battle. She actually used an antimatter grenade. Seito was surprised. However, the situation on the scene didn't allow Seito to think too much, so he immediately restrained his mind. He activated instant transmission and appeared behind two Yumimin Eugene, then used dragon-shaped Qigong to attack him. Bang! Two Yumimin Eugene, who couldn't dodge at all, had his clothes burst open, and a slender pale, white energy column instantly shot out from his chest. Seeing this, Eriko's eyes lit up. With a flash, he appeared in front of two Yumikes, who was spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He placed the long blade in his hand against two Yumike's neck. Seito, who was standing behind Tsuchimikado Yuzin, gave Eriko a faint smile and then immediately used his right hand to form a sword finger to tap on various major acupoints on Tsuchimikado Yuzin's body, leaving behind waves of energy, cutting off the energy circulation system in Tsuchimikado Yuzin's body. Mother, I will send you back first. Walking in front of two Yumikes, the 5 fingers of his left hand bent into a claw. Seito said as he used the Yin-Yang 5-element seal to completely seal Tsuchimikado Yojine's dantian. Okay. Eriko nodded. She knew that she wasn't in the right state to fight. Seeing that Eriko had agreed, Seito didn't say anything else. He placed his hands on Eriko's and two Yumike's shoulders and used instant transmission to send them back to the shrine. Then, Seito's figure flashed again, and he appeared where the artificial angel and Jio were. Thunder in the sky, become the weapon in my hand. Punish the sinner. Looking at the pitch-black ball covered in lightning, Jio Ito looked at it. Ito-sei raised his finger to the sphere and chanted the power of the spirit of words. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick bolt of lightning instantly shot out from the clear sky, striking the huge pitch-black ball in a straight line. Boom! Amidst the deafening sound, the pitch-black sphere that had been struck by the lightning began to tremble violently. Then, it abruptly shrank back until it finally revealed the sinister-looking Jiolai, who was dressed in black. Seeing Jio Ito appear, the artificial angel didn't stop and immediately got up. The ocean-like blue lightning shot towards Jio Ito. Jio didn't say anything. At the same time, he didn't move at all. A huge black curtain appeared in front of him and blocked all of the lightning. Seeing this, Seito immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared next to Jio Ito. He slashed down with the celestial clouds that suddenly appeared in his hand. Jio Ito seemed to have sensed something. A new Jio Ito appeared behind Seito. While watching the celestial clouds slash the original Jio Ito, a pitch-black long blade shot towards Seito's body. Dark energy or shadow? Seito frowned after dodging Jio Ito's attack with instant transmission. To verify his guess, Seito moved in front of Jio Ito again and slashed at him. Just as Jio Ito was about to use his ability to block, a white ball that emitted intense light like the sun appeared in Seito's left hand. It illuminated Seito and Jio Ito's surroundings. Under the illumination of this light, Jio Ito's counterattack paused for a moment but didn't disappear in the light. Dark energy. After confirming his guess, Seito felt the sensation of hitting something with the celestial clouds in his hand. PFFF, blood spurted out from the long wound on Jio Ito's chest caused by celestial clouds. At the same time, the artificial angel immediately controlled the surrounding lightning to shoot towards Jio Ito's body. Sensing the danger, Jio Ito instinctively wanted to use dark energy to defend. However, Seito's arm landed on his shoulder and released a large amount of lightning. Jio Ito let out a painful groan as lightning flashed all over his body. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. At this moment, the artificial angel's attack finally landed on Gyo-Ito's body. The sharp lightning arrows instantly pierced through Gyo-Ito's limbs and once again increased his damage. Gyo-Ito endured the pain and numbness as he tried his best to use the energy in his body to create a defensive barrier around his body. In an instant, a large amount of black mist emerged from Gyo-Ito's body. However, before the mist could condense, it would dissipate under Ito's lightning attacks. It couldn't form the defensive barrier that Gyo-Ito wanted at all. On the other hand, the dark energy in his body had an obvious effect because they were separated by a layer of flesh. It became a defensive barrier and lessened Gyo-Ito's pain. Then, Gyo, whose pain had been relieved, threw a punch at Ito-sei. Ito let go his right hand and let celestial clouds fall to the ground. At the same time, he raised his hand and blocked Gyo-Ito's punch. At the same time, the artificial angel flew behind Gyo-Ito and pointed at the medulla oblongata at the back of Gyo-Ito's head and body to launch an attack. Ugh! Gyo-Ito's expression froze as he let out a low groan. Then, Ito and the artificial angel moved at the same time. The moment Ito moved his hand away from Gyo-Ito's shoulder, the artificial angel's hand landed on Gyo-Ito's spine and used electrical energy to attack Gyo-Ito's spine. This affected Gyo-Ito's entire body. Ito raised his sword finger again and tapped on various major acupuncture points on Gyo-Ito's body. He also left waves of energy in Gyo-Ito's body to destroy the energy circulation system. Plop! 2 seconds later, Gyo-Ito's nerves were messed up and he could no longer control his body. He fell to the ground like a vegetable. Pa! Ito-sei raised his foot and kicked Gyo, who was no different from an ordinary person, until she fainted. Ito used the tip of his foot to pick Gyo up from the ground and said to the artificial angel, "You can go." The artificial angel did not reply. It opened its energy wings and flew back into the sky to continue protecting the safety of Akito City. Ito-sei, who stayed in the same place, summoned Valtteri, who was also unconscious, and carried him back to the shrine in an instant. Plop! Ito threw the two of them to the ground next to Tsuchimikado Eugene. "Tell me your conditions. What do you want for you to let us go?" Due to his internal injuries and the fact that there was a seal in his body that prevented him from recovering, Tsuchimikado Yuzen's face was pale as he spoke in a straightforward manner. "You don't really think that I will let you go as long as you pay the price, do you?" Ito looked at Tsuchimikado Eugene with a mocking expression and said, "How can there be such a good thing in this world? So what if you don't let us go? Although I kept tonight's operation a secret to a certain extent, it doesn't mean that no one knows that I came here. If we don't go for a long time, you should know the consequences." Tsuchimikado Eugene's expression changed as he said in a deep voice, "Of course, it's nothing more than revenge from the remaining guys and the British side." Ito shrugged and then looked at Tsuchimikado Eugene calmly and said, "But did I say that I won't let you go? What do you want?" Tsuchimikado Eugene asked in an unfriendly tone. "It seems like you already know how I will treat you." Ito looked at Tsuchimikado Eugene with interest. "Don't push people too far. It's better to leave a way out." Tsuchimikado Eugene said with a gloomy expression. "Leave a way out? I don't know if you will leave a way out if we lose tonight. I don't think so. You who have lived for so many years should understand this better than me." Ito sneered. "So, as long as you make a soul oath and sincerely pledge your loyalty to me from now on, then pretend to take some ransom from you, you can naturally go back." Ito changed into a more comfortable position and said faintly, "What if I don't swear?" Tsuchimikado Eugene said gloomily, "Then I will naturally not be polite to you. I am also very proficient in the method of extracting souls and refining talismans to control people." Ito replied with a smile. "Okay, I swear." Tsuchimikado Eugene's expression changed rapidly a few times. He had not lived enough in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he said with a gloomy face. Chapter 1147. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. I, Tsumimin Yojin, swear to my own soul that I will wholeheartedly serve the person in front of me. Seik Ito. If I go against... Tsutomayaman Yojin raised his skinny arm and pressed it against his chest. His expression was solemn as he swore in a deep voice. In addition, under no circumstances will you harm me, my family, and friends in any open, dark, direct, or indirect way. Just as Tsutomayaman Yojin was about to complete his oath, Sei Ito suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted him. Tsutomayaman Yojin's expression quickly changed a few times when he heard this. Soon after, he couldn't help but lightly sigh and open his mouth again to recite the great soul oath. I, Tsutomayaman Yojin, swear to my own soul that I will wholeheartedly serve the person in front of me. Sei Ito. Under no circumstances will I harm Sei Ito, his family, and friends in any open, dark, direct, or indirect way. If I go against this oath, you will suffer the evil of being burned by the fire of the heart. Sei Ito said indifferently. If I go against this oath, I will suffer the evil of being burned by the fire of the heart. Tsutomayaman Yojin repeated with an extremely unsightly expression. As soon as his voice fell, a mysterious fluctuation instantly descended upon Tsutomayaman Yojin's body. Very good. Feeling the fluctuation, Sei Ito said with a smile. Then he stood up and walked in front of Tsutomayaman Yojin. He patted his shoulder and sent a wave of power into Tsutomayaman Yojin's body, removing the seal within his body. As for the seal in your dantian, wait until I get the so-called compensation before I remove it. After a few seconds, Sei Ito said indifferently as he withdrew his arm. As a piece of meat, Tsutomayaman Yojin didn't say anything and silently agreed with Sei Ito's decision. He then looked at Sei Ito, who was walking in front of the unconscious Valtori and Gio, with a mocking gaze, waiting for him to act. Sei Ito seemed to have sensed something as he suddenly turned his head to look at Tsutomayaman Yojin and asked, "Do you know why you are the only one who is awake and the other two are unconscious?" Then, without waiting for him to reply, his gaze fell back on Valtori and Gio as he continued. Apart from the fact that your power is easier to seal, it is also because you're the most likely to make the Great Soul Oath out of the three of you. Hearing this, Tsutomayaman Yojin's face became extremely unsightly. Ido Kanari's words were very obvious. He was implying that Tokumon Eugene had no loyalty. Afraid of death, he did not want Gio and Valtori to give their hearts and minds to their respective royal families. Even if they died, they wouldn't be loyal to the enemy. After that, Ito-sei ignored Tsuchimikado Eugene on the side. He shook his hand, and two pieces of yellow paper with red cinnabar patterns on the surface appeared between his fingers. Then he made a gesture with one hand. He then activated the two talismans and threw them at Valtori and Gio. In an instant, the two activated talismans were still burning into two drifting flames. They sank into Valtori and Gio's foreheads. Then, Ito-sei shook his hand again, and two talismans with different patterns appeared between his fingers. He squatted down between Valtori and Gio. His left palm quickly patted each of their chests, and a small drop of blood, exuding a pure energy fluctuation, immediately seeped out from the skin of their chests, and was pulled by an invisible force into the talisman paper thrown by Ito-sei. A misty light immediately spread out from the talisman paper. These two drops of blood that exuded a pure energy fluctuation were the condensed heart blood essence of the cultivator. Seeing this, Ito-sei quickly made a strange gesture with both hands and murmured an unknown spell in his mouth. After a short moment, a golden light flashed from the talismans, and the two talismans returned to their normal appearance. They floated back into Sei Ito's hands. You can contact the imperial family and your subordinates to prepare the ransom. Ito-sei put away the talisman paper, stained with Valtorii and Gio's blood essence. He grabbed Valtorii and Gio's collars and stood up while speaking to Tsuchimimin Yushin. "What do you want?" Tsutomayaman Yojin asked with a clear understanding of the situation. "Naturally, it's the good stuff in your hands." Ito said with a smile. I can't let your value go to waste, right? Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if the outside world knew. After saying that, Ito left the room with Valtori and Gio and entered the Rubik's Cube world. Plop! Ito threw Valtori and Gio on the ground and then connected to the energy in the void with his mind. With the powerful will and spiritual power of more than 8 billion people in the Rubik's Cube world, he began to hypnotize, brainwash, and modify the memories of Valtori and Gio, who had reached S rank and had perfect spiritual will. On the other side, after 10 hours of high-speed flight, Ito finally arrived at the origin of the monster incident, the sky above the uninhabited island in the British Pacific Ocean. A pitch-black cloud emitting evil energy instantly entered Ito's eyes. Ito, who was hovering in the sky, carefully observed the dark clouds below. He flipped his hand and took out 3 sapphire magic conductors that were equipped with rainbow cannons. He picked up one of them and gently flicked it with his finger. Under Ito's finger force, the sapphire magic device flew down for about 10 meters before slowly coming to a stop. Activate. Along with the electronic sound, the sapphire magic device immediately exploded with a powerful energy wave. Then, the sapphire magic device transformed into the image of an Azra ship that was 23 meters long and 40 centimeters wide. Coordinates calculated, coordinates determined, distance determined. The magic device slowly adjusted the direction of the ship's hovering position until the muzzle of the cannon was finally aimed at the coordinates that had been inputted in its program. Clear lock canceled. Launch reels safety confirmed. Weapon control lifted. 3 magic circles, 1 small, 1 large, and 1 small, appeared in front of the ship. Clear go. A large number of lights gathered in the center of the magic halo, like fireflies returning to their nest. They only stopped when they formed a huge ball of light that exuded a powerful energy wave. Fire. The electronic sound faded. The energy ball that had been stored for a long time was instantly ejected, forming a thick energy beam that flew straight in the direction of the target. Whoosh! The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the black cloud that was blocking the cannon's path. The shockwave formed by the energy beam immediately tore a huge hole in the cloud layer, exposing the densely packed monsters below the cloud layer. After flying for a distance, the rainbow light cannon finally collided with a monster that didn't open its eyes. In an instant, a weak sound was heard, and a black hole formed by the distortion of space appeared and expanded at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to more than 10 kilometers wide. It emitted a powerful suction and annihilation force, swallowing all the monsters in the vicinity into the black hole and annihilating them into piles of dust. They completely disappeared. It was worth mentioning. Ito was currently at an altitude of 20,000 meters above the sea surface, which was about 20 kilometers. The rainbow light cannon's position was not far from him, which was also about 20 kilometers above the sea surface. But the flying monsters were in a position about 12 kilometers above the sea surface. In other words, this rainbow light cannon's range of effect of more than 10 kilometers directly included a portion of the monsters on the ground. Therefore, after the rainbow light cannon's attack ended, a large empty area appeared in Ito's line of sight. At this moment, a scarlet energy beam flew out from the uninhabited island that had revealed most of its appearance and directly bombarded the rainbow light cannon that had just finished releasing on the magic device that was in the process of depressing. Boom! The magic device violently exploded and turned into a ball of fire burning in the sky. It's the beam attack of the S-Class expert that seriously injured me last time and then destroyed half of the world. Seeing that beam, Ito narrowed his eyes and thought, I didn't expect that the opponent's attack could actually reach here in one go. What an exaggerated attack range. Thinking in his heart, Ito once again threw a sapphire magic device beside him and activated it into an active state. However, In order to prevent the attack from being destroyed by the opponent before it was shot out, Seito opened the magic device to adjust the coordinates. At the same time, he used his mind to summon a middle-style magic formation under his feet and unfolded an energy-shielding barrier, wrapping himself and the magic device together. Seito carefully maintained the existence of the barrier and prepared for the opponent's attack that could be launched at any time. He didn't know if his energy-shielding barrier was set up too well, or because the position at this time was too far from the ground, the opponent's perception couldn't reach here. After more than half a minute, the energy of the rainbow light cannon was fully charged, but he didn't see any movement from the opponent. Seeing this, Seito breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retracted the energy-shielding barrier. Almost at the same time, the magic device immediately launched the energy of the rainbow light cannon that had accumulated in front of it. The thick beam of light flew straight to the uninhabited island where the monster incident occurred. At the same time, the scarlet beam of light once again flew out and met the beam of the rainbow light cannon. In the next second, the two powerful beams of light fiercely collided with each other. The rainbow light cannon that collided with the scarlet beam of light immediately exploded and formed a spatial distortion black hole that rapidly expanded. And because the previous shot had cleared the nearby monsters, the rainbow light cannon that wasn't blocked by monsters traveled a lot further than the previous shot. Therefore, the spatial distortion black hole formed by this shot was a lot closer to the uninhabited island. It even directly came into contact with the uninhabited island and annihilated it. Seito didn't care about the result on that side. He activated the third magic device in his hand, which was also the last sapphire magic device that Seito's real body had left behind before he left. He let it enter a state of charging, so that the instant the rainbow light cannon's attack ended, he could launch a new attack. 2 minutes later, the rainbow light cannon's attack ended. Then, the already prepared new rainbow light cannon was launched again while Seito was observing the terrifying multi-eyed monster that emerged from the uninhabited island. That multi-eyed monster exploded with a roar, and a scarlet beam of light flew out from its eyes to meet the rainbow light cannon. Clearly, the terror that had previously heavily injured him and destroyed half of the S-rank experts of the various countries was released by this monster. Amidst the soft sound, the rainbow light cannon that had flown an unknown distance exploded. The enormous spatial distortion black hole that it formed not only completely enveloped the uninhabited island with the monster, but also swallowed some of the surrounding sea. And with the might of the rainbow light cannon, as the starting point of everything, the island definitely wouldn't be left behind. In other words, the source of the monster was cut off. It's finally over. In the future, as long as we deal with the possible difficulties from the various countries, Akakuruno City can be considered to have officially risen and barely become a world first-class power. Seito, who also understood the importance of the island, lightly sighed. Seito dared to be certain that everything he did here was captured by the high-definition spy satellite and constantly transmitted to the various countries' upper echelons and related ability users. They would definitely covet something like the rainbow light cannon. Whoosh! 2 minutes later, following the end of the rainbow light cannon's attack, the familiar scarlet beam once again flew out and smashed the magic device that had just completed its attack into pieces. As expected, a monster, it actually survived the spatial distortion black hole created by the rainbow light cannon. Seito, who was holding the magic device that he had put away after completing the second rainbow light cannon, narrowed his eyes and looked down at the monster that was covered in blood. Most of the eyes on the surface of its body were closed, leaving only the eyes on its head and some eyes in the corners of its abdomen open. At this time, a somewhat pale and battered man suddenly appeared on the back of the monster. With a ferocious face, he looked up at Seito in the sky. It's actually him. Seito, who used the enhanced vision and long-range image gathering magic, gasped in surprise after seeing the man's face clearly. This man was the original head commander of the Knights of the Round Table, who had caused all of this trouble. Adam Hill. Eastham, kill him. Adam Hill gritted his teeth and ordered, "Roar!" The monster named Eastham let out a thunderous roar and charged into the sky. Unfortunately, this isn't his real body right now. Otherwise, I would be able to use it and have a good fight with this monster that is obviously beyond S rank. Ita Saigaku thought to himself as he looked at the monster that was rushing towards him. After that, he used instant transmission to send the monster to a higher place in the sky. Ita Saigaku thought to himself. Ita Saigaku used Flying Thunder God spell on the sapphire magic device in his hand, then used instant transmission to send the monster to a higher place. After all of this was done, Sei Ito turned around and rushed towards a monster. Chapter 1148. Asterisk Whoosh. Asterisk Eastham's eyes glowed as it shot out two thick scarlet beams of light at Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who was flying down, summoned a huge spatial tunnel in front of him and swallowed the two beams of light. Then the tunnel shifted to the other side and spat them out. Then Sei Ito, who had retracted the spatial tunnel, clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the empty space in front of him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk accompanied by a violent roar. A thick, bright, white thunderbolt instantly shot out from a huge middle-style magic formation that appeared where Sei Ito's fist landed. The thunderbolt crashed down on Eastham. Eastham let out a beastly roar, opened his bloody mouth, and swallowed the thunderbolts that were shooting at him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a violent, muffled sound came from Eastham's abdomen. "It's you. It's you, despicable worm, who ruined my plan again." At this time, Adam Hill, who was close enough to see Sei Ito's face clearly, shouted angrily. "I didn't expect that a Knight of the Round Table would do such a thing." Sei Ito sneered as he summoned several thunderballs in front of him and shot them at Adam Hill one by one. Eastham leaped to the side and dodged the thunderbolts with Adam Hill, who was riding on its back. Then it stomped on the empty space with its hind legs and pounced at Sei Ito at a speed far beyond the speed of sound. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, it wasn't until Eastham had run for a while that the sound of the sonic explosion finally rang out. Lightning flint. Seeing Eastham's explosive speed, Sei Ito's body suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and shot to the side. Then, he drew an X in the air and rushed to Eastham's side from the side. Then, he revealed himself and punched out. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the violent impact of Sei Ito's monster-strength fist made a loud bang on Eastham's body. Eastham's body swayed slightly. Then, as if nothing had happened, it swung its scorpion-like black tail that emitted a strange fragrance toward Sei Ito. Sei Ito's figure flashed and dodged the tail's attack. He appeared behind Adam Hill, who was on Eastham's back, and kicked out. "Oomph." Adam Hill coldly snorted. He turned around and punched back. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, amidst the violent, muffled sound, Ito-Sei's body quickly retreated 2 steps, facing Eastham's tail that was once again whipped towards him. Adam Hill, who collided with Sei, felt a pain in his arm, and his body couldn't help but tilt his body to the side. But he immediately steadied himself and raised his arm and pointed his arm and pointed. Then, he released a blast of energy toward Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who was pincered from the front and back, disappeared from Eastham and Adam Hill's pincer attack and appeared above Eastham. He swung his arms downwards and once again released a large version of Thor's shock break towards Eastham. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the thick, bright, white lightning struck down towards Eastham. Because the lightning was too fast, Eastham, who couldn't dodge, spread out his black body, forming a solid barrier that blocked the lightning. As expected, ordinary attacks won't have much effect on them. Sei Ito thought to himself as he released his spiritual energy and energy from his body and combined it with the rich and slightly violent world's essence chi in the surroundings to form his Dharma idol. Then, with a thought, he established a connection with the sapphire magic device that he had sent out with Blink. All day, understood. High up in the sky, the sapphire magic device flashed slightly and abruptly replied. Then a burst of energy instantly erupted from the magic device, and the sapphire magic device once again entered into a state of activation, turning into the appearance of a small Azra ship. Then, the magic device adjusted its direction on its own, and 3 magic rings, one small, one large, and one small, unfolded in front of it and began to rapidly accumulate the energy of the rainbow cannon. Adam Hill, who was sitting on the giant beast Eastum and recuperating while guarding against Sei Ito's attacks from time to time, frowned and raised his head to look at the sky above. Being distracted during a battle is a big taboo. Night Adam. Even though Ito-Sei knew that his body was completely protected by the black gas released by Eastum, and his attacks were basically useless, he still persisted in launching a powerful attack on Eastum and Adam Hill, who was on Eastum's back. Adam Hill ignored Sei Ito's ridicule and only stared at the sky with his brows tightly knitted. Sei Ito, who knew that Adam Hill had sensed something, didn't dare to hesitate and immediately controlled his Dharma idol to gather the world's essence chi in the surroundings. Forming a layer of energy shield outside his body, he stretched out his arms as if he was competing with a giant beast and fiercely hugged Eastum. Eastum, who was unwilling to lose, roared loudly, and sharp scarlet light beams shot out from its eyes. At the same time, it attacked Sei Ito with its big mouth, full of corrosive aura and sharp front claws. But Sei Ito completely ignored it. He just hugged Eastum tightly and controlled the surrounding world's essence chi to form a shackle on Eastum. Not good. At this time, Adam Hill's face suddenly changed, and he cried out in alarm. But he was still a step too late. The magic device that had already finished accumulating energy directly shot a powerful rainbow cannon at Sei Ito's location, with Sei Ito as the coordinate. Almost in the blink of an eye, the rainbow cannon that had flown behind Sei Ito hit Sei Ito's body accurately, and then with a soft sizzle sound, the rainbow cannon exploded, forming a distorted black hole that rapidly expanded. "You despicable insect! Damn you!" Adam Hill, who once again felt the destructive power of the distorted black hole, roared furiously. But even though he was roaring, he didn't want to die just like that. So, he hurriedly ordered Eastum, who was sitting on him, to activate an energy barrier to protect himself. Sizzle, under the illumination of the distorted black hole, the energy barrier that Eastum had activated shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, under the energy emitted from Eastum's body, the energy barrier became firm again. And after holding on for less than a second, it continued to shatter, repair, and shatter. During this process of shattering, repairing, and shattering, the originally powerful Eastum was weakening at a noticeable rate. "Ha, enjoy it." Sei Ito, who was quickly annihilated into nothingness under the power of the distorted black hole, laughed loudly. The moment Ito-Sei's doppelganger was annihilated, far away in Akakarino City, Ito-Sei left a doppelganger behind to continue the work. His main body appeared in the main world and received the memories sent back by his doppelganger. Since the brainwashing project was a time-consuming work, and the other party was an S-rank expert with almost perfect mental strength, it was unknown how long it would take to finish. Adam Hill and the behemoth. "Interesting," Shifeng said as he narrowed his eyes. After saying this, Ito-Sei's figure flashed, instantly disappearing from the room and reappearing beside the magic device that Ito-Sei's shadow doppelganger had left in the sky. However, at this time, the magic device had long since been damaged due to the pressure of the rainbow cannon's continuous firing. Streaks of electricity danced on the surface of the small Azra warship, which was now covered in cracks. Sei Ito pressed down on the magic device with one hand and put it away with a thought, allowing it to enter a self-repairing state to repair the damage. He then took out Divine Sword Celestial Clouds with a flip of his hand and rushed toward Eastum, who was still under the attack of the rainbow cannon. Celestial Clouds, devour the power of this authority. While rapidly descending, Sei Ito activated the White Horse Authority, which contained the power of Sunfire, and had Celestial Clouds devour and copy it. "Yes," Celestial Clouds replied in Sei Ito's mind. Half a minute later, Seito flew to the edge of the rainbow cannon's area of effect and hovered there, waiting for the rainbow cannon's effect to disappear. After waiting for another minute or so, the distorted black hole formed by the prismatic light cannon instantly shrank into a single point. Then, it disappeared like a bubble, exposing Eastham and Adam Hill on its back, who were in a very sorry state and had a weak aura. Seeing that his target had appeared, Seito did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated Blink and appeared behind Azra Warship. He swung the celestial clouds in his hand, which was abruptly covered in blazing white holy flames, and slashed at Adam Hill. Puff! In an instant, a soft sound rang out. Adam Hill, whose face was filled with shock and unwillingness, was immediately cut in half by celestial clouds' slash. The blazing white flames on its body burned it into a cloud of black ash, and it dissipated with the airflow high up in the sky. Roar! As if it had sensed the disappearance of its master, Azra Warship raised its head and let out a sorrowful roar. Seito, however, did not care what Azra Warship did. He directly landed on its body, flipped the celestial clouds with the sun's fire around, and viciously stabbed at Azra Warship's body with the tip of the blade. Puff! As a demigod weapon, the sharp blade of the celestial clouds easily cut through Azra Warship's flesh and sank deep into its body. In an instant, the sacred sun's fire attached to the celestial clouds, which was specially used to exterminate great sinners, rapidly spread out and began to burn Azra Warship's body. Roar! Azra Warship, who felt the burning pain, raised its head and let out a miserable roar. Then, it turned around and rushed down toward the sea below. At the same time, it unleashed the remaining energy in its body to resist the burning flames. O thunder in the sky, become the sacred sword of judgment and punish the monster under my feet with death. Seito, who was holding the blade tightly and following Azra Warship's descent, chanted and activated Mercado's Sky God authority. Boom! Almost immediately after the words left his mouth, a thick bolt of lightning shot down from the sky and landed directly on Azra Warship's body. Roar! Azra Warship, whose black energy mist had mostly dissipated, once again let out a painful howl. Boom! As soon as the first bolt of lightning landed, under the influence of Seito's will, another thick bolt of lightning landed on Azra Warship's body. Then a third, a fourth, a fifth. It looked like it would not stop until Azra Warship was dead. Chapter 1149. Under the bombardment of the powerful thunderbolts summoned by the authority, even someone as strong as Eastham was quickly charred black, emitting a strange smell of meat. But even so, Eastham, with his strong vitality, still managed to resist the attack of the thunderbolts. He finally landed on the surface of the sea and plunged into the water. Boom! The thunderbolts that followed after him struck the sea, creating a huge splash. At this time, Seito, who temporarily had no power to use, moved his mind. A unique power of the domain instantly spread out from Seito and enveloped the giant beast Eastham. Then, Seito moved his mind and a huge Taoist Dharma idol wrapped around Eastham's body. Die, you beast! Because of the existence of the Dharma idol, Seito, who was of the same size as Eastham, swung the divine blade celestial clouds that was also enlarged and slashed towards Eastham. Roar! Eastham roared in a weak voice. At the same time, he forced himself to stay alert and fight against the guy who killed his master. For Seito, other than Eastham's sharp eyes and the possible poison on its tail that he needed to be careful of, the only thing that gave him a headache was its impenetrable hard skin. But now, other than the eyes on Eastham's head and some parts of its body that were relatively undamaged, the rest of its body had already been destroyed in the process of defending against the rainbow beam cannon. As for its hard skin, it was restrained by the divine blade, celestial clouds, so it had almost no advantage. In addition, it was heavily injured and was no match for Seito, who was strong in close combat. In just a short while, it was covered in wounds. It's about time to send you on your way. Ito, who had taken a step back, looked at Eastham, who was completely blinded. Eastham, whose limbs were slightly twitching and body trembling, exuded an extremely weak aura, said. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he once again stepped towards Eastham, who had no strength to resist or dodge, and swung the divine blade at Eastham's neck. Puff! With a muffled sound, Eastham's enormous head was quickly separated from its body. After chopping off Eastham's head, Ito turned around and thrust his celestial cloud's sword into the huge wound on Eastham's head. Still not dead, Ito, who could still feel the life aura from Eastham's head, frowned. With that thought in mind, Ito threw Eastham's head into the air with his katana. Then, he quickly waved his celestial clouds to destroy Eastham's head. Ding! Accompanied by a soft sound, a pitch-black spherical crystal instantly flew out from Eastham's completely destroyed head. Ito took it into his hand. The legendary magical beast's core? Ito looked at the ink-colored crystal ball in his hand and guessed inexplicably. However, with the appearance of this crystal ball, Ito indeed felt that Eastham's aura had completely disappeared from its body. Seeing this, Ito moved his mind and put Eastham's body into the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, what is this? Ito, who still maintained his Dharma form, asked as he fiddled with the black crystal ball in his hand. Mental crystal, the product of highly purified mental energy. Is that so? Does that mean that? I also have this in my head. Ito asked with interest. Yes. However, because the host did not godize the mental crystal in his body, it still exists in the space of consciousness and cannot form the crystal in the host's hand. Ito's expression changed slightly. He asked in a serious tone, "You mean this thing in my hand should have undergone preliminary godization?" "Yes." "Does that mean that this thing can also retain the consciousness and soul of its original owner?" Ito, who had only seen the godhead once, asked in a deep voice. He had seen the evil god's possession of the body. "Yes." "How do I destroy this thing?" Ito, who was no longer in the mood to keep this scourge around, asked. "The flame of spirit can destroy it. Tell me how to use the flame of spirit," Ito ordered. In the next moment, a mental message quickly flowed into Ito's mind, transmitting the so-called method of using the flame of spirit to Ito. The so-called flame of spirit was a special flame produced by the rapid friction of spirit through a special process. In terms of its nature, it was somewhat similar to the divine fire created by the power of faith, so it could be used to destroy special substances like godheads. However, the disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of spirit. As for how much, Ito, who had not tried it yet, did not know. Just as Ito was about to put away Ishtram's mental crystal, a huge amount of world force suddenly appeared above his head and poured into Ito's body like an hourglass. At the same time, an inexplicable feeling suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. This feeling, after carefully feeling this feeling, Ito's expression changed. He quickly waved his hand and set up layers of powerful defensive boundaries around his body. Then, he withdrew his Dharma idol and sat cross-legged in the sea. Fortunately, a great battle had just taken place here, so Ishtram's powerful aura still remained. Therefore, for the time being, no monsters appeared in the vicinity, which made Ito feel a lot more at ease. More than 20 minutes later, the world force in the sky, which was rewarded for destroying the island, destroying the alternate space channel, and killing the source of all the incidents in Ishtram, finally finished pouring in. But even so, Ito still did not come out of his meditative state. He continued to sit there in a cross-legged posture. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days later, just as Ishtram's aura gradually dissipated and the other monsters in this world swam towards the vicinity, Ito, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. A mysterious and wonderful aura instantly erupted from his body. Ito stretched out his hand and drew a line in front of him. An inexplicable wave immediately spread out in the sea. Then, The surrounding monsters that were about to come over exploded into clouds of blood mist with loud bangs, as if they had swallowed a high-explosive bomb. The nearby sea water was dyed red. Is this the so-called legendary stage? Seito turned his head to look at the attack effect caused by the detonation of the surrounding water elements with a flick of his finger and murmured, "Legendary. Let's see who dares to cause trouble for me now." Seito withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "But I didn't expect the reward this time to be so generous. In addition to the world force, it's like a reward for helping people cultivate. Really, after thinking about it." Seito shook his head slightly and sighed. His figure flashed and reappeared in the sky. "Consider it my return gift to you after advancing to legendary." Seito whispered to himself as he looked at the monsters that filled the sky again. Then he stretched out his hand and drew a line in front of him. A pitch-black rift that exuded strong spatial fluctuations instantly appeared in front of Seito. Then, without seeing him do anything, the rift that had just appeared suddenly opened up like a big mouth, revealing the dark and distorted world inside. It rapidly sucked in the monsters in the sky. After that, Seito didn't even look at the spatial rift that he had created. He turned around and began to create spatial rifts with a powerful suction effect in other places in the same way, sucking in the surrounding monsters. In this way, while familiarizing himself with his strength, Seito, who created spatial rifts, quickly created a large number of spatial rifts around the destroyed, uninhabited island and cleaned up the monsters in the area of the uninhabited island. Until he felt that it was about time, he stopped and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Akakuruno City. "You're finally back." Seeing Seito suddenly appear in front of him, Tsuchimikado Eugene breathed a sigh of relief. "What's the matter?" Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. "The British side is very concerned about Valtor's disappearance. They want us to find Mr. Valtor immediately and send him to the consulate," Tsuchimikado Eugene explained. "That's it." Seito glanced at Tsuchimikado Eugene and said, "My subordinates sent an urgent report. Tokyo's defense line is now in danger, and they want me to help." Tsuchimikado Eugene replied directly. "How is the ransom preparation?" Seito, who sat down, asked. "It's already being prepared, but because of what happened just now, it can't be delivered for the time being," Tsuchimikado Eugene said. Seito nodded, stood up again, and walked to Tsuchimikado Eugene's side. He waved his hand and patted Tsuchimikado Eugene's dantian on his abdomen. Releasing the yin-yang 5-element seal, he sat there. As soon as the seal was released, Tsuchimikado Eugene's body immediately erupted with the momentum that belonged to an S-class master. But then he spontaneously converged and once again became an ordinary little old man. "As soon as the matter is over, I will immediately arrange for people to send the things over," Tsuchimikado Eugene, whose face had regained its rosy color, said. Then he asked with some hesitation, "I don't know about Gio and Valtor." "They will go back in 2 days," Seito said lightly. In the end, they were S-class masters with perfect spirit and strong willpower. Under the impact of more than 8 billion people's willpower, as well as the burning of the soul fire that Seito buried in their minds in advance, until last night, there was a flaw in their willpower. However, as long as there was a flaw, it meant that the two of them would soon completely lose the power to resist. At most, in 2 days, they would completely turn into Seito's loyal subordinates. "Okay." Tsuchimikado Eugene nodded and said, then slightly bowed to Seito and said, "Then I will take my leave first." After that, he turned and walked out of the room, activated his ability, and quickly flew toward Tokyo. Chapter 1150. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. It's time to activate the big system. Seito, who was watching Tsuchimikado Eugene leave, softly muttered to himself. Then, with a thought, he connected with the artificial angel hovering above the city with his mind. The artificial angel, who received Seito's message, flashed its cold eyes slightly. It raised its head and opened its mouth to let out a silent shout. In an instant, a shock wave invisible to the naked eye spread rapidly with the artificial angel as the center. At the same time, the black pillars buried inside Akaruno City, which were used to construct the artificial angel and later replaced by Sei-Ito with a more mature product, also emitted an inexplicable wave one after another, spreading in all directions. The invisible shock wave spread very quickly. It didn't take long for it to reach Tokyo and establish a connection with the Black Sphere system buried there, information reception complete. Commencing code conversion. On the big black sphere in the Black Sphere room, text formed by emerald green fluorescent numbers appeared and stated, "Code conversion complete. Commencing transit connection." After more than a minute, the text that appeared on the surface of the Black Sphere changed. Along with the appearance of this text, all the other receiving and transmitting devices arranged in the entire Tokyo area that were used to assist the Big Black Sphere in creating the Black Sphere network immediately emitted an inexplicable wave similar to the wave emitted by the pillars buried in Akakuruno City. They connected with each other to form a new network that connected with a network called the imaginary school district that constituted the artificial angel. In an instant, the aura of the artificial angel changed rapidly. With the support of the Black Sphere network in Tokyo, the production and coverage speed of the artificial angel's imaginary school district network immediately increased. Immediately after Tokyo, it connected with the Black Sphere network set up in other prefectures around Tokyo, such as Hungbin, Hakone, Chiba, Kanai, Yamanashi, Ibaraki, Saitama, and so on. It quickly spread to the entire Honshu and even the entire Japan. At the same time, through the operation of the Black Sphere Connection Transit System in the geosynchronous orbit, the Black Spheres, set up in other countries all over the world, also began to spontaneously enter the code conversion program to cover the imaginary school district network. Just like this, under the joint efforts of the Black Sphere and the Black Sphere network arranged all over the world, less than 10 hours passed. The virtual network that formed the artificial angel covered all regions except for China, the South, and the North. The moment the virtual network was formed, a bright white light burst out of the artificial angel's body. A milky white energy halo appeared on top of the artificial angel's head, making the artificial angel look even more like the legendary angel. Legendary? Demigod? Or is it something else? Sei-Ito guessed as he quietly observed the artificial angel's transformation from midair. After all, with the support of over 80,000 ordinary citizens in Akakuruno City alone, the artificial angels had reached S rank. Now, he had the support of the global blackball network. Under the influence of 8,000 times more suppliers than before, and a large number of special people among them. There were a lot of special people. It would be inexcusable if an artificial angel couldn't even reach the legendary stage. Don't tell me I stole the job of suppressing power and created an Alea, Sei-Ito said with some lingering fear. Indeed, the artificial angel, supported by the subconscious of more than 6 billion people around the world, was completely in line with the human path of the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and human in Taoism, and the generation principle of Alea in the suppressing power system. It might really become something that Sei-Ito couldn't control for the time, being under the inexplicable influence. Therefore, Sei-Ito, who had seen powerful suppressing power before, couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, it was unknown whether it was because the principle of the network's construction was derived from the virtual mathematics school. Although its internal form was based on the artificial angel, it had a different relationship with Alea after all. Or perhaps it was because the virtual network did not cover China and obtain the subconscious energy of nearly 1 billion people. After the artificial angel completed all the changes and restrained his aura, the suppressing power attack that Sei-Ito was worried about did not appear. Phew! Thank goodness, thank goodness. Sei-Ito breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, the changes in the artificial angel still attracted the attention of the world. However, Due to the existence of the monsters, in the end, they could only strengthen their observation and pay attention to it. They continued to focus on cleaning up the monsters who no longer had any backup. Just as Sei Ito breathed a sigh of relief, a female figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Akakarino City. The woman was about 165 meters tall and had a slim figure. She wore a black kimono with floating cherry blossoms printed on the surface. The neckline was wide open on both sides, revealing the white skin and half of her swollen chest under the kimono. She had an oval face, red lips, a perky nose, willowy eyebrows, and slightly narrowed eyes. Her straight black hair naturally flowed below her hips, gently swaying with the night wind. This woman was the legendary master who should have stayed in Kyoto to enjoy herself, Tammy Kyubi. Obviously, as a close neighbor of the same country, such a special change in her homeland deeply aroused her interest. It's actually a non-human object. Interesting. Tammy Kyubi opened her mouth slightly and looked with interest at the artificial angel who was also looking at her. Seeing this, Sei Ito knew that it was time for him to appear. He didn't hesitate and immediately appeared in the sky. "Good night, Your Highness Tammy." Sei Ito clasped his hands together and greeted her with a Chinese clasped fist salute. Tammy Kyubi, who originally didn't pay much attention to Sei Ito, raised her eyebrows after carefully examining him and let out a low groan. "You've advanced?" Tammy Kyubi asked casually. "Your Highness is perceptive." Sei Ito slightly exuded the aura of a legendary master as he complimented her. Interesting, there are actually two legendary masters guarding the same place. This is truly interesting. Tammy Kyubi's eyes flashed with an ominous glint as she lightly laughed. "I wonder why Your Highness has come to visit so late at night." Sei Ito smiled and didn't continue Tammy Kyubi's words. Instead, he asked, "I've only come to see what kind of aura was released by that thing. Since I've already seen it, I'll return." Tammy Kyubi glanced at the artificial angel with a cold gaze and said, "Your Highness, please wait." Just as Tammy Kyubi was about to turn around and leave, Sei Ito called out to her. "Oh!" Tammy Kyubi slowly turned around. Her aura was heavy, and she had a faint smile on her face. She looked at Sei Ito as if she was about to attack him if he didn't say anything. "I wish to form an alliance with Your Highness." Sei Ito wasn't moved by Tammy Kyubi's actions and said softly, "HM, you want to form an alliance with me?" Tammy Kyubi asked with interest. "That's right." Sei Ito nodded in confirmation. "Aren't you afraid that those bald donkeys and fake Taoist priests will cause trouble for you?" Tammy Kyubi continued, "I'm confident that I'll be able to deal with them. Of course, if those guys don't know what's going on, I don't mind showing them what it means to respect the strong." Sei Ito replied with a faint smile. Ever since he reached legend rank and had just turned the artificial angel into a legend rank, demigod rank, or something else, he no longer felt as if there was something pressing down on him. At the very least, Sei Ito didn't feel anything pressing down on him on Earth for the time being. Now his mind was clear. "You're very interesting." "I agree." Tammy Kyubi looked at Sei Ito from head to toe. She then looked down at Akakarino City and nodded as she spoke softly. After saying that, she no longer paid any attention to Sei Ito and turned into a blur. Gradually, she disappeared into the night sky. Phew! Although I don't know if Tammy Kyubi will abide by this so-called alliance, at least my home is completely safe. Sei Ito looked up at the night sky and sighed softly. Then he waved his arm, and a large amount of electromagnetic waves quickly gathered in front of him. Sei Ito used his electromagnetic control ability to weave a special radio signal into the sky. In less than 5 minutes, Akakarino City and the area under its influence completely disappeared from the surveillance satellites of the various countries in the universe. Then, Sei Ito used instant transmission to return to the shrine. After greeting Iyi, Shinya, and Yomi who were at home, he went straight to an empty room in the backyard and began to create a fixed activation mid-dimensional transfer magic circle in the room. With the appearance and use of a large amount of magic materials, a fixed activation, mid-dimensional transfer magic circle that took up 2/3 of the room's floor space appeared in the room. Saito waved his hand and put away the rest of the magic materials. He walked to the center of the magic circle and used his energy to activate the magic circle. Then, the magic circle suddenly emitted a bright white light and disappeared from the room. He arrived in the half-plane that currently had no buildings other than the newly cultivated farmland and the newly built farm. Master, 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 master. As soon as Ito Saikai appeared, the group of elves that he created immediately surrounded him and began to chatter. Sensing their emotions, Ito smiled and reached out with his fingers, gently stroking their heads. "All right, I'm going to do something," Ito said after chatting with the elves for a while. "Okay." The little elves nodded in a very reasonable manner. Then, each of them flew away, minding their own business and playing on one side. After regaining his freedom, Ito did not hesitate. He flew to the side and took out a large amount of magic materials to create a fixed activation, mid-dimensional transfer magic circle on the ground. The fixed activation, mid-dimensional transfer magic circle was quickly completed. However, according to Ito's expectations, this magic circle was specially used to transport food, materials, and other ingredients. Therefore, Ito did not connect this magic circle with the one at home. Instead, he chose a place with a good environment and created another mid-dimensional transfer magic circle before connecting this magic circle with the one at home. After that, Ito chose several locations in the half-plane to create several more mid-dimensional transfer magic circles. Rubik's Cube. Are you sure this magic circle can be synchronized with a magic circle established in the Rubik's Cube world at all times? On a relatively wide plane in the half-plane, Ito, who was standing in front of a newly created fixed activation mid-dimensional transfer magic circle, asked with a frown. Lock on the frequency of the magic circle. Confirm that the coordinates can be corrected at all times. That's good. Ito nodded slightly and activated the fixed activation mid-dimensional transfer magic circle under his feet. It had the function of virtual coordinates, the function of changing coordinates at all times, the function of disguising coordinates, and some other more important functions that could perform multiple encryption functions for the entire magic circle. Then, he disappeared from the half-plane with a bright white beam of light that suddenly rose from the magic circle. The next moment, Ito's figure appeared in the Rubik's Cube world. Ito instantly connected his mind to the Rubik's Cube and confirmed his location. He clenched his fist and said, "Few success." Then, with a thought, he appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world and browsed the entire Rubik's Cube world. "Let's go to this island." After a while, Ito's mind fell on a huge island, and he thought. Then, with a thought, a huge island instantly leaped out of the uninhabited world that Ito swallowed from magical Girl Naya's world. Under the control of Ito's mind, it landed in the endless sea on the edge of the Rubik's Cube continent and was shielded by Ito with the power of the Rubik's Cube world. After that, Ito's figure flashed and appeared on the uninhabited island that was shielded by him alone. He summoned a large number of magic materials and made a fixed activation mid-dimensional transfer magic circle on the island. Half a day later, more than a dozen fixed activation mid-dimensional transfer magic circles appeared on the island at a specific interval and in a pattern. Then, Ito waved his arm, and a large amount of energy quickly gathered in front of him. Under the control of Ito's mind, it gathered and compressed until it finally formed psychokinesis cores, emitting a bright energy light. At this time, the psychokinesis cores flashed, and a large amount of energy instantly gushed out from the psychokinesis cores. Under the influence of an invisible force, the psychokinesis cores were condensed into humanoid figures about 1 meter tall, and the humanoid figures wrapped around the psychokinesis cores. "Master!" After more than 10 seconds, the girls who had completely fixed their energy bodies and transformed them into human figures called out to Ito in unison. I'll leave this island to you from now on. Say Ito looked at the elves in front of him that were created by him using the Guardian Knights and fusion magic conductors. Yes, Master, the elves replied in unison. Go and familiarize yourself with the environment, Say Ito said with a wave of his hand. The elves nodded and immediately spread out to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. On the side, Say Ito watched the elves fly away as he turned around and walked to the center of the island. He summoned a black orb to his side and fixed it in the air about 2.5 meters above the ground with the power of the Rubik's Cube world. Chapter 1151. Looking at the big black sphere that was fixed in midair, Sei Ito, who was rubbing his chin gently, poked at it. Then he stretched out his arm and started drawing around the black sphere using the void as paper. After a while, Sei Ito, who had returned to his original position, stretched out his hand and pointed at the void. A ball of soft, bright white light instantly bloomed and enveloped the black sphere in midair. Now that's interesting, Sei Ito said with a smile as he took a step back and looked at his masterpiece. From now on, you're called the Lord God. As for this big island, let's call it Demon Island. Sei Ito continued. After saying that, Sei Ito opened his mind and entered the two names into the minds of the elves who were familiarizing themselves with the island's environment. He then selected one of them to be responsible for the inquiry and explanation of the Lord God. Let's try out the abilities of this demon island now. Sei Ito thought to himself with great interest as he turned around and walked toward the fixed activation dimensional transfer magic array that he had set up earlier. About half a minute later, Sei Ito stood in a dimensional transfer magic array. This is just a test. Let's just return to the Gundam world then, Sei Ito said with his head lowered in thought. After thinking about it, Sei Ito immediately activated the dimensional transfer magic array under his feet and disappeared from the Rubik's Cube world amidst a burst of light that shot into the sky. The next moment, Sei Ito's figure appeared on a small island as a dimensional transfer magic array suddenly appeared. It's been a long time since I've experienced the feeling of being suppressed by the entire world. After emerging from the dissipating magic light, Sei Ito silently sensed the state of his body. He thought to himself, it seems that although this method of dimensional transfer directly through coordinates is successful, because there is no camouflage of the power of the world, the fluctuations generated by the dimensional transfer magic array can easily arouse the attention of the world itself, resulting in law suppression and other situations. Sure enough, some improvements are still needed to be made to popularize it on a large scale and achieve the true infinite space mode. But since it's law suppression, there should be no problem if I don't use power that violates the law of this world and use power that belongs to the same system of the world system. Then, Sei Ito deduced, at least when Karen used the Red Lotus Sacred Heaven Baji style to cause havoc on the planet's colonial satellite. I didn't feel the existence of law suppression at all. Then, Sei Ito's telekinesis. It was released. The Gundam world suppression of psychokinesis is unexpectedly low. Sure enough, it's because of the so-called sex ed. After a while, Ito Sei, who did not feel much suppression of psychokinesis by the rules of the world, thought to himself. Then Ito Sei retracted his psychokinesis and released the energy in his body. The Gundam world's tolerance is quite high. Arguing with each other was also within the permitted range. It seems that there are still users of chi in this world. It must be Aubrey's fist god, and the old man who lives in the garbage belt in Earth's orbit and guards the ancient heritage of Earth. After waiting for a while, Sei Ito, who still did not feel the world suppression, thought. So it seems, if the Black Ball Squad is sent here to perform a mission, as long as their abilities other than chi, martial arts, and technological weapons are restricted, they can be smoothly transmitted to this world and become Samsara warriors. Sei Ito, who tested the Gundam world's bottom line, laughed heartily. It just so happens that after breaking through the legend realm, it takes a long time to transform the soul and spirit if I want to advance. It's a good opportunity to build the Rubik's Cube world, And it's also time to devour more worlds to upgrade the will energy to the awakening stage, and try to see if I can create something like Gaia's will. Seito thought again. After thinking, Seito once again looked at the Gundam world he was in at this time, smiled slightly, and unfolded the Mead-style dimensional transfer magic array under his feet. Sure enough, if I use magic skills, the suppression of the world's rules will be quickly overcome. Feeling the accelerated loss of power in his body, Seito confirmed his previous guess in his heart. See you next time, Gundam World. Seito chuckled, and then the Mead magic array under his feet suddenly lit up and enveloped Seito in a semicircular light shield. Then, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the Gundam world. A moment later, Seito returned to the Rubik's Cube world. It seems that in addition to thinking of ways to disguise themselves to deceive the world's rules, I also need to create a dimensional transfer magic array that can be activated at any time. Seito muttered as he emerged from the dissipating light of the magic array, with his head lowered. But since I've already named that place Demon Island, I might as well create the Book of the Elves that comes with Demon Island as well. It's just that this way, strengthening it through the bloodline of the main god is somewhat contradictory. Forget it. I'll just simplify the Book of the Elves and equip it with only the body fusion system, the spatial storage system, and the dimensional transfer magic array that can issue, complete, and return quests. This way, I can also instantly store a portion of the world's power in the simplified Book of the Elves, allowing future reincarnators to disguise themselves to a certain extent. Seito made up his mind after a moment's thought, smiling faintly. Now that he had made up his mind, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately waved his hand and summoned a large amount of magical materials, the Book of the Night Sky and the Book of the Night Sky's management system, lymphs. The two of them worked together and used the Book of the Night Sky as a blueprint to create a simplified version of the Book of the Elves according to Seito's wishes. For Seito, who had once repaired the Book of the Night Sky, and Lynx, who was a Book of the Night Sky herself, who was very familiar with the Book of the Night Sky, creating the body of the Book of the Elves was extremely simple. It only took them a little over an hour to create the main body of the Book of the Elves that was 5 centimeters long, 9 centimeters wide, and 2 centimeters thick. Then, they began to embed the storage space in the main body of the Book of the Elves, adding the fusion program, creating the intermediate intelligence, and instilling the necessary operating programs and magic methods into the intelligence system. Originally, this would have taken a long time to complete, but fortunately, the Book of the Night Sky had ready-made templates that could be used. Other than the required operating programs that took some time to create the intelligence system, everything else was simple. Therefore, it only took them a short time to complete all these tasks. At this point, the simplified version of the Book of the Elves that Seito needed was completely completed. The Book of the Elves has been activated. Accompanied by a burst of energy, the Book of the Elves slowly floated up and hovered in the air. Although it was not an electronic voice, it still did not reach the level of a human's intelligent voice. After 10 seconds, the Book of the Elves, which had retracted its light, said to Seito and Lynx, "Greetings, sirs. Seems like everything went well." Seito looked at Lynx and smiled. Lynx nodded slightly and said softly, "Since there's nothing else, please send me back to the Gale Master's side." "Yes, thank you for today." Seito thanked her. "You're welcome, sir." Lynx shook her head slightly. Seito nodded and did not say anything else. He sent the Book of the Night Sky and Lynx back to the Management Outer World number 97 in the form of a planet in the Rubik's Cube world, the Yagami residence in Hyaming City on Earth. After sending Lynx back, Seito immediately appeared in the large laboratory with the first Book of the Elves. He handed it to Erica and asked her to be responsible for the mass production. "How many do you plan to make for the first batch?" Erica asked while looking at the Book of the Elves floating in the air. "Let's make 1,000 copies first. After that batch of experimental products is tested, we'll decide according to the situation whether to directly promote it to the entire world or only provide it for a certain group of people." Standing behind Erica, Idose inserted his hands from the hem of Erica's lapel into her clothes and gently kneaded her two soft lumps of flesh. Okay, Erica, who leaned her whole body on Seito's chest, answered. Then she continued with her lips slightly open. In fact, if we add some network connectivity functions on the basis of the current version, it's not a problem to directly promote it to the entire world. If we want to promote it, the intelligence system of this version is still a bit weak. It needs to be strengthened. Seito shook his head and said, I'm up to you. Erica, who felt her breasts being pinched, let out a soft moan in her throat. What? Do you want it? Seito nibbled on Erica's earlobe and teased in a muffled voice. What do you think? Erica said in annoyance. I haven't tried it yet. Why don't we do it once? Seito, who slid his palm down Erica's flat abdomen to her waist and gently unbuttoned her pants, chuckled. No, we'll be seen. Erica quickly shook her head. Just lock the door. Seito reached his palm into the loosened waist of her pants, slid it down, and crossed a furry forest area to his secret realm. Upon hearing this, Erica revealed a hesitant look. Seeing this, Seito, who knew that Erica's heart was wavering, didn't say anything. He immediately used psychokinesis to lock the alloy door of the office. Clack! A crisp sound echoed in the room. You, Erica, who heard the sound, said in a seductive voice with her eyes glowing. Seito chuckled. His hands dexterously and quickly took off Erica's clothes and his own clothes. While he continued to slide his hands gently on Erica's body, he stuck his head out and kissed Erica passionately. After his fingers were covered with sticky water in front of the secret realm, he gently pressed Erica's body down. With both hands on the edge of the desk, he rushed into the secret realm that was completely exposed in front of his eyes. Chapter 1152. After a long time, with a loud moan, Erica collapsed powerlessly on the messy desk, panting heavily with slightly closed eyes. It does feel good. Motionless, Idose, who was still kneading Erica's breasts with his palm, asked with a frivolous smile. Hearing that, Erica, who was sore all over, rolled her eyes at Seito and ignored him. Next time, let's find a more exciting place to do again. Idose, who slowly stepped back, pulled out his weapon, and summoned the water spirit liquid to clean up his body, continued to tease. Erica still couldn't be bothered with him and didn't say anything. A minute later, Seito, who had cleaned his body with the water spirit liquid, wrapped Erica's body with his telekinesis and lifted her into the air. Then, he summoned a large amount of water spirit liquid to help clean Erica's body. Erica, who suddenly felt a cooling sensation under the stimulation of the water spirit liquid, let out a comfortable moan. 1 minute later, Erica finished cleaning her body in the water of spiritual liquids too. Seito waved his hand and picked up the clothes scattered around. He helped Erica put them on. After helping Erica put them on, he picked up his own clothes and put them on. After the finished product is out, just keep it in that warehouse, Seito, who had placed Erica on a chair with his telekinesis, said. The warehouse that Seito mentioned was a specially arranged dually warehouse. It was used to store the items created by Seito's missions, as well as the special items and new products created by other laboratories. Got it. Erica, who had recovered some of her strength, replied lazily. Then, Seito chatted with Erica for a while more. After a deep kiss, he flashed out of the cube world and returned to his home in the main world. While carefully comprehending the changes after becoming a legend, he rested peacefully. While Idose stayed at home to cultivate in peace and accompanied Yi, Masaya, Kanzanyama, and others to enjoy a warm daily life. The countries that learned from the spy satellites that the island where the monsters first appeared was completely destroyed also increased the strength of the attack on the monsters in an attempt to quickly solve the monster incident. Just like that, while the war outside was fierce, Akiyuko City was peaceful and joyful. And 2 days passed in the blink of an eye on this day. Just as Seito was comprehending the power of legends, his brow twitched slightly. With a thought, he released Valtor, the British knight who had disappeared for a long time, and Gio, a member of the Japanese royal family. Obviously, at this time, the spiritual defense of these two people has been broken by Ito's say, and they have become loyal subordinates after being brainwashed by him. On the ground, Valtor and Gio, who were in a vegetative state, trembled slightly and slowly opened their eyes. After a moment of confusion, they quickly stood up from the ground. After seeing Sei Ito in the room, Valtor and Gio respectfully called out, "Sir." "Yes." Sei Ito nodded and responded to their greetings. "Since you're awake, go back," Sei Ito said to Valtor and Gio. "Yes." Valtor and Gio replied in unison. As for the British side, Voltaire, you know what to say. Then Ito Sei turned his head and looked at Voltaire. "Yes." Valtor lowered his head and replied respectfully. "Go." Sei Ito didn't ask what excuse Valtor was going to use to reply to the British royal family and directly nodded. Valtor and Gio bowed to Sei Ito and walked out of the room. Just as the two were about to walk out of the room, Sei Ito suddenly remembered something and said, "Also, remember to meet with Tsuchimikado Eugene when you go back." "Yes." Valtori and Gio stopped in their tracks, turned around, and saluted. After confirming that Ito Seiji didn't give any orders, they left the room and used the special flying ability unique to S-Class Masters to quickly fly in the direction of Tokyo. "Come back for a bit." After sending Valtor and Gio away, Sei Ito extended his mind and connected to Yi, Maya, Kanyama Yomi, Jo Xianlin, Baki Lulu, Erika, Liliana, Yamahira Linghua, Oriana, Kinuhita Sai, Karen, and Valletta. The people who received the notice didn't hesitate and immediately put down their work and rushed back to the shrine in their own way. Soon, everyone gathered in Sei Ito's room. Xianlin, Natale, Karen, Valletta, the four of you will hand over your work to Erika, Liliana, Oriana, and Kinuhita Sai. Sei Ito looked at everyone in the room and said, "What's wrong?" Karen looked at Sei Ito with some confusion. "Is there another enemy?" Kinuhita Sai's face was also full of surprise. "No, if it's an enemy, the king wouldn't let Karen and Miss Valletta hand over their work." Liliana shook her head slightly and then looked at Sei Ito, waiting for his answer. "Indeed, it's not because of an enemy." Sei Ito looked at Liliana and nodded with a smile. Then he explained, "The situation in the origin world is basically stable. With the angel guardians who have advanced to an unknown level, there's no need to worry too much about the safety of the city. So, I plan to thoroughly conquer the few worlds that I've been to before and bring them under my control." "How long will the king be gone?" Erika asked. Because of the time difference, the time spent on the conquest is basically negligible. However, it's hard to say how long it will take to devour the world, but it shouldn't take more than 1.5 months. Sei Ito pondered for a moment before answering. 1.5 months. If it's 1.5 months, the origin world might not be stable. Erika sighed. "Are you worried about what will happen after the monster tide recedes?" Liliana turned to look at Erika and asked, "Yes, after all, we have a lot of tempting things here. Even with the protection of the angel, we might not be completely safe. So if the king is going to take action, it's better to be more prepared." Erika nodded and said slowly. Finally, her eyes fell on Sei Ito. "What's your plan?" Sei Ito looked at Erika with a smile and asked. Everyone else also looked at Erika at the same time. Sensing everyone's gazes, Erika immediately put on a reserved smile that belonged to nobility. She flicked her golden hair that was scattered on her shoulder and said softly, "I think that only by intimidating them enough can they put away their dirty thoughts and dirty claws and teeth and become completely obedient. In other words, we should take the initiative to attack." Sei Ito muttered. How should he put it? Sei Ito was the kind of person who would rarely take the initiative to bully others if they didn't come knocking on his door. Of course, if he had a certain goal, then it would be a different story. So, he was a relatively passive person. "Okay, I'll try my best. If they insist on being stubborn, then we can only fight them to the end." After a while, Sei Ito nodded and agreed with Erika's suggestion. But the previous plan remains unchanged. Xianglin, Natale, Karen, Valletta, Erika, Liliana, Oriana, and Kanuhita Sai, you four will hand over the work. Say Ito stood up and said with a plan in mind. Okay. Zhou Xianglin, Natale, Karen, Valletta, Erica, Liliana, Oriana, and Kanuhita Sai all agreed. Then I'll go and intimidate the rascals. Say Ito winked at Erica. I wish His Majesty a safe journey. Erica smiled mischievously. Ito Say chuckled and disappeared from the room in front of everyone. He rushed to the ISE district where ISE Grand Shrine was located. He planned to use the name of ISE Grand Shrine to take down the Great Divine Priest as the beginning of his shocking trip. He couldn't do it because he was the closest to ISE Grand Shrine after taking down Tukumon Eugene and Gio. With the exaggerated method of instant transmission, Say Ito quickly arrived at the ISE region where ISE Grand Shrine was located and appeared above it. Instantly, a large area with few traces of age appeared in front of Seito's eyes. This new Japanese-style building complex was the ISE Grand Shrine. The reason why it looked so new was because of the ancient tradition of ISE Grand Shrine. Every 20 years, ISE Grand Shrine would be demolished and rebuilt. No one knew how many times it had been rebuilt. It was the most unique building among all the ancient shrines. What a powerful enchantment! Ito Say exclaimed as he felt the powerful enchantment above ISE Grand Shrine. However, although the fluctuation of the barrier was powerful, it was nothing to Say Ito, who had reached the legendary level. As long as he wanted to, he could destroy it at any time. However, although his purpose of coming here was to intimidate, he wouldn't go so far as to make an enemy of the entire ISE Grand Shrine. That was really unnecessary. Therefore, Say Ito's figure flashed, and he directly appeared in front of the gate of ISE Grand Shrine and stepped in. A rather good-looking witch walked to Say Ito's side and reached out to stop him. I'm sorry, guest. The shrine has been closed for a period of time and is not receiving guests. My name is Say Ito. You can report my name to your manager and tell him that I'm here. Say Ito stopped and said lightly. As a low-level witch, she obviously didn't know the importance of the name Say Ito. However, after exclaiming in surprise, she went to her manager and reported Say Ito's words to her manager. RS. Chapter 1153. P.S. Thank you to Nzikfani for your tips. Oh, it's really Mr. Ito. How come you have time to come to my place? Shortly after the Miko left, accompanied by a slightly cheerful voice, Mingaku in a white priest-hunting suit walked towards Say Ito with a smile, followed by a middle-aged male priest and a Miko who went in to report before. Please forgive me for disturbing you. I have something to discuss with Mr. Mingaku. Say Ito also showed a reserved smile on his face and nodded slightly to Mingaku. Oh, then please. Mingtaku raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He didn't understand why the other party, who had no interaction with him, would come to him. However, despite the doubts in his heart, he still invited him politely without showing the slightest expression on his face. Sorry to disturb you. Say Ito nodded and followed Mingaku's invitation into the ISE Grand Shrine. Palace Master, who was that man just now? After Say Ito and Mingaku left, the Miko who was originally responsible for guarding the shrine asked the middle-aged man next to her with a surprised expression. An existence like Mr. Mingaku, standing at the top of the world. The middle-aged man sighed softly. Miko-sama gasped in shock. Well, you continue to guard here. You did a good job this time. The middle-aged man turned his head to look at the Miko, who was still in shock, and praised her, then ignored her and walked into the shrine. On the other side, under Mingaku's introduction and guidance, they saw part of the scenery inside the ISE Grand Shrine. After walking through a long corridor, the two finally came to an ancient Japanese-style room. Obviously, this was the place chosen by Mingaku to talk. Just as Mingdu turned around and extended his hand to invite Say Ito to sit down, Say Ito, who had been maintaining a faint smile, suddenly had a serious expression on his face. At the same time, he extended his arm and grabbed Mingdu's arm. With a thought, he released powerful lightning that was very close to the power of authority to crawl all over Mingdu's body. Crackle. As he was not in time to defend himself, Minggu was immediately paralyzed by the lightning attack released by Ito-sei. However, it was a battle between experts. What they were fighting for was that moment. Therefore, the second after Ming Chu was paralyzed, Sei Ito immediately stepped forward and slapped Ming Chu's chest. 8 trigram seal. 8 slender, tadpole-like lines formed entirely from ink-black energy spread out rapidly from the center of Sei Ito's palm that had hit Ming Ku's chest. In the blink of an eye, they had crawled all over Ming Ku's body. In a dark golden light, they entered Ming Ku's body. Ugh! Ming Ku, who suddenly felt that the power in his body was chaotic and difficult to control, opened his mouth and let out a low groan. Ito-sei, what do you mean by this? As Sei Ito's palm that was holding his arm loosened, Ming Ku took 2 steps back. Ming Ku, who had taken 2 steps back, stared at Sei Ito with an unfriendly expression and questioned. Sei Ito didn't answer Ming Ku's question immediately. Instead, he waved his arm. A barrier was erected in the middle of the room. Ming Ku, who felt that Sei Ito was up to no good, was on guard. He secretly tried to regain control of the power in his body to have the ability to fight back. After setting up the isolation barrier, Sei Ito, who was looking at Ming Ku, finally moved. A unique aura quickly spread out from Sei Ito's body. Although his body was sealed, Ming Ku, whose knowledge and perception were still the same, pointed at Sei Ito with a shocked expression after he felt the aura from Sei Ito's body. He couldn't say anything for a long time. Obviously, he was shocked by what Sei Ito revealed at this time. Tell me the purpose of your visit this time. However, Ming Ku was an experienced S-level master after all. He quickly regained his senses and asked in a low voice with a gloomy expression. As an S-level master, no one knew the horror of the legendary stage better than him. Therefore, when he found that Sei Ito had advanced to the legendary stage, he gave up resisting. Make a great soul oath. From now on, you will be loyal to me wholeheartedly. You will not harm my family and friends in any overt, covert, direct, or indirect way, Sei Ito said calmly. In fact, compared to forcing people to make an oath, Sei Ito preferred to completely brainwash people to control them. However, at Ming Ku's level, brainwashing was too troublesome. It was far more convenient and fast than directly making a great soul oath. In addition, the current time didn't allow him to spend a few days to fundamentally change the memories of an expert. So this was the only way. Hearing this, Ming Ku's expression kept changing like a peaking opera mask. Sei Ito didn't say anything. He just looked at him quietly, waiting for his choice. Okay, I swear. After a while, Ming Ku's expression became serious, and he said firmly. Then he covered his chest with his hand and swore solemnly. I, Ming Ku, swear on my soul that from now on, I will be loyal to the person in front of me, Sei Ito. I will not harm his family and friends in any overt, covert, direct, or indirect way. If I violate this oath, you will be burned by the evil of the heart's fire. Sei Ito reminded him calmly. If I violate this oath, I will be burned by the evil of the heart's fire. Ming Ku repeated with an ugly expression. After saying this, a strange wave instantly spread from Ming Ku's body. In the blink of an eye, it melted into the surrounding space. Very good. Sei Ito, who felt that the oath was established, nodded slightly and said. Then he walked in front of Ming Ku again and slapped Ming Ku's chest, who didn't resist. In an instant, Ming Ku's body lit up slightly. The seal symbols that suddenly appeared on his body immediately turned into a cloud of smoke and drifted away from Ming Ku's body, quickly melting into the air. I'm leaving. Sei Ito, who helped Ming Ku remove the seal, waved his hand to remove the isolation enchantment that shrouded the room and said calmly. After saying that, he didn't wait for Ming Ku's reaction and turned to walk out. Bastard! Ming Ku, who watched Sei Ito leave, shouted fiercely, and his aura erupted violently. The entire ancient room was blown into a mess, venting the humiliation and grievance in his heart. Sei Ito, who hadn't walked out of the ISC Grand Shrine, naturally felt the aura that erupted from Mingku. He smiled slightly, ignored it, and continued to walk out of the shrine with his head held high. After leaving the shrine, he flew up and rushed to the dojo headquarters of the Tiantai sect, Birue Mountain. Because Birue Mountain was very close to Mekong County, where the ISC Grand Shrine was located, Sei Ito successfully arrived in the sky above Birue Mountain between Kyoto and Osaka in less than a minute. Probably because it was in the mountains and forests, and it was close to Kyoto, the demons and ghosts were rampant. It was also because of the place where the legendary Kyuubi was stationed. The monsters' attacks on this place were surprisingly few, unlike ISC Grand Shrine, which had been besieged since the monsters landed. If it weren't for the fact that it was difficult to leave this place, and that it had a powerful enchantment and a large number of special devices, they wouldn't have been able to leave this place. ISC Grand Shrine might have been captured by the monsters like Mekong County, where it was located. Umipa, since the benefactor is here, please come in and have a chat. As soon as Sei Ito appeared in the sky above Birue Mountain, an old and peaceful voice echoed in the sky. "En, he actually found me. It seems that Japan's Tiantai sect is really mysterious." Sei Ito secretly thought when he heard the old monk's voice. "Then I'll have to bother you." Sei Ito gathered his voice and sent it into Tiantai sect, causing it to explode in the courtyard. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed. He directly appeared in front of the mountain gate of Tiantai sect. "Benefactor, please come with me." A middle-aged monk who had been waiting at the door slightly bowed to Sei Ito and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Sei Ito nodded and then followed the middle-aged monk, who should be the reception monk, into Tiantai sect's monastery and walked to the abbot's room at the back of the temple. Because of the monsters, Tiantai sect was very deserted at this time. There was no sign of tourists and incense in the past. So soon, the two people bypassed the Great Strength Hall and the other halls and came to the outside of the abbot's room. "Benefactor, the abbot is inside. Please make yourself at home." The reception monk bowed and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Sei Ito nodded and walked to the front of the abbot's room. He stretched out his hands to push the door open and stepped in. "I haven't seen you for a while. You're even more elegant than before." The old abbot, Radiant Light Master, who was sitting cross-legged under the word Zen, said calmly. Sei Ito, who was sitting cross-legged at the side, said with a smile, "You flatter me. It's your Buddhist doctrine that has improved a lot. I've been enlightened recently." Radiant Light Master smiled. Sei Ito quietly looked at Radiant Light Master, and Radiant Light Master also calmly smiled and let Sei Ito look at him. "As long as you give me a guarantee that you won't have any thoughts or actions against Akazuya City, I'll leave immediately and won't disturb your cultivation." Sei Ito finally looked at Radiant Light Master's eyes and said faintly with a burning gaze, "Tiantai sect's people practice Zen Buddhism. What we seek is nirvana. All the external forms are greed, anger, stupidity, and madness." "Benefactor, you've disturbed us," Radiant Light Master said calmly. "Then I'm really overthinking. I'm sorry." Sei Ito bowed and apologized. Then he stood up and continued, "In that case, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Goodbye." Umipa. Radiant Light Master chanted Buddha's name in a low voice. Sei Ito bowed to Radiant Light Master again, turned around, and left his meditation room, walking out of the temple. It seems that I'm biased. Not all Japanese monks are like secular people. At least this Radiant Light Master has the essence of Tiantai sect. His Zen Buddhism is very profound. I just don't know if the Jinyin sect with the title of Domi is as easy to talk to as the monks of Tiantai sect. On the way out of the temple, Sei Ito secretly sighed in his heart. When he reached the temple door, Sei Ito flew into the sky and hurriedly flew in the direction of Hegi County. Because it was very close, Sei Ito still only took a short time to reach the territory of Hegi County. He flew to the Jingang peak of Mount Koya, where the main sect of Jinyan's sect was located. Just like the Tiantai sect in the Birue Mountain, the Jingang peak of Mount Koya, which was surrounded by peaks, was surrounded by 120 temples. More than 1,000 cultivators protected the main sect of the Jinyan sect, which was protected by more than 1,000 cultivators, also survived the attack of the monsters. Of course, this was also because of the enchantment protection that had been continuously added for 1,200 years by Hongfa Master and Jinyan sect, as well as the huge foundation accumulated over the past 1,200 years. The evil spirit is a bit strong. It seems that this trip to Jinyan's sect may not go smoothly. Sei Ito, who observed Jinyan's sect with the Qi observation method, thought. However, Sei Ito still lowered his body and flew down to the gate of Jinyan's sect. Who is it? As soon as Sei Ito appeared, 5 or 6 monks wearing black monk robes and holding Buddhist staff, vajra-alls, large bows, and even hunting spears ran out of the temple and questioned Sei Ito loudly. As expected, Jinyan sect is not a sect that is easy to follow, Sei Ito thought. I am Sei Ito. I have something to discuss with your great monk Zhengjing. Sei Ito, who landed on the ground, said loudly. Although these monks did not seem like people who were easy to follow, they at least had good eyesight. Just from the flying hair that Sei Ito showed, they knew that the guy in front of them was not someone who could be easily fooled. Therefore, after hearing Sei Ito's words, they looked at each other, and one of them ran into the temple to report to great monk Zhengjing. As for the others, they still held their weapons carefully and were on guard. Sei Ito ignored the monks of Jinyan's sect and leisurely observed the atmosphere of Vajra Peak. As expected of a tantric sect, they have learned a lot about the swaying of the sun, but judging from the performance of these monks, they have also learned some of the bad things of tantric sect. Sei Ito thought as he observed the surroundings. At this time, the monk who ran into the temple to report ran out again and came to Sei Ito. He respectfully bowed and said, Master, great monk Zhengjing invites you. Lead the way. Hearing the monk's way of addressing him that was not in line with Buddhism, Sei Ito also took the opportunity to put on airs and said lightly, Master, please. The monk respectfully led the way and then walked in front of Ito-sei. He led Ito-sei into the temple, bypassing the Mahavira Hall, where Mahavarakana, who was worshipped more than Tianai's sect, was. They walked along the path paved with large bluestone slabs and walked to the main room of the great monks. Soon, the two arrived outside the so-called main room of the great monk. Master, please. The monk who quickly walked to the door and helped Sei Ito open the door said. Sei Ito nodded and stepped into the room. Creak bang, just after Sei Ito entered the room, the monk outside closed the door again. Sei Ito walked through the main hall, stepped through the round door on the left, and came to the side room. He saw great monk Zhengjing sitting there with his eyes closed and practicing. Chapter 1154. Great monk Zhengjing is quite diligent, Sei Ito said with a hint of mockery as he looked at great monk Zhengjing who was cultivating. What do you want? Great monk Zhengjing slowly opened his eyes and stared at Sei Ito with a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Compared to the tactful grand priest and the benevolent radiant light grand priest, his tone was as stiff as it could be. It was hard to tell if he had always been like this, or if he had become like this after becoming a grand monk. This guy couldn't have become a great monk by relying on his own strength, right? Sei Ito complained in his heart. I want a promise. Immediately, Ito Mori put aside the thoughts in his heart and said seriously, What do you mean? Great monk Zhengjing narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice as if he was about to start a fight at any moment. I need you to promise me that you won't do anything to my family and friends in Akiryu City, Ito-sei said in a deep voice, completely ignoring great monk scrambled Jing's expression. The people of our Jinyan sect disdain to do such things. Great monk Zhengjing said with disdain. That's right, great monk Zhengjing, I believe in your character, but the monks under you. Seeing great monk Zhengjing's disdainful expression, Seito suddenly felt that this guy was a bit cute. So he changed his tone and said in a soft voice, "As for the specific guarantee, people at their level only wanted to pursue spiritual perfection. They already disdained to lie and deceive people. Of course, this was not absolute. For example, some people who walked the evil path had no taboos and could do whatever they wanted. However, although the people of Xinyan's sect were sometimes extremely domineering because they came from a Buddhist sect, there had never been such a person. I will restrict them appropriately, but if any of them insist on doing something, I will ignore them," Great Monk Xingjing said calmly. "That's fine, but if possible, please tell me. I also hope that you can help me inform the people in charge of the other sects of Xinyan's sect and restrict them appropriately. From my point of view, I don't want to have too big of a conflict with any organization." Ito nodded and said again, at the same time, to increase the weight of his words. Ito also released his legend rank aura. Feeling the legend rank aura from Ito's body, Great Monk striving for calm, whose expression had been stiff all this time, suddenly changed. His pupils shrunk as he stared at Ito. "I understand." A moment later, Great Monk Zhengjing calmed himself down and said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, I won't disturb Great Monk Zhengjing's cultivation. Farewell." Ito-say cupped his fist towards Great Monk Zhengjing. "I won't see you out," Great Monk Zhengjing said calmly. Ito smiled slightly, turned around, and left the side market. He passed through the main hall, pushed open the door, and walked out of the main room. After closing the door, he walked out of the temple along the road he came from. After a while, he left the Xinyan sect's temple again. Then he flew into the sky and hurriedly flew in the direction of Hokkaido, alternately using ultra-long distance teleportation and 3 times the speed of sound. In less than 5 minutes, Ito-say arrived in the sky above Hokkaido, which was nearly 1,500 kilometers away from Hegi County. Then, according to the information about Hokkaido's monster clan that he obtained from Tukumon Eugene in his memory, he flew toward the hot spring town where Crow Wolf Ta Masamyun lived. Unlike the monsters in Kyoto who worshipped eating human liver to gain great power, Hokkaido's monster clan, which was ruled by Xingjing hundreds of years ago, was much kinder. At least, they didn't like to eat human organs like the monsters in Kyoto. They all blended into the surrounding social environment in disguise and lived a relatively comfortable life. This could be seen from the very few records of the monster clan's monster clan in Hokkaido. Therefore, even the residence of Crow Wolf Ta, who was the leader of the monster clan, was built in a small town with people living in it, not deep in the mountains and forests. But I really didn't expect that such a ferocious-looking guy could actually abide by the first Xingjing's principle of not letting the monster clan and humans have conflicts. It's quite rare. Ito couldn't help but think as he flew to Xingjing's residence. Ito still had a very vivid memory of Crow Wolf Ta Masanzong, who had almost had a conflict with him when he had just passed the S-level disaster. After a while, Ito arrived at Hot Spring Town, where Crow Wolf Tuam Sanzong was located. He landed in front of a hot spring hotel with the words Hot Spring House hanging on the door. TSK, the disguised identity, is actually the owner of a hot spring hotel. It's really inexplicable. Looking at the hot spring hotel in front of him, Ito was very speechless in his heart. Immediately, Ito put those useless thoughts aside and walked into the hot spring hotel. Compared to the main island that suffered from the monster clan's disaster, the residents here in Hokkaido were still very peaceful and indifferent. They weren't worried about the monster clan at all. They still lived their somewhat leisurely lives like before, such as soaking in their favorite warmth. So when Ito walked into the hotel, several men and women in bathrobes entered his sight. "Welcome." At this time, a female service staff in bathrobes came to Ito and saluted. "I'm looking for Crow Wolf Tuam Sanzong." Ito looked at the service staff and said lightly, "You're looking for the boss?" The female service staff asked in surprise. "Yes." Ito nodded and confirmed. "Please follow me." The female service staff nodded and said softly, then led Sei Ito to the depths of the hotel. After more than 2 minutes, the two came to a room. Dang, dang, dang. The female service staff reached out and knocked on the door. Come in. Crow Wolf Thomas Sanzong's voice came from inside. Hua, the female service staff reached out and opened the door, saluted and said, Boss, this guest wants to see you. It's you. When he saw Seito's face, Crow Wolf Thomas Sanzong's expression immediately changed, and he questioned in a deep voice, What are you doing here? Naturally, I have something to discuss with you. Seito stepped into the room and smiled at Crow Wolf Thomas Sanzong, who was hugging and flirting with a human woman. Humph. Crow Wolf Thomas Sanzong snorted coldly and pulled his hand out of the woman's clothes. He waved his hand and said, You two can leave first. Yes. The blushing human woman and the female service staff who led Seito and answered in unison, then left the room together and closed the door again. The moment the two women left, Seito suddenly stomped his feet and used middle-style magic to set up a spatial isolation barrier, enveloping the entire hotel. What are you doing? As soon as the barrier appeared, Crow Wolf Thomas Sanzong jumped up from the ground and removed his disguise to reveal his half-man, half-wolf form. His monster aura was wreaking havoc all over his body as he questioned with a murderous glint in his eyes. Naturally, I'm going to subdue you. Seito raised his arm slightly, and the front half of his arm instantly disappeared from Crow Wolf 2's sight and appeared behind Crow Wolf Thomas Sanzong. In your dreams, Crow Wolf Ta, who instinctively sensed danger behind him, roared and turned into a black shadow that instantly appeared in front of Seito. His 10 fingers intersected and brought out streaks of pitch-black light, clawing at Seito's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, Crow Wolf Thomas Sanzong's attack was immediately blocked by a transparent barrier that suddenly appeared in front of Seito. Ring imprisonment. At this time, half of his arm appeared behind Crow Wolf Tua through the overlapping of spatial points. He stretched out his 5 fingers, and 4 energy halos as thick as an adult's wrist instantly appeared on Crow Wolf 2's 4 limbs, causing him to be imprisoned in the air with his arms and legs spread out. Lightning Palm. Immediately after, Seito's free left hand quickly slapped the imprisoned Crow Wolf 2's chest. Crackle, crackle. Blue-white lightning with powerful exorcism abilities instantly flashed out and crawled all over Crow Wolf 2's upper body. Roar! Crow Wolf 2 let out a painful howl after receiving this attack. However, under the stimulation of this attack, Crow Wolf 2 finally broke free from the shackles on his 4 limbs and opened his mouth to bite Seito's neck. Vibrating Palm. Seito's arm, which was still on Crow Wolf 2's chest, shook slightly. Crow Wolf 2's body seemed to have been hit by something with great force and was quickly sent flying backward. Bang! Crow Wolf 2's flying body slammed heavily into the wall of the meditation room, creating a huge hole in the wall as he continued to fly backward. Halfway through, Crow Wolf 2's Yao Qi trembled, and he suddenly stopped in midair. His 4 limbs supported the void as if he was standing on solid ground. He lowered his body and opened his mouth to spit out a pitch-black beam of light completely condensed from powerful Yao Qi at Seito. Within the room, Seito's figure flashed. He instantly dodged Crow Wolf 2's attack and appeared beside him. His right arm was half bent, and his elbow landed heavily on Crow Wolf 2's head. Bang! Crow Wolf 2's head quickly fell to the ground and slammed heavily into the ground. Lightning strike! Seito shouted in a low voice. In an instant, a large mass of dark clouds abruptly appeared within the boundary space. A bolt of lightning thicker than a person immediately flew down from the clouds and bombarded Crow Wolf 2's body. Roar! Ever since Seito had advanced to legend, all of his attacks came from the combination of laws and energy. His attacks contained powerful special attributes. Thus, Crow Wolf 2 once again let out a miserable howl after receiving the attack. Wolf Transformation. Crow Wolf 2 Zhengzong roared fiercely. His clothes were severely damaged, and his fur was mostly charred black. In the next second, Crow Wolf Taw, who had originally maintained his half-man, half-wolf form, completely transformed into a tall wolf beast. Chapter 1155. Crow Wolf Taw, who had completed his wolf transformation, suddenly raised his head and let out a mournful howl. Under this howl, the black demonic aura on Crow Wolf Tuo's body suddenly surged violently. Then, as if it had exploded, it suddenly shot out in all directions. Seito, who couldn't understand whether this was an attack or something else, flashed and left the range of the black demonic aura. In the next moment, the black demonic aura that had scattered in all directions suddenly trembled and spontaneously transformed into ink-black wolf beasts that were only slightly smaller than Crow Wolf Tuo's wolf transformation, but much larger than real wolves in the natural world. They leaped onto the ground and let out a long howl. When all the black aura had finished transforming, a wolf pack made up of over 50 ink-black wolf beasts directly appeared in the field. Crow Wolf Taw, who was surrounded by the ink-black wolf beasts, raised his head and howled loudly. As soon as this howl sounded, all the ink-black wolf beasts seemed to have received an order and quickly ran, turning into streaks of black shadows and launching a wolf-like attack at Seito together. Lightning Net. Seeing the wolf pack attack, Seito let out a low cry and controlled the lightning energy to form a huge three-dimensional lightning net with himself as the center point, and met the wolf pack that was besieging him. Crackle. In the fierce sound of electric explosions, all the wolf pack was turned into clouds of black smoke by the lightning net. However, in the next moment, the scattered smoke slightly twisted and once again transformed into new giant ink-black wolves, continuing to launch a suicidal attack at Seito. Of course, this kind of attack wasn't completely without consumption. Basically, every time a black wolf exploded into smoke and transformed back into a black wolf, there would be a wisp of black smoke evaporating and drifting away. In other words, as long as he could hold on, he would be able to wipe out all these black wolves sooner or later. Although he noticed this, Seito, who didn't want to fight a protracted battle with Crow Wolf Taw, snorted coldly and used his mind to detonate the lightning net around him. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion and dazzling white light, all the black wolves were turned into wisps of black smoke by the explosion of the lightning net. At this time, Seito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared beside Crow Wolf Taw Masamyun, who had transformed into a giant wolf. His monster fist smashed into Crow Wolf Tuo's head. Boom! Crow Wolf Tuo's head once again smashed into the ground with a loud bang. That tremendous force directly caused a large crack to appear on the ground with the Crow Wolf Tuo's head as the center. Pooh! Crow Wolf Tuo's body exploded, turning into a large amount of pitch-black smoke that spread out in all directions. Comparing range, Seito sneered when he saw this. He directly activated the fire elemental precepts and activated the fire elemental energy within a radius of dozens of meters, turning it into a huge fire. The flames burned fiercely. Whoosh! Under the intense flames, the black demonic aura that Crow Wolf Tutor had released instantly retracted. It transformed into a giant wolf again. The moment Crow Wolf Tuo's figure reassembled, Seito's figure appeared beside it again. He used his super defensive kick to smash Crow Wolf Tuo's body. Boom! There was no suspense. Crow Wolf Tuo's body was smashed into the ground, creating a wolf-shaped dent and crack mark. Then, Seito stretched out his hand and guided. The flames that were still burning fiercely, even though there were no burning objects around them, immediately moved, forming a circular fire pillar with a diameter of more than 5 meters. It surrounded Crow Wolf Taw and Seito and sealed the opening at the top of the fire pillar with flames. Do you still want to fight? Seito asked calmly as he looked at Crow Wolf Taw, who was on the ground with a fierce glint in his eyes. Wolves were ferocious animals to begin with, let alone one that had become a demon. Therefore, under the provocation of Seito's words, Crow-Wolf Tutor ignored the pain in his body and rushed towards Sei-Ito in the form of an afterimage. He opened his big mouth full of black demonic aura and bit down on Sei-Ito's neck. Bang! Sei-Ito's response was simple. He directly waved his hand and smashed Crow-Wolf Tutor's body into the air. Then he stretched out his right arm horizontally and aimed at Crow-Wolf Tutor's body that was flying away. His right hand quickly made several gestures, and a triangular crystal cube formed entirely of energy instantly appeared around Crow-Wolf Tutor, imprisoning him in the crystal. This was one of the middle-style spells that he had learned from the magical girl Nai's world, the Crystal Barrier. Of course, as long as Sei-Ito was willing, he could continue to control the Crystal Barrier to carry out subsequent changes, compression, squeezing the sealed object in the barrier into a ball of meat paste or fragments. However, although Sei-Ito did not intend to kill Crow-Wolf Tutor, in order to prevent Crow-Wolf Tutor from resisting, Sei-Ito still cast several layers of crystal barriers on the outside of the crystal barrier, completely trapping Crow-Wolf Tutor in the barrier. Just as Sei-Ito was about to stop and talk to Crow-Wolf Tutor, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the ground and turned into a very small and delicate wolf. It bit Sei-Ito's calf with its long mouth, then turned into a gust of black gas again and burrowed into Sei-Ito's body through the wound it had bitten. "You're asking for it." Sei-Ito, who felt something strange in his leg, let out a low growl. The energy in his body instantly turned into the form of lightning under the control of his mind and swarmed toward the bitten left leg, attacking the energy that had invaded his body. At the same time, he waved his hand to summon a lightning ball from the outside and placed it on the wound that had been bitten. Under the pincer attack of the two demon-vanquishing powers, the small gust of black gas was instantly annihilated into nothingness and was expelled from Sei-Ito's body through his pores. However, as soon as this attack was over, another dozen or so gusts of black gas that looked exactly like that gust of black gas flew out from the ground and rushed towards Sei-Ito's body. Lightning flashed on the surface of Sei-Ito's body, and a shield-like thing completely composed of lightning energy enveloped his body, dispersing the attacking black wolves into nothingness one by one. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing that there were no more black shadows ambushing him, Sei-Ito maintained a lightning shield around his body while pointing at the crystal barrier and using his mind to perform a follow-up compression operation on the barrier. In an instant, the crystal barrier began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, although the crystal barrier had shrunk, the Crow-Wolf Tuo's body still maintained its original form, causing its beastly face to immediately reveal an expression of extreme pain under the pressure of the crystal barrier. At this time, the Crow-Wolf Tuo, who could not bear the pain, once again exploded into a cloud of black gas and used a very small portion of the gas to form a baby-sized figure. Then, it controlled the rest of the gas to transform into various attacks, fiercely attacking the crystal barrier. Needless to say, under this kind of intensive attack, several layers of the crystal barrier immediately broke open. However, no matter how fast the Crow-Wolf Tuo broke it, it was not as fast as Sei-Ito's rearrangement speed. Thus, after attacking for half a day, there were still several layers of the crystal barrier left, compressing inwardly under Sei-Ito's control. What exactly do you want? After a long while, the baby-sized Crow-Wolf Tuo realized that if it continued to fight, it might really be sealed or even killed. It looked at Sei-Ito with a gloomy expression and said, "According to the law of the Shifter clan, submit to me," Sei-Ito said faintly. The Crow-Wolf Tuo's expression quickly changed a few times when it heard this. Then, it looked at the crystal barrier that was still shrinking, gritted its teeth, and said, "Fine. Then make a great soul oath." Sei-Ito, who stopped the crystal barrier from shrinking, said faintly, "The content must include 2 sentences. Be loyal to me wholeheartedly, and will not harm my friends and family in any overt, covert, direct, or indirect way. As for the punishment for violating the oath, burn yourself with the fire of your heart." "Fine. The crow-wolf Tuaw gritted its teeth and agreed. I, crow-wolf Tuaw, swear on my own soul that I am wholeheartedly loyal to the person in front of me, Seito. I will not harm or harm Seito's friends and family in any overt, covert, direct, or indirect way. If I violate this oath, I will be punished with the fire of my heart. Then, the crow-wolf Tuaw pressed one hand to his chest and swore solemnly. In an instant, a strange wave spread out from the crow-wolf Tuaw's body and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Very good. Feeling that the oath had been confirmed, Seito nodded slightly and waved his hand to disperse the crystal barrier on the crow-wolf Tuaw's body. The crow-wolf Tuaw's body, which had broken away from the crystal barrier, quickly absorbed the surrounding black gas. Almost in the blink of an eye, it returned from its original infant form to its original appearance and used the black gas to once again create a set of intact clothes for itself. Since he had already forced the other party to swear a great soul oath, Seito did not restrain the other party anymore. He waved his hand to disperse the surrounding prison of fire pillars and the middle-style space separation barrier that shrouded this space and returned to reality. Continue playing with your woman. I'm leaving. Seito glanced at the crow-wolf Tuaw, Masamune again, and teased him. He leaped into the sky and hurriedly flew in the direction of Russia. At this point, all the various forces in Japan had been dealt with by Seito either through agreements or forceful subduing. It could be said that he had completed the secret unification work of Japan's special forces to a certain extent. Britain, France, China, the United States, Russia, Germany. China will not care about him for the time being. Moreover, under normal circumstances, they are quite particular about doing things and will not implicate family members. France is a country of mercenaries. At most, I can only intimidate the French government and make them not have any wild thoughts. Britain has Valtor, so they should be able to deal with him appropriately and reduce some of the trouble. In other words, Germany, Russia, and the United States. Seito calculated in his mind as he flew to Russia. On the United States side, the inheritance of the Native Americans has almost been cut off by their ancestors. Germany is descended from the Germans, and their inheritance is close to Northern Europe. The system should still belong to the rune system. Russia is a fairy tale. However, judging from the completely technological performance of these three countries, mysterious forces rarely appear on their side. In other words, they have to guard against superhumans and the legendary aliens. Chapter 1156. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. Now, only the mercenaries and the bounty union are left. Seito rubbed his chin as he sat on a black leather high-back chair. Then, he looked up at the group of U.S. politicians, tycoons, and department heads in charge of dealing with special situations that he had subdued and controlled using special means. Then, he activated the Flying Thunder God and disappeared from the White House. When he first went to Russia, Ito-sei was a little worried about the mysterious aliens and the high-tech weapons they provided or developed by the various countries. However, when he arrived in Russia, he remembered that regardless of whether there were aliens in these countries or whether they develop high-tech weapons based on the technological data of aliens, in the end, it was still human beings who used these weapons. In other words, whether they showed their fangs or not was under the influence of the government's higher-ups. So, as long as he dispelled the covetous thoughts of the various government leaders, he could eliminate the danger of Akizura City to a large extent. After thinking about this, Seito flew directly to the Komlinen Palace after arriving in Russia. He snuck in and used his powerful psychic power to hypnotize and control the Russian president, who lived in the Komlinen Palace. Then, Seito controlled the leaders of various key departments in Russia, especially those related to the military and national security, to the Komlinen Palace. While they were still confused, he also hypnotized and brainwashed them. But because of the political system of a foreign country, it was hard to say when this group of politicians would be replaced, so Ito-sei didn't expect to control them for a long time. He just wanted to make sure that they didn't cause any trouble in the next 2 years. After a year, the construction of a Kiryu city would be completed, and it would have a certain level of resistance, so they wouldn't be able to do anything to a Kiryu city. After dealing with the government officials on the surface, Ito controlled the president to summon the leader of the special department in charge of special affairs and one of the experts. Then, he used his legendary power to launch a sneak attack on them and controlled them. At this point, the problem of Russia was more or less solved. Then, Ito activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left Russia. They appeared in Germany. They used the same method to deal with Germany. Then, he rushed to America. However, unlike Russia and Germany, the composition of the United States was much more complicated. In addition to the White House and the Pentagon, they also had to deal with Congress and Wall Street's big businessmen, rich people, and Jews hiding in the dark side of the United States. That was it. Only part of the process had been completed. Even Ito couldn't make up his mind about the Freemasonry, which was hidden in the depths of the city. After all, Ito didn't believe that there were no cultivators in the Freemasonry, which was a mixture of Honggang and a large number of Chinese martial artists. Converting the legendary level into the cultivation realm, it was equivalent to the peak of the Golden Core stage or the Nascent Soul stage. Although this was a somewhat profound realm for contemporary cultivators, the Freemasonry, which had a large amount of resources, might be able to create such a realm. Therefore, after dealing with the politicians, big businessmen, rich people, and an expert from the special department, Ito decisively gave up on dealing with the Freemasonry and used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave America and appear in France. As for the so-called Area 51, Ito didn't want to get them out when those aliens didn't show up themselves. As soon as he arrived in France, Ito went straight to the Élysée Palace, sneaked in, and found a French president who was having sex with a female secretary in the Élysée Palace. He used hypnotism to control the two and then dealt with France in the same way as he dealt with Russia, Germany, and America. In the case of overwhelming power, it only took 2 hours for the French side's problem to be solved. Then, Ito used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from the Élysée Palace and appear in a villa. Turning his head and looking around the room, Ito, who didn't see the person he was looking for, instantly unfolded his mental power and searched the entire room. After a few seconds, Ito, who was sure that the person he was looking for wasn't at home, withdrew his mental power, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a familiar number from his address book. Beep, beep, boss. Soon, the phone was connected, and a woman's voice came from the phone. The owner of this voice was the original mercenary who Ito had subdued before and had been left in France to scout for information in the country of mercenaries, the scent ability user Elsie. Where are you? Ito asked. I'm on the Champs-Élysées now. What can I do for you, boss? Elsie replied. Do you know Japan's Akakuruno city? Ito walked to the chair next to him as he spoke into the phone. Of course, it's the main topic of discussion among the mercenaries and in the chat room of the Bounty Union website recently. Elsie's tone was a little exaggerated. What? Boss, are you also interested in Akakuruno City? Elsie asked as if she understood. Akakuruno City is mine, Ito said lightly. Oh my God, Elsie subconsciously exclaimed when she heard that. Then what do you want me to do, my dear boss? After a moment, Elsie, who had calmed down, asked. Use your channels among the mercenaries to spread the news that the owner of Akakuruno City is a legendary level master. Ito spoke as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter, completely unaware of how shocking the content of his words was. Boss, are you sure you're not wrong? Legendary level? Elsie asked cautiously after being silent for a few seconds. That's right. I've already advanced to legendary level, Ito said with certainty. Even though they weren't face-to-face, Ito could imagine Elsie sucking in a breath of cold air. Boss, I realized that my decision to be loyal to you back then was the best decision I've made in my life. Elsie's tone was full of emotion. Seito smiled lightly and didn't speak. Understand, I'll spread the news about your advancement as soon as possible. Elsie solemnly promised. Okay. Seito agreed and hung up the phone. Now only the Bounty Union, the Church, and the many dark races under the Covenant of Darkness are left. Seito frowned as he played with his phone in his hand. These three organizations were the same as the Freemasonry. They were all organizations that Seito couldn't deal with and could definitely come into conflict with him. Among them, the Bounty Union covered a wide area and had many members. Moreover, he didn't know where their headquarters were or what their exact structure was. Even if they didn't directly attack, as long as they forged a sufficiently tempting mission, they could mobilize most of their resources to launch an attack on Akazuya City. The church had a huge base of believers. After 2,000 years of accumulation, there was no telling how many powerful forces they had in their ranks. The Covenant of Darkness was the same as the church. Plus, the dark races magnified their desires. This is a bit tricky. Seito sighed softly. As for the other secret organization in the big world, the Sage Parliament, Seito wasn't too worried about it. After all, those guys pursued the truth and played with alchemy. They liked to engage in unfathomable research. They didn't have any special desire for battle. As long as they were properly prepared, they could deal with it. But it's not like I can't use other methods to suppress them. Seito said softly to himself. Then, he flipped his hand and took out the Bounty Union's mission terminal. He logged into the Bounty Union's mission page. There are some things that I have to guard against. Just as Seito was about to release the mission, he paused slightly and raised his eyebrows. Then, he pressed his hand on the mission terminal and activated electromagnetic control. He infiltrated the terminal in a disguised form and connected to the Bounty Union's network. Using a super encrypted method, he anonymously released the recurring mission. Mission Hunt. Target: all dark race members with B-rank strength and above. Mission Reward: generic evolution potion, can increase user's strength level. P.S. Only useful for people with S rank and below. Mission type: non-time limited mission. This way, the Covenant of Darkness and the dark races can calm down a little. Seito smiled as he uploaded a bunch of pictures of the evolution potion and released the mission. He also paid a certain amount of money to have it displayed on the front page. However, while he was smiling, the solo players and mercenaries who were browsing the Bounty Union's mission page were stunned when they saw the mission he released. This was because the reward of Seito's mission was too tempting. It directly hit the hearts of these adventurers. After all, who didn't want to become stronger with power? Obtain more power? It was just that they didn't have that kind of resources before, so they acted muddle-headed. Now that such a clear opportunity had appeared in front of them, it was natural that they would be moved and excited. They even directly accepted the mission. In this way, a huge tide of people flocking to the dark races quietly spread under the impetus of Seito's mission. Naturally, there were also people who had crooked thoughts about the evolution potion and wanted to investigate Seito's whereabouts. Seito couldn't be bothered with the possible impact of the mission he released. After releasing the mission, he once again used his electromagnetic control ability to camouflage a bunch of data to hide himself. Then, he closed the mission terminal and threw it into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Seito took out the little black ball communicator and added the mission of the Church of the Hunter into the black ball mission. With my mission, unless the reward union comes up with something more tempting, there shouldn't be any experts who will come to Akiyuki City to make trouble. And even if someone does come, they'll have to ask the artificial angel and Erica if they allow them to make trouble in the city. Seito said as he put away the little black ball and stood up to stretch. Then, Seito didn't stay in the villa any longer. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared in the capital. Seito took out his mobile phone and dialed the number of Captain Yangwei of the Security Secret Service for the contact list. Click, Mr. Ito. Yangwei's calm voice sounded on the phone. Long time no see, Captain Yang. How about we meet? Seito smiled. Meet? You mean you're now in China? Yangwei lowered his voice and said in a deep voice. Yes, I am now in the capital. Itomori looked at the people of the capital who were not affected by the monsters at all because of the cultivators guarding the border. They were still living a peaceful life. Where are you now? Yang Wei quickly asked. Outside XX community in Shiqing district. Sei Ito replied. Of course, if possible, I also want to meet the leader of the security secret service. I know. I will ask the leader for instructions. Yang Wei said. Then I will wait for the good news from Captain Yang. Seito smiled and said. After that, he hung up the phone. He was bored and admired the beautiful and sexy women walking through the streets. Sure enough, beautiful legs still have to be found in China. It is really difficult to find a few pairs of beautiful legs in Japan. Looking at the women on the street who were either wearing sexy stockings or directly showing their white legs, Seito sighed slightly in his heart. More than half an hour later, an SUV slowly stopped next to Seito. Gek bang! A young man with a buzz cut got out of the car. Mr. Ito, you're a good person. The young man, Yang Wei, the leader of the security secret service whom Seito had met before, greeted him with a smile. Such beautiful scenery can only be seen in midsummer. It would be a pity if I didn't see it more. Seito reached out and shook hands with Yang Wei and smiled. Get in the car. I will take you to the leader. Yang Wei withdrew his hand and invited him. Okay. Seito didn't argue and nodded in agreement. Then the two walked to the front seats of the SUV, opened the door and sat in. Yang Wei started the car and drove away at a speed of 85 kilometers per hour. It was around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, but because it was summer, the sky was still bright. It was just that this time was the rush hour, so the car of the two was unlucky to be stuck in a traffic jam halfway. It seems that we will have to wait for half a day again, Yang Wei said helplessly. It is the same in Tokyo. I have long been used to it. Seito shrugged indifferently. By the way, you are here this time. Yang Wei inquired about Seito's intention. On behalf of Akakurno City, to officially establish special diplomatic relations with you. Seito smiled. His Akakurno City is yours? Yang Wei looked at Seito with a shocked expression. As a member of the National Security Agency, and one of the captains second only to the leader, Yang Wei naturally had access to a lot of confidential documents, and what he recently came into contact with was the situation in Akakurino City. After all, the powerful rainbow light cannon has seriously stimulated the nerves of the country's upper echelons, so they have to pay attention to it. Chapter 1157. Seito raised his eyebrows at Yang Wei and said, With your methods, you should have already obtained my background information, right? Beep. Just as Yang Wei was about to say something, a long honk sounded. Only then did Yang Wei notice that the road in front of him was cleared. He quickly suppressed the words he was about to say and started the car again. We do have your information, and we also know that you were born in Akakuru City. However, we didn't think that Akakuru City would be yours. Yang Wei bitterly smiled after the car was successfully on the road. I can only say that I was lucky. After I returned, it didn't take long for me to break through to rank S. The royal family tried to rope me in and transferred Akakuru City under my rule and name. However, the real transfer of Akakuru City to me was only a recent matter. Seito explained with a smile. You actually broke through to rank S. This really is a case of comparing people to people. Yang Wei looked at Seito in astonishment and shook his head with a bitter smile. In other words, those powerful weapons are all yours? Yang Wei probed with a serious expression. I had no choice. Since I was going to take over Akakuru City, I had to protect it. Therefore, I had to take out some of my trump cards. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to stop the invasion of those monsters with my own strength. Seito understood what Yang Wei meant by powerful weapons and pretended to helplessly shake his head. However, this trump card of yours is really too scary. You don't know, but when you took out that thing, we didn't sleep well for several nights. We were worried that your weapon would fall into our hands. Yang Wei continued to probe by chatting casually. Don't worry. I am a person who doesn't offend others if they don't offend me. As long as no one touches my bottom line, I won't use the rainbow light cannon. Moreover, China is also my hometown. My relatives are also here. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I won't use the rainbow light cannon on China. Say Ito glanced at Yang Wei, who was listening attentively, and said indifferently, "That's true." Yang Wei laughed dryly before changing the topic. "Is that thing officially called the rainbow cannon?" "Yes," Sei Ito replied softly. Next, the two of them were not talking about the rainbow light cannon. Yang Wei stopped probing Sei Ito and started chatting about the monsters. He also mentioned some information that was not considered confidential and could be obtained by anyone who asked around. Just like that, in the midst of idle chatter, the two of them continued. The SUV finally stopped in front of a tea house. Sei Ito joked as he got out of the car and looked at the familiar tea house in front of him. "Looks like this tea house is the designated leisure facility of the Goan State Security Bureau or the Secret Service Bureau. We each take what we need," Yang Wei replied perfunctorily. He led Sei Ito into the tea house. He led him straight into a tea room. "Wait a moment, I'll go find old Zhao," Yang Wei said. The old Zhao he mentioned was the leader of the Secret Service Bureau. Although this tea house was related to the Secret Service Bureau, he still needed to disguise himself. Therefore, he didn't call him by his position but used another way of addressing him. After that, Yang Wei turned and left the room. In fact, Sei Ito didn't need to think too much. He knew that the so-called old Zhao should have been in the tea house a long time ago. The reason why Yang Wei didn't directly take him there, but instead led him to another room, was not only for safety reasons, but also to leave enough time to deal with unexpected situations. For example, if he wanted to report something, this was the best time to go out and find someone. Although Sei Ito understood this, he didn't say anything. He still pretended to be confused. "Sir, this is the Tai Guanyin that gentleman just ordered." At this moment, along with the slight sound of the door opening, a beautiful woman with flesh-colored stockings on her legs and a short skirt on a dark blue background walked in. Her black hair was coiled into a disc behind her head. She was carrying a purple sand teapot and 3 matching teacups on a tray. "Oh, put it down." Sei Ito nodded and pointed at the brown solid-wood round table in front of him. The female attendant walked to the table and put the teapot and teacups on the table. Then, the female attendant skillfully brewed a cup of fragrant Tai Guanyin for Sei Ito and placed it in front of him. "Thank you." Sei Ito picked up the teacup and thanked her softly. Then, he brought the teacup to his mouth and took a sip. In an instant, a faint, astringent, and fragrant aroma filled his mouth. "Good tea," Sei Ito praised. The female attendant smiled and accepted Sei Ito's praise. Cluck! At this time, along with another soft sound, Yang Wei and old Zhao, the leader of the special task force that Sei Ito had met once before, walked in together. My apologies. I've kept Mr. Ito waiting." The slightly plump old Zhao walked into the room and hurriedly walked towards Sei Ito with a smile on his face. He extended both hands in apology. "Not at all. I'm the one who's early." Sei Ito stood up and shook old Zhao's hand with a smile. Yang Wei, on the other hand, waved his hand and chased the female tea attendant out of the private room. He then locked the door of the private room. After exchanging pleasantries, Sei Ito and old Zhao withdrew their hands and sat down at the round table. "I wonder why Mr. Ito is here this time?" Old Zhao asked knowingly. "Not long ago, I had an epiphany and was lucky enough to break through S rank, so I was able to take Xiu Liuye under my command. However, I also understand that the No Alliance is ultimately a castle in the air, so after thinking about it, I decided to look for some allies, so I thought of Mr. Zhao and Captain Yang's Special Task Force." Sei Ito explained with a smile. "Oh, Mr. Ito actually broke through S rank. Then I really have to congratulate you. Here, I'll use tea instead of wine to toast you." Old Zhao pretended to be surprised and smiled, then picked up the teacup in front of him and handed it to Sei Ito. "You're welcome. Thank you." Sei Ito picked up the teacup and clinked it with old Zhao's, then raised his head and drank. With all due respect, forming an alliance with a city, this has never happened before. Old Zhao, who also drank the tea, frowned slightly and pretended to be in a difficult position. Everything has a beginning. If we stuck to the old rules, the world wouldn't have changed to what it is now. Ito Mori smiled and tried to persuade him. And it should be good for your country to have a spy like me in Japan, isn't it? Mr. Ito, you must be joking. It's not what Mr. Ito thinks. Old Zhao's expression changed slightly, and he lowered his eyes and said, "The one who is really joking is Leader Zhao." Sei Ito looked at old Zhao and chuckled. Mr. Ito is not afraid that things will be exposed and you will be suppressed by Japan. Old Zhao and Sei Ito looked at each other for a moment, smiled slightly, and said again, "After all, the location of Akagurano City is not very good. But isn't it the best location? Although it is far away from the center of Tokyo, it is still in the Tokyo circle. There is a large depth between Mie, Waka, Osaka, and Kyoto, as long as it is done properly," Sei Ito said with a smile. There was no need to finish the words. Both sides knew what the content was. It seems that Mr. Ito has already thought about it. Old Zhao smiled. Then he put on a serious face and said, "I just don't know what benefits we can get if our Secret Service team and your city form an alliance." Alliance itself is the biggest benefit, isn't it? Sei Ito replied with a smile. If that's the case, we'll only have the empty title of an ally, but you'll use it to scare your enemies. If that's the case, I don't mind giving up the title of an ally, Old Zhao said without hesitation. And Mr. Ito, don't forget that if we really form an alliance, the outside world will not think of our Secret Service team as an alliance with you, but a country. You will have too much of an advantage. It seems that it is true. So, let's not form an alliance. How about we make a verbal agreement with each other? Sei Ito frowned and thought for a while. What agreement? Old Zhao's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked, "A non-aggression agreement. We will not take the initiative to provoke each other," Sei Ito said in a deep voice. In fact, this was the real purpose of Sei Ito, to see Team Leader Zhao. As for the alliance, Sei Ito didn't expect it at all. He proposed it before to fool people. Of course, if it was really successful, he didn't mind accepting it. Mr. Ito's words are too broad, Old Zhao said with a slight frown. Then I will put it simply. That is, you must not take the initiative to attack my Akiryu city in any way. Of course, I welcome normal exchanges and learning. Correspondingly, I will not make trouble for no reason in China. How about it? Sei Ito leaned forward and looked at Team Leader Zhao. Mr. Ito, good calculation. Old Zhao, who quietly looked at Sei Ito for a while, suddenly smiled and said, obviously, at this time, Old Zhao also figured out the main purpose of Sei Ito. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't promise you. Then, Team Leader Zhao shook his head and said, Is that so? That's really rare. Sei Ito leaned back in his chair and said with a regretful look on his face. At this time, Old Zhao, who poured a cup of hot tea for himself and Sei Ito, suddenly said, Of course, whether it is a verbal agreement or an alliance, it is not impossible. It depends on whether Mr. Ito is willing to pay the corresponding price. Oh, Sei Ito, who almost instantly understood Team Leader Zhao's meaning, looked at him with a smile and asked, Rainbow Light Cannon. As long as Mr. Ito is willing to share the information of the Rainbow Light Cannon, I can officially sign an alliance with you on behalf of the leader. Team Leader Zhao gently picked up the teacup and put it in front of his mouth, while gently blowing the steam floating on the teacup. Chapter 1158. Sure enough, this negotiation won't yield any results. After a moment of silence, Sei Ito sighed. Mr. Ito, don't you want to reconsider? Team Leader Zhao, who directly heard the answer from Sei Ito's words, raised his eyebrows slightly and said, No, it's better to hold the life-saving thing in my own hands. Sei Ito replied with a smile. Well, if Mr. Ito changes your mind, you can contact Yang Wei at any time to discuss with me. Team Leader Zhao's face didn't show the slightest change, still smiling kindly. Okay, Sei Ito replied. Then, Team Leader Zhao and Sei Ito chatted about other unimportant things. I don't know what Mr. Ito's plan is. At this time, team leader Zhao asked again. I will probably go back to Mr. Chen's place. Ito replied indifferently. Well, then I won't keep Mr. Ito any longer. Let's part here. Team leader Zhao put the empty teacup in his hand on the table and smiled. Okay. Ito nodded in agreement. Then the two exchanged a few words and walked out of the room one after the other. As for the team money, it was naturally settled by Yang Wei, the landlord and follower. After leaving the tea house, Ito stopped a taxi and drove in the direction of Mr. Chen's house. This young man is not simple. Standing in front of the window of the tea house, team leader Zhao watched Ito leave in the taxi and sighed softly. Indeed, he was promoted to the ranks of level S masters at such a young age. But his mood is not violent, nor is he arrogant or complacent. It's really rare. Team leader Yang Wei, who had been in contact with Ito for the longest time, said with deep feeling, "This is just one aspect. Have you ever thought about where he got the so-called rainbow cannon?" Team leader Zhao looked at Yang Wei meaningfully and reminded him, "You mean there is someone behind him?" Yang Wei frowned and pondered. "I don't know if there is someone behind him, but we need to pay more attention to Aikido in the future." Team leader Zhao turned his head and looked at the direction of the taxi that had disappeared for a long time, then walked forward and said softly, "First, the information on the ecological cycle system used for space colonization, then the beam weapons from the satellite photos a while ago. Now, with the addition of the rainbow light cannon." Group leader Zhao thought to himself, "Aliens, obviously." Team leader Zhao's thinking. After more than 40 minutes of driving, the taxi's house, the taxi, the taxi, the taxi, the taxi, the taxi, the taxi. Itosei paid the fare and pushed the door open to get out of the taxi. Then, he walked into the residential area. He walked straight to the front of the unit. Ding dong, ding dong. Itosei reached out and pressed the doorbell installed on the wall. "Who?" Auntie Lu Xiaohua's voice quickly came from behind the door. Then the peephole on the door dimmed slightly, and the door opened outwards. "Oh, it's Xiqing. Come in, come in." Lu Xiaohua, who was wearing a black mid-length skirt, a pink sleeveless round-neck pullover sweater, and a white cloth apron with a red and blue cartoon cat pattern on the front, appeared at the door and greeted Itsunari with a kind smile. "Sorry to disturb you," Ito said politely. "What's there to disturb?" Lu Xiaohua said in a strange tone. "Where's Xiqing?" Itosei walked into the room and asked as he took off his shoes and looked around casually. "I don't know where she is. She's not back yet," Lu Xiaohua said. "Are you alone at home?" Ito asked again when he walked into the living room. Lu Xiaohua took out a few fruits and stuffed them into Ito's hands. She pretended to complain and said, "Your grandfather went out for a walk, and your uncle is still at work. I'm the only one at home. Eat the fruits. I'll call Xiqing and ask her to come back." Lu Xiaohua walked to the side and picked up her phone. She then dialed Chen Xiqing's number from her phone's contact list. "Mom." Chen Xiqing's voice soon came from the phone. "Where are you?" Lu Xiaohua asked directly. "I'm outside." "Why?" Chen Xiqing replied. "Come back if you don't have anything to do." "Your brother Xiqing is here," Lu Xiaohua said. Why is he here?" Chen Xiqing was surprised. "Why do you care so much? Come back quickly," Lu Xiaohua scolded. "I know," Chen Xiqing replied and hung up. "Wait for a while. Xiqing will be back soon." Lu Xiaohua turned to Ito, who was eating an orange, and said with a smile. After that, he ignored Ito and went into the kitchen to continue to clean up the bowls and chopsticks. "By the way, Xiqing, when did you come?" Lu Xiaohua asked loudly in the kitchen. "This afternoon." Ito also raised his voice and replied. "By plane?" Lu Xiaohua asked. "Yes," Ito replied casually. "You're really bold. You dare to take a plane for something like this. Aren't you afraid of encountering monsters?" Lu Xiaohua leaned out and scolded him. "Also, what's so important that you have to run around at this time? Monsters and whatnot aren't that serious anymore. Basic flights are fine." Ito comforted her with a smile. "Is that so? I've seen on the news that monsters have appeared again and that other places have fallen, especially Japan. It seems like half of the island has disappeared, Lu Xiaohua said casually, as if she was just an ordinary person. Something like that. Say Ito found it funny and shook his head. Is that so? Lu Xiaohua said in confusion. Just like that, Lu Xiaohua and Ito, say, chatted casually. It wasn't until an hour later that Chun Shichen walked into the room. She was wearing black stockings, denim shorts, and a pink t-shirt with a white pattern on the front. Her long black hair was naturally scattered around her shoulders. Chun Shichen walked into the room with her legs wrapped in black stockings, denim shorts, and a pink t-shirt with a white pattern on the front. Brother, Chun Shichen called out after taking off her high-strapped canvas shoes at the entrance. How's school life? Sei Ito asked with a smile. It's a so-so. Chun Shichen sat down on the sofa beside Sei Ito and pouted. Shichen, you don't know. Shichen has become wild ever since she started university, Lu Xiaohua said. Mom, what are you talking about? Chun Shichen said unhappily. Didn't I tell you? It's a club activity. Of all the clubs, why did you have to join a martial arts club? Why didn't I see you interested in this before? Lu Xiaohua complained casually. Chun Shichen glanced at Sei Ito and said, Can I learn some self-defense skills? Fine. Whatever, Lu Xiaohua said, pretending to be helpless. Brother, come with me. I want to show you something. Chun Shichen grabbed Sei Ito's arm after talking to Lu Xiaohua. She pulled him up from the sofa and ran to her bedroom. Lu Xiaohua didn't say anything when she saw the two close friends. She smiled and looked back at the TV. She started watching a modern drama. Bam! Chun Shichen locked the door as soon as she entered her bedroom. What do you want to show me? Sei Ito looked at Chun Shichen in confusion. It's nothing. I just want you to look at the martial arts I learned and give me some pointers, Chun Shichen said embarrassedly. Okay. Since he was willing to teach others, he naturally wouldn't reject his cousin's request. Therefore, Sei Ito agreed without hesitation. He then looked at the small room and said, Is this place big enough? I don't want to trouble you. I'll have to trouble you to bring me outside, Chun Shichen said with a smile. Okay. Ito-sei pretended to be helpless and said. Then he took out a new pair of white sneakers and handed them to Chun Shichen. After Chun Shichen put them on, Ito-sei took her hand and activated dimensional transfer to take her into the half-plane. Ugh, this is... Chun Shichen said in surprise when she saw the desolate surroundings. Do you know about the Blessed Enclave? Sei Ito looked at Chun Shichen and asked. After Chun Shichen nodded, he explained, This is the so-called Blessed Enclave. It's a half-plane connected to the world we live in. Wow, Chun Shichen exclaimed in surprise, not understanding what was going on. Okay, let's begin, Sei Ito reminded her. Oh, Chun Shichen nodded and took 2 steps back. She took a deep breath and got into a fighting stance. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows as he looked at Chun Shichen's fighting stance and her fighting stance. 2-character pincer goat horse, little idea, Wing Chun. Yes, the president of our club said that Wing Chun is more suitable for girls, so he taught me this little idea of building the foundation. Chun Shichen explained as she continued with her little idea. That's right. Sei Ito nodded affirmatively. Then he walked in front of Chun Shichen and started patting her body. While he helped Chun Shichen dissipate the old energy in her body, he also corrected her posture when she was practicing. However, this meant that Sei Ito had to be intimate with Chun Shichen a few times. Fortunately, although Chun Shichen was slightly embarrassed, she didn't say anything and let Sei Ito guide her. After half an hour, Chun Shichen was sweating profusely as she finished 1 round of Little Idea. It was much more tiring than 5 or 6 rounds of Little Idea. She leaned on her knees and panted heavily. I'm so tired, Chun Shichen said. Of course it's tiring at the beginning. You'll be fine once you get used to it, Sei Ito smiled. I know, but what about the future? You can't stay here and guide me all the time, right? Chun Shichen stood up and frowned. Chapter 1159. P.S. Thank you to Doom ****** M for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. Looks like you've made up your mind. Sei Ito didn't expect Chun Shichin to think about the future. Bro, you've already brought me to see such a strange scene. Plus, we're in such an environment now. How could I not have changed? Chun Shichin replied with a sigh. If that's the case, I'll make a personal guide for you. Sei Ito nodded with a smile. But before that, we'd better go back first. Otherwise, your mother will be worried. Oh, it's been so long. Chun Shichin was surprised when she looked at the time on her watch. Come, take off your shoes first, Sei Ito said as he wrapped Chun Shichin's body with his psychokinesis and lifted her into the air. Okay. Chun Shichin nodded and stopped feeling curious about her floating. She sat cross-legged in the air and took off her sneakers. Sei Ito walked to Chun Shichin's side and activated the dimensional transfer magic circle. He brought Chun Shichin out of the half-plane and back to Chun Shichin's bedroom. Cultivate according to this before you go to sleep tonight. After returning to the bedroom, Ito Sei pointed his finger at Chun Shichin's forehead and transmitted some information about meditation into Chun Shichin's mind. What's this? Chun Shichin tilted her head as she recalled the information in her mind. Basic meditation. It can strengthen your mental strength. That way, you won't have to waste too much energy on cultivation and affect your studies. That way, you won't lose anything. After all, if it's possible, I still don't want you to go to the other side of the world. Sei Ito shook his head as he retracted his finger. Oh, Chun Shichin replied absent-mindedly, as she suddenly recalled the scene of the man-eating monster near Kyoto. Okay, have a good rest. I'll stay here tonight and help you make your personal guide. Sei Ito didn't say anything else and smiled. Yes. Chun Shichin nodded in response. Then, as if she had thought of something, she passed the sneakers in her hand over. Shoes. I'll give it to you. Sei Ito flicked Chun Shichin's forehead. Just a pair of shoes? Bro, you're too shabby. Chun Shichin put the sneakers aside and joked. What's wrong? You should at least take out something decent for your younger sister. Otherwise, wouldn't you be letting down your status? Even if I give you something good, you won't be able to use it. Sei Ito laughed. Then just hide it. Chun Shichin pouted. But you don't have to say, there's really something that you can use. Ito Sei thought for a while and smiled. Then, under Chun Shichin's surprised gaze, he took out a helmet that could connect to the virtual gaming world and handed it over. With the global Black Sphere network providing the virtual school district, even without the nano machines floating in the air to strengthen the signal, it was still easy for Chun Shichin to use the helmet to connect to the game. What is this? Chun Shichin was shocked as she took the helmet and looked at it. A virtual gaming helmet. You can enter a virtual reality game with it. The environment in the game is based on the real-world environment. You can also obtain skills that can be brought into the real world. You can use your Wing Chun to gain some combat experience, Sei Ito explained. Virtual reality game. Skills that can be brought into the real world. Why do I feel like this is becoming more and more unreal? Chun Shichin muttered with a face full of shock. Remember, keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone, or else it will bring danger to you and your family. Sei Ito reminded her seriously. I understand. Chun Shichin nodded with a serious expression. Okay, I'm going out. Continue to practice the meditation technique I taught you before you sleep. If you want to play games, remember to lock the door. Sei Ito nodded. Okay. Chun Shichin replied obediently. Sei Ito didn't say anything else. Chun Shichin walked him out of the bedroom. Then, Elder Chin's figure appeared in Sei Ito's sight. Obviously, the old man had returned from his stroll. Grandfather, Chun Shichin greeted. You're here. Elder Chin nodded and looked at Sei Ito. Sei Ito nodded. How many days do you plan to stay this time? Elder Chin asked again. I'll leave tomorrow, Sei Ito replied. Old Master Chin frowned when he heard this. His face revealed a look of displeasure, but he did not say anything. You'll be staying at home tonight, right? Lu Xiaohua saw the opportunity and quickly asked. Sorry to trouble you. Sei Ito nodded and said politely. Hey, we're all family. It's no trouble at all, Lu Xiaohua said. Then she stood up and walked to the guest room as she said, I'll go tidy up your room. However, as soon as Lu Xiaohua left, the room fell silent again. Chun Shichin, who was standing at the side, felt a little uncomfortable. She gave Ito Carey you're on your own expression before saying goodbye to Elder Chun. She quickly walked back to her bedroom and locked the door. She walked back to her bed and put on the virtual game helmet. She activated the helmet according to the instructions that suddenly appeared in her mind and logged into the virtual game. Since there was only one novice village in the game, Chun Shichin naturally appeared in the novice village together with the residents of Akakarano City. Fortunately, the game itself still used mental energy and consciousness energy, so all communication was considered a spiritual exchange. Under the influence and help of the game system, there was no language barrier. Naturally, there was no possibility of being isolated or treated differently. So, very soon, Chun Shichin gained a basic understanding of the game under the spirit of not being ashamed to ask for help. In the real world, after spending half an hour in silence with Elder Chun, Lu Xiaohua, who was tidying up the guest room and preparing the bedding, returned to the living room. She told Sei Ito to take a look at the room. It was the same room that they stayed in during Chinese New Year. Everything was basically the same. Sei Ito, who was used to this, was not dissatisfied. He smiled and chatted with Lu Xiaohua for a while before staying in the room. I didn't think that Shichin would think of learning martial arts. Seriously. Sei Ito sat on the bed and waved his hand to produce a mass-produced elven book. He shook his head and smiled. Since it's for Shichin, the AI program can't be this mid-level AI. It needs to be upgraded to the highest level and materialized like a guardian knight. Yes, I also need to add a dimensional transfer magic array so that Shichin can freely enter the demiplane. I also need to add a security system and defensive magic. Let's do it according to the standards of the Book of Night Sky, Sei Ito thought to himself as he pressed his palm on the elven book and used his ability to modify it. However, the Book of Elves itself already had a certain foundation. All Ito Sei had to do was to add some programs and embed some special magic equations to increase the power of the Book of Elves. He also had to input a set of systematic information that could guide people to practice martial arts. It didn't take too much effort, so it only took more than an hour. The Elven Book was completely modified. Naturally, although the modified Elven Book was still based on the Book of Night Sky, it was not completely the same. For example, Sei Ito only created one Guardian Knight system, and it was still managed by the original program. It also shouldered the responsibility of teaching Chun Shichin martial arts and some knowledge of the inner world. In addition, a security program was added to the Elven Book. It could allow the program to protect Chun Shichin if she accidentally exposed herself. It could autonomously defend and clean up the disguise. Of course, it was mainly hypnosis and brainwashing. If it really went on a killing spree like the Book of Night Sky's protection program, it would not be a disguise, but a blatant provocation. I'll give the Elven Book to Shichin tomorrow and let her fuse it with her body, Sei Ito said with a sigh after modifying the Elven Book. He then closed his eyes again and carefully inspected the Elven Book. After all, the recipient of this book was not the members of the Blackball team. Whether they lived or died did not have much to do with him. It was one of his family members, Chun Shichin. He had to be careful. After more than half an hour, the door closed with a bang. A deep and slightly dignified voice faintly sounded in the room, attracting Sei Ito's attention. Sei Ito knew that the male host, Chun Yongli, had returned. He stood up, opened the door, and walked out of the room. He bumped into Chun Yongli, whose face was ruddy. After a brief conversation, Sei Ito learned that his uncle, Chun Yongli, who was originally the deputy director of the Beijing Industry and Commerce Bureau, had been transferred to the Shijingshan district 2 months ago to become the district mayor. He now held great power and was in charge of an area. Looks like this is a side effect of the trade I made with the Secret Service team for the ecological circulation system for space colonization. But they're really generous. I thought that at most, Chun Yongli would be transferred to a district's Industry and Commerce Bureau as the head of a district, but they actually gave him a position in the main hall. Although it's not a popular area, It's a place where it's easy to achieve results. TSK, TSK. Say Ito secretly curled his lips when he understood why Chun Yongli, who was obviously not a reliable person, was suddenly transferred to the position of district mayor. After that, Say Ito chatted with Chun Yongli, who was obviously in high spirits, for a while before returning to his bedroom to cultivate. The night passed peacefully. The next day, Say Ito had breakfast with Grandpa Chen's family. After Chun Yongli and Liu Xiaohua both left for work, Say Ito bid farewell to Grandpa Chun and left with Chun Shichen, who was preparing to go to school. They took a bus to the nearest train station. Fortunately, because they avoided the rush hour, although there were a lot of passengers on the train, it was not as crowded as it would be during rush hour. There was still enough space for people to walk around, and most of the seats were empty. "Are we leaving right away?" Chun Shichen, who was wearing dark blue casual jeans and a white short-sleeved shirt, asked. "Uh-huh," Say Ito replied softly. "Are we still using the same method?" Chun Shichen turned to look at Say Ito and asked. "Yes." Say Ito smiled. "What a convenient way to travel." Chun Shichen curled her lips and said. Say Ito smiled slightly and did not say anything. Then, Say Ito, who was slightly interested in Peking University, started to talk to Chun Shichen about Peking University, as well as her life on campus, until the two got off the bus and boarded the train to the Yinyuan campus in the western suburbs of Beijing. "Let's not go to the campus first." Say Ito pulled Chun Shichen's arm and smiled as she got off the train and was about to walk to the campus. Chun Shichen looked at Say Ito a little hesitantly, but did not say anything. She allowed Say Ito to pull her away from the crowd and to a secluded corner where no one was looking. Then, Say Ito activated the dimensional teleportation magic array and returned to the demiplane. "Here, I promised you yesterday that I'd guide you." Say Ito handed the book to Chun Shichen, who was getting more and more confused. "What kind of guide is this?" Chun Shichen took the Book of the Elves and opened it in confusion as she mumbled. Master recognition process activated. Just as the Book of the Elves was opened, a pleasant female voice sounded from the Book of the Elves. Then, the Book of the Elves immediately released a bright white light and broke free from Chun Shichen's hand, floating into the air. Then the Book of the Elves released a thick white light beam at Chun Shichen, completely enveloping her. It was not until 10 seconds later that the light beam exploded into countless bright white photons and dispersed, revealing Chun Shichen's figure. "Master recognition complete. Nice to meet you, Master." The Book of the Elves slowly descended in front of Chun Shichen and spoke in a pleasant female voice. This is... Chun Shichen hesitantly reached out her hand and looked up at Say Ito, who was looking at her with a smile on his face. "The Book of the Elves, a magic device I made especially for you." The one who spoke was its management program. "It hasn't been named yet, so you can give a name you like." Say Ito smiled as he explained. Then, he looked at the Book of the Elves and said, "Come out and meet your master." As soon as he finished speaking, a double hexagram Beluka magic formation with the Book of the Elves as the center appeared. A female figure with long black hair and black eyes, who looked similar to nymphs, wearing a tight black top and tight black shorts, appeared from the magic formation. "Master." The female figure looked at Chun Shichen and called out, "Air." Chun Shichen looked at the female figure who suddenly appeared in front of her in shock, unable to speak. "She's the personal guide I arranged for you," Say Ito introduced with a smile. Chapter 1160. After a moment, Chun Shichen snapped out of her daze and said, "This guidance is really surprising." Say Ito smiled and did not say anything. "Name?" Chun Shichen looked at the black-haired woman and said, "Let's call her Ling Wei, as in the wisdom of the Book of the Elves. As for her surname, just like me, her surname is Chun." Chun Shichen said decisively. Admin system review activated. Confirmed as manager. New name, Chun Lingwei logged in. Naming successful. The black-haired woman named Chun Lingwei announced. "Thank you, Master, for giving me a name. Chun Linghui bowed and thanked him. Linghui is in your hand from now on. Take good care of her, Shichen, Sei Ito said to Chun Linghui. Understood, Chun Shichen nodded. Linghui, I'll leave the rest to you, Sei Ito continued. Yes, Chun Linghui replied respectfully. With that, Chun Linghui's figure disappeared in front of Chun Shichen and Ito Sei. Then, the Book of the Fairies, which had been floating motionlessly, turned into a ray of light and entered Chun Shichen's body. Chun Shichen was shocked by the changes in the Book of the Elves and groaned softly. All right, I'll send you back first. If you have any questions, just ask Linghui in your mind. She'll answer them for you, Sei Ito said to the shocked Chun Shichen with a smile. Then, he placed his hand on Chun Shichen's shoulder and activated the dimensional teleportation magic formation to return to the dark corner they had disappeared from. Let's go, Sei Ito said as he patted Chun Shichen's shoulder. Chun Shichen nodded and led Sei Ito towards Beijing. Once they got on, Chun Shichen maintained a mental connection with Chun Linghui and asked her all the questions she could think of. Just like that, the two of them walked silently through the streets and into Beijing, heading towards the economic school Chun Shichen was studying at. Shichen. Just as the two were on their way to the courtyard, a female voice came from afar, attracting the attention of Chun Shichen and Sei Ito. In an instant, the figures of two girls, one tall and one short, one plump and one skinny, came into view. Xinjia, Xiao Xiao, Chun Shichen called out. Then, Sei Ito, Chun Shichen, and the two girls named Xinjia and Xiao Xiao met up. Shichen, tell me the truth. Who's the handsome guy beside you? He was wearing a pair of blue skinny jeans. A tall and skinny girl wearing a white t-shirt and a yellow jacket with shoulder-length hair teased Ito Sei, and Chun Shichen with a mischievous look on her face. Don't make wild guesses. This is my brother. Chun Shichen knew that there was definitely something bad going on in his head. Brother, this is me, Pan Xiao Xiao. Chun Shichen pointed at the tall and skinny girl and introduced her. Then, she moved her arm and pointed at the girl beside her who was about 1.6 meters tall. The round-faced girl, who was a little plump but looked cute, said, This is Zhang Xinjia. Nice to meet you. Sei Ito smiled at the two of them. Nice to meet you. The two of them greeted him politely. Since you've met me, I won't send you off. I'll take my leave first. Sei Ito turned to Chun Shichen and said, All right. Chun Shichen nodded. Sei Ito nodded at Pan Xiao Xiao and Zhang Xinjia, then turned around and walked out of the campus. Shichen, your brother is quite handsome, especially his aura. He's much better than some rich kids. Pan Xiao Xiao said as she watched Sei Ito leave with Chun Shichen. Why don't you just use your brother as a shield the next time that guy comes looking for you? I guarantee it'll work. Zhang Xinjia added, If that bastard dares to bother me again, I'll teach him a lesson. After Sei Ito left, Chun Shichen looked away and snorted softly. I didn't expect our Shichen to become a heroine. Heroine Chun, you'll have to take care of weak girls like us in the future. Protect us. Pan Xiao Xiao joked. My fee isn't low. I'm afraid you guys won't be able to afford it. Chun Shichen purposely raised her head and said arrogantly as she followed Pan Xiao Xiao and Zhang Xinjia to the courtyard building. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but laugh. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had left Bei, disappeared in a flash when no one was paying attention. The next moment, he appeared at the shrine home in Akikaruno City. Sei Ito, who had suddenly appeared, nodded at Erika, who was still lazing around at home, controlling Shihira Linghua to assign work to Akikaruno City's former government employees. Zhou Xianlin, Karen, Baki Lulu, and Valletta, who had just finished handing over their work. Then Mayo, Yi, and Yomi, who were supposed to be at home, sent everyone except for Erika back to the Rubik's Cube world. King, are you ready to leave? Erika asked with a smile when she saw that she was the only one left in the room. Sei Ito nodded. He turned his hand over and gathered a quantity in his palm, then compressed it with his mind. This is, Erika asked in confusion. I took Yi and the others away. Naturally, I have to leave someone who can cook for you. Otherwise, you will starve if you only rely on Lily and Shihiro Lingua. Sei Ito turned to look at Erika with a smile. Thank you for your concern, King. Erika smiled. At this time, the energy ball, which had been compressed for a period of time, finally shrank into a pearl, exuding strong energy fluctuations and brilliant light. Then, Sei Ito's palm trembled slightly, and the pearl energy ball immediately flew into the air. Then, the energy ball fiercely released energy, and under the influence of an invisible force, it turned into the figure of a woman about 165 meters tall, wrapping the pearl energy ball in the center of the figure. With a dazzling light, a black-haired woman in a black and white made uniform appear between Sei Ito and Erika. Master, the maid saluted to Sei Ito. You will be called Lee. Sei Ito looked at the maid and said, Yes, master. The maid named Lee responded, I will leave the house to you. Sei Ito looked at Erika and Lee and said, Yes, King, yes, master. Erika and Lee responded in unison. Sei Ito nodded slightly, turned around, and walked toward Hui Lee's bedroom. After greeting Hui Lee, who was cultivating and comprehending the S-class power, he walked out of the house and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world, appearing in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, send me back to Naruto's world. It's time for the world to swallow this world. Sei Ito said. As soon as his words fell, a giant black vortex emerged from the void of the Rubik's Cube world, rotating at high speed and sucking Sei Ito, who was standing under the vortex, into it. Then, like a bubble, it disappeared from the center of the vortex. Crackle. Accompanied by the familiar sound of glass breaking, Sei Ito's figure once again appeared in Naruto's world. Among the 5 countries of Naruto, only the mist village of the water country is isolated in the sea, and its diplomacy is smooth. Let's start with it. Sei Ito decided after recalling the map of Naruto's world in his mind. After thinking about it, Sei Ito stretched out his hand and drew a line in front of him, and a narrow space channel that was enough for one person to pass through immediately appeared in front of him. Ito Mori took a step forward and disappeared with the long and narrow space channel. On the sea, a few kilometers away from the Land of Fire, a space crack opened, and Ito Sei walked out of it. Then he stretched out his hand again and walked into a newly opened space crack, and in the next moment he appeared outside the mist village of the water country. At this time, Sei Ito's thoughts moved, and the 9 Tomo Tomo with the seal of 9 instantly appeared in front of him, quietly floating. Then, Sei Ito waved his hand again, and a piece of white paper quickly flew in front of him, spontaneously folded into 1,000 paper crane, flapping its paper wings and flying towards the mist village. It penetrated the mist village's detection barrier and headed towards the Mizuki's office. A few minutes later, the paper crane flew into the Mizuki's office through the open window. Mizuki's heart, seeing the paper crane, suddenly flew into the office. A middle-aged male ninja, wearing a black kimono with a black eye patch on one of his eyes, threw a kunai that penetrated the paper crane's body and nailed it to the wall on the side. This person was Ching Won, the Mizuki's guard with a Byakugan. Huh! The paper crane that was nailed by the kunai burned in an instant, and Sei Ito's voice came out of the burning paper crane. Terumi Mei, if you don't want your Mizuki's village to be destroyed, come out alone. I will wait for you in the forest south of the Mizuki's village. If I don't see you in 5 minutes, I will immediately attack the Mizuki's village, and you will bear the consequences. After that, the paper crane was completely burned into a pile of ashes and drifted to the ground. Arrogant, Ching said after listening to the paper crane's message. Oh, interesting. I don't know who's so arrogant. Terumi Mei, with long red hair, looked at the scattered black ashes on the ground with interest. Mizuki, please immediately send the Umbu to arrest this provocateur. Ching requested. Shut up. Terumi Mei frowned and said, Is the Mizuki going to keep the appointment? Ching said with a slightly changed expression. I told you to shut up. If you don't shut up, I will make you shut up forever. Terumi Mei said unhappily. Ching, who knew that Terumi May might make him shut up forever, immediately shut up. Ching, inform the Umbu to check the whole village. If there is a mission, immediately arrest it. Terumi May said with satisfaction, seeing Ching shut up. Chapter 1161. After making some defensive and search arrangements, Terumi May jumped out of the open window of the office and quickly moved to the forest in the south of the village designated by Ito Seiji. Behind her, several powerful Umbu members of the Mist Ninja were following her. Obviously, May didn't intend to go alone. She wanted to pretend to go alone, and then let the Umbu behind her and the Umbu she sent to surround the southern forest to capture Sei Ito, who dared to provoke her. With a leap of about 10 meters, the red-haired Terumi May, wearing a blue robe, quickly arrived at the southern forest. She saw Ito Sei with 9 crystal blue tomo floating in front of him, standing quietly in the same place. Whoosh! May quickly landed on the ground. Are you the one who provoked my mist village? You're really bold. May looked up and down at Sei Ito and said, You didn't come alone as agreed. It seems that you don't want the mist village to have an easy time. Sei Ito, who sensed the presence of others, said indifferently, Nope, I came here alone, Yi Zichin replied. May's heart tightened when she heard Sei Ito's words. She didn't expect him to have such a strong perception, but her face still didn't show it. Women really like to lie. Sei Ito sighed softly. Little brother, do you want to be melted by me? May narrowed her eyes slightly. Sei Ito didn't speak. He directly raised his hand and flicked the 5th crystal blue tomo in front of him. Seeing Sei Ito's action, May made several ninjutsu hand seals in front of her. She launched ninjutsu, water whip. In an instant, a rope formed by water quickly flew to Sei Ito's side under May's control and wrapped around him. But before the water whip could do anything, the tomo that was flicked by Sei Ito trembled slightly. Ripples visible to the naked eye instantly spread in all directions with the trembling tomo as the center. Then the giant Biju Goku suddenly appeared in the field. Boom! Its huge body made a huge muffled sound at the moment of landing, stirring up a lot of dust. After that, there was no need for Ito Sei to move. The water whip that was about to wrap around his body dissipated under the unique power of Gobi's control of the 5 elements and disappeared. Biju. Looking at the sudden appearance of Goku, May's face changed slightly. Goku, clean up the surrounding insects. Sei Ito, ignoring May's words, said lightly. Roar! Goku roared. His 5 huge tails quickly danced, forming an attack of earth, fire, water, wind, and lightning attributes, flying down toward the forest, attacking the Umbu hidden in the forest. Who the hell are you? May, who didn't care about the Umbu, asked in a deep voice. Sei Ito. Sei Ito replied. Then looking at May, he continued. Now I'll give you a choice. Surrender immediately. Surrender after I break through the village with my bijou. You want me to surrender? Dream on. May refused very simply. Lava release. Melting monster technique. May's hands changed in front of her again, and she opened her mouth and spat out a large amount of viscous green liquid, like an unfolding curtain pressed down on Sei Ito. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled slightly, and instantly disappeared with the 9 tomo and appeared behind May. He reached out and pointed at the back of her neck, releasing a powerful lightning energy. Crackle! Under the attack of this lightning energy, May's body instantly turned into a snow rabbit and disappeared from the place. Kirigikure substitution technique. Seeing that his attack failed, Sei Ito wasn't annoyed, and he leisurely flicked the tomo in front of him. In an instant, the familiar tremors and ripples quickly spread out, and then a huge red-haired gorilla with 4 tails appeared on the ground, beating its chest with both hands and roaring loudly. Attack the Kirigikure. Sei Ito ordered the newly appeared Yanbi. Roar! Yanbi roared and jumped in the direction of the Kirigikure. Water release. Water formation pillar. Seeing Yanbi's action, Mei no longer cared about hiding and immediately released a powerful ninjutsu to attack Yanbi, trying to attract its attention to herself. In an instant, a large amount of water was suddenly spat out from Mei's mouth, like a high-pressure water gun, hitting Yanbi's body and knocking it to the side. Roar! Yanbi, who was attacked, turned his head to look at Mei and roared. Execute the mission. Ito, who used instant transmission to appear behind Mei and continued to release lightning attack with his finger, ordered Yanbi. Ito's order was absolute for Yanbi, who was already a Shikigami. After roaring, Yanbi rushed to the Kirigakure again. However, at this time, the Kirigakure Ninja Gate also sensed the seriousness of the matter from the surging chakra in the sky. Under the organization of Auha elders, they formed a combat force to meet the Yanbi in front of the Kirigakure and fought fiercely with Yanbi. Mei, who used body flicker jutsu to avoid Ito's attack, opened her mouth again and spat several balls of green viscous liquid at Ito, flying towards him like a meteor. Ito didn't make any hand seals, but he pointed in front of him, and a water barrier instantly appeared in front of him, blocking the balls formed by lava release. Then Ito's left hand grabbed the side, and Mei's figure instantly appeared in front of his palm, and Ito tightly grasped her throat. Obviously, Mei, who thought that Ito's space-time ninjutsu might be similar to the strange man with a mask on his face, was caught by Ito's instant transmission. Her body was tightly restrained by the space reinforcement barrier formed by the same space force around her, and she couldn't move at all. Boiling release, mist jutsu. Mei, who didn't give up resisting, used her other Kekiai Genkai ability. In an instant, a large amount of strong, corrosive mist sprayed out from Mei's mouth and pores, spraying towards Ito's head and face, and corroding his hand that grabbed her throat. However, immediately, it was blocked by Ito's invisible barrier formed by the same space reinforcement method, and it wasn't corroded by the mist at all. Now, I'll give you a chance to lead your entire existence to surrender to me, or let me break through your village with absolute strength. Ito looked at Mei in his hand and said lightly. At this time, Gobi, who finished the umbu in the forest, also ran outside the Kirigakure and cooperated with the Yanbi to attack the Kirigakure. In the end, what do you want to do? Terumi, Mei asked with difficulty. Unify the entire shinobi world and bring peace to the world, Ito replied lightly. Is this your way of bringing peace? Mei said with a mocking expression. If I don't show enough power to the world, how can people like you be willing to surrender to me? Ito sneered and retorted. Just like when I asked you to surrender at the beginning. How did you choose? Mei was speechless. My patience is limited. Hurry up and tell me your answer. Ito frowned and forced her again. Last question. In each of the 9 tomo, is there a biju sealed in each of them? Mei turned her head slightly and looked at the 9 crystal blue tomo floating in front of Ito. That's right. Ito replied softly. 9-tailed beasts. Although she had some guesses in her heart, Terumi was still calm after hearing Ito's answer. Her pupils shrank as she whispered softly. Then she sighed softly and said, Okay, we surrender. Then let's be a villain first, then a gentleman. Ito nodded and said lightly, then raised his right hand, and his 5 fingers slightly bent into a tiger claw. Red, white, red, black, and blue light instantly appeared on Ito's fingertips, and he turned his hand and pressed it on Mei's lower abdomen. Yin-yang 5 elements seal. Humph. Mei, who felt the chakra in her body suddenly become chaotic and powerless, made a muffled groan. Then, Ito raised his sword finger and quickly tapped on Mei's body in the Hyuga clan's way, completely cutting off the last bit of chakra in her body that could be used. It wasn't until this point that Ito dissipated the surrounding space energy and let Mei go. Let's go, and order your villagers to surrender. Ito said as he put one hand on Mei's shoulder and used instant transmission to appear on top of the Gobi King's head, and made the 2 biju stop attacking. Mizukage-sama, seeing Mei suddenly appear on top of the Gobi's head, The mist ninjas were shocked and surprised. May, who knew that it was her turn, looked at the villagers and ninjas who loved her and looked at her with hope. She walked to the front with a complicated expression, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "I, Terumi May, as the fifth Mizukage, hereby announce that the Mist Village officially surrenders." What? Mizukage-sama? How could this be? As soon as May's voice fell, all kinds of shocked, inexplicable, and angry voices came from the ninjas and echoed in the sky. I, Terumi May, as the fifth Mizukage, hereby announce that the Mist Village surrenders to this Sei Ito next to me. If you still recognize me as the Mizukage, accept the order immediately. May took a deep breath again and pointed to Sei Ito next to her and said loudly. Hearing May's words, Sei Ito also walked to the front of the crowd and exposed his face to everyone's eyes. Chapter 1162. Mizukage-sama. Are you sure you're not joking? When the ninjas in the field were silent, because of the appearance of Ito Sei, an old man who looked like an elder slowly walked to the front, followed by a middle-aged ninja and a young ninja, looked up at May and said gloomily, "What? You won't object?" May narrowed her eyes slightly and asked in a low voice, "I don't dare." The elder bowed his head and said respectfully. Then he turned around and said to the other ninjas who were hesitating and didn't know what to do, "Put down your weapons and surrender." The old man was obviously very prestigious in the village. As soon as his voice fell, the ninjas who were still hesitating immediately put away their weapons and retreated to the side with basic vigilance. "Who is that old guy?" Looking at the back of the elder, Sei Ito asked softly. "The elder of the Mist Village's elder group, Yagi." May replied in a low voice. Sei Ito nodded and didn't speak. With a thought, Yagi's figure instantly disappeared from the ground and appeared on top of the Gobi King's head. Then Sei Ito waved his arm, and Yagi's head exploded like a watermelon. With a muffled sound, it exploded like a broken watermelon. Fortunately, Ito was prepared in advance, so he was not stained by the splashing blood and filth. Seeing Sei Ito's action, May's eyes shrank instantly. "Ah, Elder Yagi, damn it." Hearing the muffled sound, the ninja who saw the scene of Elder Yagi's death changed greatly. They all shouted angrily, "Take me to the village." Sei Ito ignored the angry ninjas and directly appeared on the ground, with May using instant transmission. Terumi May didn't resist and walked to the front with Ito Sei to the village. Although the ninjas on the side were unwilling, they still spontaneously made a path for Terumi May, who was still a Mizukage, to lead Ito Sei into the village. "Don't you want to put away your bijou?" May, who was walking in front, asked. "Oh, without the threat of the tailed beast, you and the ninjas around you will fight me to the death," Ito Mori said with a sarcastic look on his face. May didn't speak. Obviously, she acquiesced to Seito's guess. The two of them had their own thoughts. Under the gaze of the ninjas around them, they walked into the Mist Village. Mizukage-sama. At this time, a young man with a pair of eyes on his face, who looked like a child who had not yet grown up and carried a strange broadsword on his back, Chojuro and another consultant, Aoi, greeted them under the escort of several ninjas. Called out, Terumi May nodded slightly to the two of them. His eyes fell on the ninjas behind the two of them. Then she shouted, "Do it!" After saying that, Terumi May immediately kicked her legs and rushed forward with her powerful taijutsu. At the same time, Chojuro turned his hand and took off the katana on his back. Together with the other ninjas, he launched an attack on Ito Sei. However, the main attacker was still Chojuro himself. The other ninjas, except for 2 or 3 who were responsible for assisting, all ran to the side and prepared to set up a barrier. "May, do you think these things are really useful to me?" Sei Ito, who was cut by Chojuro's sword, appeared beside May. He put one hand on her shoulder and sent lightning energy to her body and said with a sarcastic tone, "Humph!" May, who was wrapped in lightning energy, made a depressed groan. As for the other ninjas who wanted to attack Sei Ito, they also stopped after Mei was caught again. Sei Ito coldly snorted and put away the lightning attack and let Mei go. This time, Mei, who was a little more honest, didn't wait for Sei Ito's order. She dragged her numb body and continued to walk to the Mizukage office building. After a few minutes, Sei Ito and Mei entered the Mizukage office building. Go and summon all the elders of the village. Sei Ito, who was sitting on the Mizukage seat, said to Mei. Come. Mei was also straightforward and immediately turned her head and shouted, Mizukage-sama. The next moment, a mist ninja pushed the door and came in. Go and summon all the elders of the village. Mei ordered. Yes. The ninja bowed his head and immediately left the room and went to the meeting place where the elders met in an emergency to convey the news. Give me your scroll of seals. Sei Ito looked at Mei and said, It's there, but it needs a special method to open the seal. Mei pointed to a place with decorations in the room and said. Sei Ito looked at the place where Mei's finger was pointing. After carefully observing for a few seconds, he found that there was a very hidden barrier fluctuation there. He immediately stood up and walked to the barrier and carefully observed it with his spiritual force. Seeing that Ito Seiji didn't ask about her hand seal, Mei was naturally happy and didn't speak. She just stood there in a daze. At this time, Sei Ito, who had been motionless, stretched out his arm, and the front half of his forearm disappeared from Mei's eyes. Then, a scroll appeared in the palm of Sei Ito. Seeing this, Terumi Mei's eyebrows slightly raised. Sei Ito walked back to his original position with the scroll of seals in his hand and sat down. He opened the scroll and looked down at it with the secret language, Jutsu. Just like the Book of Seals of Konoha and Earth Ninja Village that he obtained before, it still records various kinds of special ninjutsu in the village, experimental records of various taboo experiments, and some taboo conjectures of experiments that have not been carried out. For the current Itos say, it is not of great use. It just adds some collection and inspiration to reverse the 5 elements of Taoism. After browsing silently for a few minutes, along with the sound of hurried footsteps, 7 of them were either blinded in one eye, missing an arm, or completely unharmed. The old men and women with gloomy faces pushed the door and walked into the Mizukage's office. Seeing Sei Ito sitting in the seat that originally belonged to the Mizukage, the 7 people frowned together, but in the end, they were all old guys who had experienced the accident, and none of them rushed to blame Sei Ito. Is everyone here? Sei Ito turned his hand and threw the scroll of seals in the Rubik's Cube World Library, and looked at the old men in front of him and asked Mei, Except for Elder Yagi, who you killed, everyone is here. Mei replied in a low voice. Hearing that Yagi was killed, the 7 old men's faces changed slightly, and they looked gloomy. Presumably, you already know what happened outside, so I won't talk nonsense with you and sign this contract. Sei Ito nodded and waved his hand on the table in front of him. It was a combination of Godslayer's Promise Magic, Taoist Soul Curse, Witch Priest's Dark Curse, Contract Magic of the Main World, and other spells. He said with the contract scroll made from the skin of the deceitful beast in Yamaroshi, feeling the strange fluctuations emitted by the skin. The 7 old men and Mei didn't move. Mei Yu, the Mizukage, will take the lead. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Mei. Then, Sei Ito reminded again, Use your blood as ink. Can you tell me what this is? Mei, who couldn't resist at all, walked to the desk. She picked up one of the contracts and asked, A special contract I made with a secret technique. The person who signs the contract must fully abide by the terms of the contract. If there is a violation, the power of the contract will backfire. You will become an idiot, and you will die directly. Sei Ito explained with a warm smile. Hearing this, the faces of the elders changed again. Only by signing this contract will I believe that you really surrendered to me. Otherwise, I don't mind summoning more bijou to completely remove Kirigakure from the world. Sei Ito glanced at the 7 elders one by one. Mei was also decisive. After Sei Ito's voice fell, she turned her hand and took out a kunai. She scratched her left palm and then nailed the kunai to the table. Her right index finger was stained with the blood that kept coming out her left palm. She wrote her name in Japanese in the blank space of the contract scroll. At the moment her name was written, the surface of the contract immediately bloomed with a mysterious dark golden light, swallowing the blood on the surface of the scroll, and then turned into a streamer and went into May's forehead. Seeing this change, no matter what they thought before, they had to believe Sei Ito's words. It's your turn. Sei Ito raised his hand, and the contract that belonged to May returned to his hand. He rolled it up and looked at the rightmost elder of the 7 elders and said. The elder's expression changed, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. However, at the moment when he instigated the chakra in his body to use the body flicker technique to appear beside Ito-Sei's figure also appeared behind him along with a burst of blue and white lightning. And as if he was caressing him, he gently pressed his palm on Ito-Sei's back and used the hard destruction palm. Puff! The elder's expression changed, and his eyes widened, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground powerlessly. Plop! The elder's lifeless body fell heavily on the ground. Who else wants to resist? As if he had just done a trivial thing, Ito-Sei, who put away a blank contract scroll, looked at the remaining 6 old men and said in a low voice. The expression of the 6 elders changed a few times, but no one moved. Since no one resists, then sign it for me. After a few seconds of silence, Sei Ito coldly snorted. Although their hearts were full of unwillingness, the 6 old men didn't refute at all. They walked to the desk and cut their bodies with a kunai that Terumi May inserted on the desk. They used their fingers to write their names on the contract with their own blood. In an instant, 6 pale golden lights bloomed from the contract one after another, swallowing the blood on the surface of the contract, and turned into a stream of light that disappeared into the bodies of the elders. Very good. Sei Ito waved his hand and put away the contract scroll signed by the 6 elders, and said with a satisfied smile on his face, You can go now. As for what to do, I don't need to tell you. Yes, Lord. The 6 elders showed a respectful expression on their faces and responded in unison. Also, the family of Yagi and this guy that I killed before, you can do as you see fit. Then, just as the 6 elders were about to leave, Sei Ito said again, Yes. The 6 elders looked at each other, and a light flashed in their eyes, and they bowed their heads. Obviously, they had begun to calculate how to annex the 2 families. After the 6 elders left, Sei Ito turned his hand again and took out the contract scroll of the 2 people and threw it to Terumi May. Terumi May, who raised her hand to take the scroll, looked up at Sei Ito in confusion. I don't have so much time to manage the village, so in the future, you will still be the Kage in this village. If the 6 elders make too much trouble because of the contract, I allow you to kill them. Sei Ito looked at Terumi May and said, As long as the contract scroll is destroyed, the contractor corresponding to the scroll will be punished by the power of the contract. I understand. Terumi May looked at Sei Ito with some surprise and nodded. Sei Ito nodded slightly, and he thought about the Yanbi and Gobi outside the Kirigakure, and then used instant transmission to leave the Mizukage office building and rushed in the direction of the Reikage village. Sei Ito, looking down at the contract scroll in her hand and the old man's corpse next to the Mizukage, Terumi May murmured to herself. She didn't understand what Sei Ito wanted. Come. Then, Terumi May's expression shook, and she returned to her previous Mizukage appearance and shouted in a sonorous tone. Mizukage-sama, on the other side, Sei Ito, who used ultra-long-distance instant transmission twice in a row, smoothly arrived in the land of lightning, and then quickly flew in the direction of the Kyomobikure. A few minutes later, Sei Ito came to the periphery of the Kyomobikure and hovered in the sky. In the sky, Sei Ito raised his right arm high, and his 5 fingers spread out, as if he was supporting something. Immediately, a large amount of fine dust violently surged, and quickly gathered in the sky above Seito's palm. Within a few seconds, a ball of earth the size of a tennis ball was gathered, and it continued to expand. In less than a minute, it expanded to more than 2 meters in diameter. However, at this time, Seito still didn't stop his gathering action. He continued to use the earth element in the air to gather the earth element in the huge earth ball, making it expand in a bigger direction. As the earth ball became bigger and bigger, the shadow and light changes caused by it finally attracted the attention of the ninjas and residents of the Kumobikure below, and their faces showed a panicked expression. Chapter 1163. P.S. Thanks to LMXY and Mizuho for their precious monthly votes, and thanks to Mad Wolf Howl for his reward. Reikage-sama, it's not good. An enemy is attacking the village. With a muffled sound, a man dressed as a Kumo ninja rushed into Reikage's office and knelt on one knee behind the desk. Reikage was wearing a white haori, revealing his strong chest and abdomen muscles. Who dares? Reikage slammed his fist on the desk in front of him, and the huge force immediately smashed the desk into pieces, and a large number of papers and documents scattered. Reikage stood up from his seat and shouted. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the office in an instant. It was only after the thunder shadow disappeared that the documents floating around seemed to be affected by some kind of power. Some were suspended in the air, and some were torn into pieces by the invisible and chaotic wind. Who dares to come to my Kumo village? Reikage ran into the village and looked up at Seito, who had gathered a huge ball of earth elements in the sky with a diameter of more than 20 meters. Seito replied in a flat tone, and then continued. Now I give you 2 choices. First, surrender to me immediately, so that your Kumo village can survive this disaster. Second, resist, and then I will use this boulder to destroy the whole village. Bastard, do you think the people of Kumo village are weak? Reikage said loudly. I will give you 10 minutes to think about it, and whether you don't give me the answer I want or something else, I will immediately launch an attack on Kumobikure. Ito-sei ignored Reikage's clamor and continued to speak. After that, Ito once again summoned the 9 tomo that sealed the 9-tailed beasts in front of him, and activated the 4 tomo that sealed the Nibi Matatabi, the Yanbi, the Gobi Muwang, and the Hachibi Ox Demon. In an instant, 4 ripples spread out from the 4 slightly trembling Magatama. Then, one of them was a huge demon cat formed by dark blue flame energy, and the other was a 4-tailed giant ape with bright red fur. Only its limbs and chest had dark green, corpse-like existences. One of them was Snow White, a 5-tailed monster that looked like a giant foxhound with curved legs on its head, and a giant monster that had the head of a cow, the body of a human, and the lower body of an octopus appeared in the sky. They landed heavily on the ground, like 4 powerful cannonballs. The impact was comparable to a magnitude 5 earthquake. A large cloud of dust was stirred up, faintly enveloping their bodies. Yugi-sama and Killer Bai-sama, seeing the appearance of the Nibi Matatabi and the Hachibi Ox Demon as the original owners of the 2-tailed beasts, the Kumo ninja immediately called out the name of their Jinchuriki before they were made into Shikigami. It's you. Seeing the 2-tailed beasts. Especially the Hachibi Reikage, who said angrily, It's you who took Killer Bai-sama. Reikage, instead of being entangled in these issues, you should hurry up and gather the village elders to discuss the future of the village. Otherwise, after 10 minutes, if you can't come up with an idea, I will attack Kumo village. Seito looked at the Reikage and the Kumo ninjas who couldn't suppress their panic because of the bijou and said with a smile. While Seito was talking, the huge earth ball in his hand once again expanded outward, nearly 30 meters in diameter. Reikage-sama, please calm down. At this time, a female ninja with short blonde hair, wearing dark brown short sleeves, came to the side of the Reikage and said to the angry Reikage, Come, The Raikage didn't care about the blonde woman's reminder at all and shouted directly. Raikage-sama. A Kumo ninja, next to him, stepped forward and saluted. Let all the ninjas in the village go out and hold the four-tailed beast for me. The Raikage ordered. Yes. The Kumo ninjas took the order and quickly left using the body flicker technique. Sammy, you go too. Then the Raikage said to the blonde woman next to him. Yes. The blonde woman bowed her head and immediately used the body flicker technique to leave the Raikage side. You guys. After the blonde woman left, the Raikage pointed to a dozen Kumo ninjas and said, You guys help me throw me into the sky. I want to twist that bastard's head off with my own hands. Yes. The Kumo ninjas who were pointed out said in unison. After that, they began to disperse the surrounding crowd. Then, with 3 people in a group, one person became the base, while the other 2 acted as the cannonballs. Using a relay method, they threw the other ninjas into the sky. Then, the ninjas in the air were divided into groups again. Sacrificing one person's momentum as the base, they continued to throw the other ninjas into the sky. This process repeated until only one ninja flew to the highest point. Right on Hot Blade. With the help of the last Kumo ninja, the Raikage quickly approached Sei Ito, and a large amount of lightning chakra wrapped around his body, and his 4 limbs tightened into a straight line, and he quickly hit Sei Ito's body with his head. Ito Sei, who discovered the Raikage's attack, waved his left arm in front of him, and a space channel that was big enough for 2 people to pass through instantly appeared in front of him. It swallowed the Raikage that was flying towards Ito Sei. In the next moment, a space channel of the same size suddenly appeared in midair above the Kumo village, and the Raikage was spat out from it. The Raikage didn't know that his target had changed, and the Cloud Shinobis couldn't react fast enough, and the Raikage hit the ground with a heavy impact. Boom! With a loud bang, a large amount of smoke quickly flew up, forming a yellow sand haze, and at the same time, a large amount of lightning flew out of the haze and spread in all directions. All the Kumo ninjas and villagers who couldn't escape in time were paralyzed on the spot, trembling and falling to the ground, unable to move. It seems that you intend to resist until the end. In that case, I won't be polite. Sei Ito looked at the yellow sand on the ground and said. After that, he raised his right arm and waved it down, and under the control of telekinesis, the huge earth ball, which had a diameter of 40 meters, immediately fell like a meteor towards the back half of the village where there were only a few ninjas. Boom! Almost in the blink of an eye, the huge rock ball fell heavily to the ground. Its huge volume immediately caused a strong vibration when it hit the ground. Shock waves visible to the naked eye quickly spread from the center of the falling rock ball, pushing the mud, gravel, broken trees, and other things that joined the impact, rushing towards Kumogakure like a huge wave of mudslides. Seeing this, the Kumo ninjas who were still awake and didn't have the impression of being shaken no longer cared about anything else, and used body flicker jutsu to escape from the impact of the mudslide. As for the villagers who didn't have the ability, the merchants from various countries who happened to be in the Kumo village preparing to issue missions, and some ninjas who fell to the ground in the shock, or who were too close to the impact wave. They were all submerged by the impact wave and became an insignificant part of the mudslide. Fortunately, Sei Ito's position was not particularly high from the ground, and the acceleration of the falling earth ball was not the greatest. In addition, the landing point chosen by Sei Ito was in the back half of the Kumo village where there were no residents and ninjas. So although there were casualties in the Kumo village, it was not like Pain's attack on Konoha, directly destroying the population of a village, and there were still a large number of civilians and ninjas who survived. It's just that they all looked miserable. Seeing the changes in the village, the ninjas who had just organized to attack the Bijou immediately lost their minds. They looked at the destroyed village with anger and sadness, and the seriously injured and disabled people everywhere. Then, under the command of the calmer ninjas in each team, rescue operations were launched. As for killing the Bijou, killing the murderer, and so on, not to mention that they were not in the mood at all at this time. Even if they were in the mood, they didn't have the combat power, and the ability to fly to the sky and kill the murderer. Reikage, I have already shown mercy. Are you still going to resist? Seito looked at the broken Kumo village below and said loudly, "Fart! Boom!" With the sound of an explosion, Reikage, wearing a lightning armor made of lightning chakra, jumped out of a pile of soil in an instant and looked up at Seito and scolded. "Well, it seems that you still need a certain amount of stimulation to completely calm down." Seito looked at Reikage speechlessly and said, "Attack!" Then he waved his arm and ordered the 4 bijou who had been acting as a deterrent. After receiving the order, the 4 bijou didn't hesitate and immediately rushed forward, leaned down, and shook their tails to throw out energy attacks, launching an attack on the Kumo village, especially the ninjas. "Boy, don't use your bijou. Fight me fair and square. If you win, I will lead the village to surrender to you. If you lose, you will probably die in my hands, and you won't need to pay any price. How about it?" Reikage ignored the battle around him and still looked up at Seito and said, "Oh, as expected of a guy who can become a Kage. Good thinking, good decision." Ito Sei, who slowly descended from the air, chuckled and said, "Well, I'll satisfy you." Humph! Seeing Seito land on the ground, Reikage coldly snorted, and his body suddenly disappeared from the place and instantly appeared in front of Seito. He used his palm as a knife wrapped in powerful lightning energy to stab Seito's chest. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.